And if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where. Before we begin, if you're enjoying this story and want to help the channel grow in ways you possibly can't even imagine, please use your hype points on this video. It truly makes a bigger difference than you might realise. And if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from, but only if you want to share. Now, let's dive into one of the most extraordinary conspiracy theories ever leaked to the public. The cursor blinked on Caleb Mercer's screen at 2:17 in the morning. He should have been asleep. Instead, he was scrolling through his inbox, deleting spam and ignoring press releases, when a subject line stopped him cold. The 12 never returned. No sender name, just an email address that was a random string of letters and numbers at a domain he didn't recognise. Caleb had been a defence journalist for nearly 15 years, specialising in leaked documents and government cover-ups. He'd seen plenty of anonymous tips. Most were garbage, some were gold. This one felt different. He opened it. The message itself was brief, almost terse. You've been asking the right questions. These documents will give you the answers. Do not attempt to trace this email. Do not contact law enforcement. If you want the truth, follow the coordinates. Anonymous, Defence Intelligence Agency. Attached were 3 files. The first was a memo stamped with classification markings that looked authentic, dated from the 1960s. The second was a set of geographic coordinates pointing to somewhere in the New Mexico desert. The third was a scanned photograph of 12 men in military uniforms standing in 2 rows, their faces serious and unsmiling. Caleb enlarged the photo. In the bottom right corner, handwritten in faded ink, were the words, Crystal Night Selection, July 65. He had no idea that opening that email would drag him into the most classified, most controversial, and most terrifying conspiracy in United States history. A conspiracy that involved not just government secrecy, but contact with beings from another world. A conspiracy that asked one simple, haunting question. What happened to the 12 Americans who were sent to another planet and never came home? This is the story of Project Serpo, and it starts with a crash in the desert. Act 1. The real history behind the lore, the Roswell connection. Caleb Mercer had always been skeptical of UFO stories. They were the domain of cranks and conspiracy theorists, people who saw patterns in static and meaning in coincidence. But as he began digging into the documents from the anonymous email, he found himself face to face with something he couldn't dismiss. Official government paperwork that didn't quite add up. Everyone knows the story of Roswell. In July of 1947, something crashed on a ranch outside Roswell, New Mexico. The UARB military initially announced they'd recovered a flying disc. Then within hours, they retracted the statement and claimed it was just a weather balloon. The story should have ended there, but it didn't. Caleb had seen the declassified Air Force memos before. Most journalists had. They were part of a release in the 1990s, documents that were supposed to put the Roswell incident to rest once and for all. The official explanation had evolved over the years. First it was a weather balloon, then it was a classified spy balloon from Project Mogul. The Air Force was very clear. No aliens, no cover-up, just Cold War secrecy. Except for one phrase that kept appearing in the older, less redacted versions of those memos. A phrase that made Caleb's stomach tighten every time he read it. Extraterrestrial biological entities. The term appeared in a memo dated August of 1947, authored by a lieutenant colonel whose name had been blacked out. The memo described the recovery of debris and associated materials, and noted that certain biological specimens had been transferred to Wright Field in Ohio for analysis. The word extraterrestrial was right there, in black and white, in an official military document. When Caleb had first seen it years ago, he'd assumed it was a typo or a misinterpretation. But now, with the Serpo documents in front of him, he wasn't so sure. The memo from the anonymous email referenced Roswell directly. It was dated November of 1953 and came from a division of the Air Force that Caleb had never heard of, Special Studies Group, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The The memo discussed ongoing analysis of recovered materials and potential communication protocols with surviving entity. Surviving entity. Caleb read the line 3 times. According to this document, something had survived the Roswell crash, and the military had been communicating with it. President Eisenhower's alleged contact. If there was one thing Caleb had learned in his years covering defense leaks, it was that rumours didn't come from nowhere. Conspiracy theories, no matter how wild, usually had a kernel of truth buried somewhere deep inside. The trick was finding that kernel and separating it from the layers of speculation and fantasy that had built up around it over the years. The rumour about President Eisenhower was one of the oldest in UFO lore. According to the story, in February of 1954, Eisenhower had secretly travelled to Edwards Air Force Base in California for a meeting. Not with military officials or foreign dignitaries, but with extraterrestrials. The story went like this. Eisenhower had been approached by 2 different groups of alien visitors. The first group, known as the Nordics, warned him about another species and offered to help humanity evolve spiritually, but only if the United States agreed to disarm its nuclear weapons. Eisenhower declined. The second group, known as the Greys, or the Ebons, offered technology in exchange for permission to conduct biological research. Eisenhower allegedly accepted. It was the kind of story that sounded too absurd to be true, and yet, when Caleb started digging, he found something strange. There was a gap in Eisenhower's schedule in February of 1954. Officially, the president had taken a weekend vacation to Palm Springs, but on the evening of February 20th, he suddenly disappeared. The press secretary told reporters that Eisenhower had chipped a tooth and needed to see a dentist. It was a flimsy excuse, and journalists at the time noted how unusual it was for the president to vanish without explanation. Years later, UFO researchers claimed that Eisenhower had actually been at Edwards Air Force Base that night. A few witnesses came forward, including a former Air Force officer who said he'd seen the president's motorcade on base. But there was never any hard evidence, until Caleb found the memo. It was tucked into the second batch of files from the anonymous sender. Dated March of 1982, it came from the National Security Agency and was addressed to the Director of Central Intelligence. The subject line read, "Review of Historical Contact Protocols." The memo referenced something called the Eisenhower Informal Agreement and noted that communication channels established in '54 remain active. It also mentioned a term Caleb had never heard before, the Ebons. According to the memo, the Ebons were extraterrestrial beings from a planet in the Zeta Reticuli star system. They had made contact with the United States government in the early 1950s and had proposed an exchange program. Human personnel would travel to their home world, and in return, Ebon representatives would remain on Earth to share technology and knowledge. The memo didn't provide details, but it referenced another program by name, Project Crystal Night. Caleb felt his pulse quicken. Crystal Night. The same words that had been handwritten on the photograph of the 12 men. Birth of Project Serpo. The term Project Serpo didn't appear in any official government documents, at least none that Caleb could find. But Project Crystal Night did. It took him 3 days of searching through declassified budgets and personnel records, but he finally found it, a line item in a Department of Defense budget report from 1963. The entry was vague, listing only Crystal Night Research Initiative, with a funding allocation that had been redacted. But it was there. He found another reference in a 1965 Air Force memo about facility upgrades at Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. The memo mentioned expanded housing and decontamination facilities for Crystal Night personnel, and then, in a 1968 congressional hearing about black budget programs, a senator had asked pointed questions about unauthorized expenditures related to Crystal Night. The response from the Pentagon had been terse. That program is classified and cannot be discussed in open session. Someone had scrubbed most of the files. The paper trail ended abruptly after 1968, as if the entire program had been erased from existence. But Caleb knew how bureaucracies worked. You could burn the files, shred the memos, and delete the records, but you couldn't erase every trace. There were always breadcrumbs. According to the leaked emails that had started circulating online in the early 2000s, Project Crystal Knight had been a cover name. The real program, the one that the government would never officially acknowledge, was called Project Serpo. The story, as told by an anonymous source who claimed to be a retired Defence Intelligence Agency officer, was extraordinary. In the wake of the Roswell crash and subsequent contact with the Ebens, the United States had agreed to an exchange program. 12 military personnel would travel to the Eben homeworld, a planet they called Serpo, located approximately 40 light-years from Earth in the Zeta Reticuli system. In exchange, one Eben representative would remain on Earth. The mission would last 10 years. The 12 would live among the Ebens, study their culture and technology, and report back to Earth via a communication device provided by the aliens. When the 10 years were up, they would return home. At least that was the plan. The anonymous source claimed that the mission had launched in July of 1965 from Holloman Air Force Base. The 12 had boarded an Eben spacecraft and departed for Serpo. And then, for more than a decade, the American public had no idea that 12 of their fellow citizens were living on an alien planet. Caleb wanted to dismiss it as science fiction. But then he found the personnel transfer orders. They were buried in a box of declassified military records at the National Archives, part of a routine release of documents from the 1960s. Caleb almost missed them, but there they were. Transfer orders for 12 servicemen, all dated July of 1965, all marked with the same cryptic notation, reassigned, Project PX. Not Crystal Knight, not Serpo, just PX. Caleb cross-referenced the names with military rosters. All 12 men had disappeared from active duty records after July of 1965. No discharge papers, no retirement notices, they simply vanished. And according to the leaked Serpo story, they weren't coming back. At least, not all of them. Ect 2. The exchange mission. The alleged team. The 12 men selected for Project Serpo were not ordinary soldiers. According to the leaked documents, they had been chosen from the highest levels of military and intelligence services, Air Force pilots with top-secret clearances, Army Security Command officers trained in linguistics and cryptography, and CIA technical specialists with backgrounds in engineering and physics. The selection process, according to the anonymous source, had been exhaustive. Candidates were subjected to psychological evaluations, physical endurance tests, and loyalty screenings that went far beyond anything required for even the most classified Black Ops programs. They were told only that they were being considered for a long-term deep cover assignment that would require complete isolation from family and friends for an extended period. Only after they had been selected were they told the truth. They would be leaving Earth. Caleb couldn't verify most of the details. The names of the 12 had never been officially released, and the few that had appeared in leaked emails over the years were impossible to confirm. But he did find something. In a dusty file box at the National Archives, tucked between routine personnel reports, he discovered a memo dated June of 1965. It was addressed to the Secretary of Defense entitled Final Selection Recommendations for Special Assignment. The memo listed 12 names. All were male. All held ranks ranging from captain to colonel, and all had been flagged for immediate transfer to Project PX, effective July 1st. Caleb wrote down the names and began searching for records. What he found was chilling. Of the 12 men, 10 had no public records after 1965. No tax filings, no property records, no marriage licenses or birth certificates for children. They had effectively ceased to exist. The other 2 had death certificates, both dated within a year of each other in the mid-1970s. Cause of death for both, unknown illness. He tracked down the family of one of the men, a former Air Force captain named Thomas Harland. Harland's sister, now in her 80s, agreed to meet Caleb at her home in Arizona. She remembered her brother well. He had been a pilot, she said, smart and ambitious, with a bright future ahead of him. In the spring of 1965, he told her he was being transferred to a special assignment. He couldn't tell her where or for how long, only that it was important. That was the last time I saw him, she said, her voice quiet. He wrote a few letters at first, but they were strange, vague. He couldn't tell me anything about where he was or what he was doing, and then the letters stopped. In 1978 she received a visit from two men in military uniforms. They told her that her brother had died during the course of his assignment. They gave her his dog tags and a folded flag. They did not give her a body. They wouldn't tell me how he died, she said, just that it was classified. I tried to get answers, but every door I knocked on got slammed in my face. Eventually I gave up. Caleb asked if she'd ever heard the term Project Serpo. She shook her head. But when he mentioned Project Crystal Night, her eyes widened. That name, she said slowly. I saw that name on one of the letters Tommy sent. He mentioned something about a Crystal Night briefing. I didn't know what it meant. The departure. According to the leaked Serpo emails, the 12 departed Earth on July 16th, 1965. The launch site was Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico, the same facility that had been linked to alleged UFO sightings and secret government projects for decades. The story went like this. In the early hours of the morning, the 12 men boarded a craft that had been provided by the Ebens. The craft was described as oval-shaped, about 60 feet in diameter, with a smooth metallic surface that seemed to shimmer in the light. It made no sound as it lifted off the runway and accelerated into the sky, disappearing from view in seconds. Witnesses were supposedly present: security personnel, base commanders, and a handful of scientists who had been working on the exchange program. All were sworn to secrecy. All signed non-disclosure agreements that carried criminal penalties if violated. Caleb knew this part of the story would be nearly impossible to verify. Holloman was a secure facility, and records from 50 years ago were either classified or destroyed. But he decided to try anyway. He put out feelers through his network of sources, reaching out to retired Air Force personnel who had been stationed at Holloman in the mid-1960s. Most didn't respond. A few sent polite but firm refusals, saying they couldn't discuss their time on base. One man agreed to talk. His name was Earl Ritchie, and he'd been a young airman at Holloman in 1965, assigned to security detail on the flight line. Now in his late 70s, he lived in a small town in Texas and seemed relieved to finally talk about something he'd kept secret for decades. I saw something that day, Ritchie said over the phone. July of 65. I was on night duty, guarding the south end of the runway. Around 0300 hours, we got orders to clear the area. No one in or out. I thought it was just another test flight. We had a lot of those back then. He paused, and Caleb could hear him breathing heavily, as if the memory still unsettled him. But this wasn't a test flight, Ritchie continued. I saw it from a distance, maybe a quarter-mile away. There was a craft on the runway, not a plane, not a helicopter, something else. It was glowing, this soft blue light, and it didn't make a sound. Not a damn sound. And I saw people boarding it, men in uniform. They walked up a ramp, and then the ramp closed, and the thing just lifted straight up into the air. No engines, no exhaust. It was like watching something out of a science fiction movie. Caleb pressed him for more details. How many men? What did the craft look like? Did he see any markings? I counted 12, Ritchie said. 12 men. They were carrying bags like duffel bags, and the craft didn't have any markings that I could see. Just smooth metal. The officers who were there, they were wearing badges I'd never seen before. Not Air Force, not Army, something else. After the craft left, Ritchie and the other security personnel were debriefed by a colonel whose name he couldn't remember. They were told that what they'd seen was part of a classified test program, and that discussing it with anyone, including their families, would result in court-martial. I never talked about it until now, Ritchie said. I figured after all these years it didn't matter anymore, but I've never forgotten what I saw, and I've always wondered what happened to those men. The 10-year journey. According to the leaked Serpo documents, the journey to the Eben homeworld took 10 months. The 12 travelled aboard the Eben craft, living in cramped quarters and subsisting on food provided by their hosts. Communication with Earth was limited to periodic transmissions sent via a device the Ebens had installed on the craft. When they finally arrived on Serpo in 1966, they found a world unlike anything they could have imagined. The planet was smaller than Earth, with a diameter roughly 3/4 that of our own world. It orbited a binary star system, which meant it had 2 suns. The climate was hot and arid, with vast deserts and rocky plateaus dominating the landscape. There were no oceans, only a few large lakes and underground water reserves. The Ebons themselves were described as humanoid, but distinctly alien. They stood about 4 to 5 feet tall, with large heads, oversized eyes, and greyish skin. They communicated through a combination of spoken language and telepathy, which made interaction with the humans difficult at first. The 12 lived in a compound built specifically for them by the Ebons. They were given freedom to explore, study, and document everything they saw. They conducted geological surveys, studied Ebon technology, and observed the social structure of Ebon civilization. But it wasn't easy. 2 of the 12 died during the mission. According to the leaked documents, one succumbed to an illness that the Ebons couldn't treat. The other died in an accident while exploring a remote region of the planet. Both were buried on Serpo, far from home. 2 others chose to stay. The reasons were never fully explained, but the implication was that they had formed connections with the Ebon people and didn't want to leave. That left 8. 8 men who, after a decade on an alien world, boarded the Ebon craft and made the long journey back to Earth. They arrived in 1978. Caleb found the death certificates for the 2 men who allegedly died on Serpo. Both were among the 12 names he'd identified from the personnel transfer orders. Both had death certificates filed in 1976 and 1977, respectively, with the cause of death listed as unknown illness. It was suspicious. 2 men, supposedly on a classified military assignment, dying within a year of each other from an illness that couldn't be identified, and no autopsy reports, no medical records, no follow-up investigation. Caleb smelled a cover-up. Act 3. The return and the cover-up. The debriefing. The 8 men who returned from Serpo in 1978 were not the same men who had left in 1965. According to the leaked documents, the returnees exhibited severe psychological and physiological changes. They were disoriented, confused, and struggled to readjust to life on Earth. Some reported vivid hallucinations, others became withdrawn and uncommunicative. Their bodies had aged differently than expected, as if the passage of time on Serpo had affected them in ways that Earth's doctors couldn't explain. Caleb found a fragment of a memo that seemed to corroborate this. It was burned around the edges, as if someone had tried to destroy it, but enough of the text remained to be legible. Dated March of 1978, it was addressed to the Deputy Director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, and signed by someone named Colonel Carl Cartwright. The memo read, "Returned personnel from Project PX exhibit severe psychological and physiological variance from baseline assessments conducted prior to departure. Cognitive function is impaired in 3 of 8 subjects. Physical aging patterns are inconsistent with expected timelines. Recommend immediate containment and classified medical review. Exposure to civilian population is not advised at this time." Containment. The word made Caleb's skin crawl. The 8 men who had risked everything to travel to another planet, who had spent 10 years away from their families and their world, were being treated like lab rats. He tried to find records of where the 8 had been taken after their return. There was nothing in the public archives, but a source at the Department of Defense, speaking on condition of anonymity, pointed him toward a facility in Nevada. "There's a medical research center near Nellis Air Force Base," the source said. "It's not on any maps, and it doesn't officially exist, but people in the intelligence community know about it. That's where they take people who've been exposed to things they shouldn't have been exposed to." Caleb couldn't get access to the facility, but he found references to it in budget documents. It was listed under a bland, bureaucratic name. Special Medical Evaluation Facility, Site 19. Funding for the facility had increased dramatically in 1978 and remained elevated for several years before dropping off in the mid-80s. Official records don't add up. Caleb spent weeks combing through military personnel records, trying to piece together what had happened to the 8 returnees. What he found was a trail of inconsistencies and red flags. Several of the men were listed as having died between 1978 and the early 2000s, but their death certificates were strange. Some listed causes of death that didn't match their ages or known health conditions. Others had dates and locations that didn't make sense. One man, a former Air Force major, was listed as having died in a car accident in Oregon in 1983. But Caleb found a property tax record showing that the same man had owned a house in Nevada that was sold in 1991. How could a dead man own property? Another had a death certificate filed in Florida in 1995, but Caleb tracked down a pension record showing that payments had been made to someone with the same name and social security number until 2004. It was as if the men existed and didn't exist at the same time. They had identities, but those identities were ghosts, shadows maintained by some unseen bureaucracy to give the illusion of normalcy. Caleb tried to contact surviving family members, but most refused to talk. The few who did speak said the same thing. Their loved one had returned from a classified assignment in the late 70s, but something was wrong. They were different, distant, and then, after a few years, they disappeared again. Some said their family member had died. Others said they'd moved away and cut off contact. One woman, the daughter of one of the returnees, told Caleb something that sent chills down his spine. "My father came back in 78, she said. I was just a kid, but I remember it. He looked older than he should have, and he was scared. He wouldn't talk about where he'd been, but I could see it in his eyes. Something had happened to him. Something terrible." She paused, her voice breaking. "A few years later, men in suits came to our house. They said my father had to go away for medical treatment. They said it was classified, that we couldn't visit him or contact him. My mother cried for weeks, and then one day we got a call saying he'd passed away. They wouldn't let us see the body. They said it had been cremated for health reasons. We never even got to say goodbye." The disappearance of all returned members. By the early 2000s, all 8 of the alleged Serpo returnees were listed as deceased, but Caleb's investigation suggested that something more sinister had happened. He found sealed FBI files related to several of the men. The files were part of a batch that had been released under a Freedom of Information Act request, but most of the content had been heavily redacted. What little remained visible included references to medical anomalies, containment protocols, and a term that appeared multiple times, EXO. Caleb had no idea what EXO meant, but it showed up in connection with every single one of the 8 returnees. He also found burial records, or rather, he found the absence of burial records. Several of the men had graves listed in military cemeteries, but when Caleb visited those cemeteries, he found that the graves were empty, just headstones with names and dates, but no bodies beneath them. One cemetery groundskeeper, an older man who'd been working there for decades, pulled Caleb aside. "You're not the first person to ask about those graves," the groundskeeper said. "A few years back, some guy came through, asking questions. He said he was family, wanted to pay his respects. But when I checked the records, there was no burial, just a headstone. I thought it was odd, so I asked my supervisor. He told me not to worry about it, said it was a military thing, but it always stuck with me." The pension records were even stranger. Caleb discovered that payments had been made to accounts associated with several of the returnees long after they were supposed to have died. In one case, pension payments continued until 2004, 26 years after the man's alleged death. Someone was maintaining these identities. Someone wanted it to look like these men had lived normal lives, died normal deaths, and been laid to rest like any other veteran. But the truth was something else entirely. The 8 men who returned from Serpo had disappeared, not just from public life, but from existence itself, and someone in the government had gone to great lengths to make sure no one would ever find out what really happened to them. Act 4. The leak that shocked the internet. The Victor Martinez emails. In November of 2005, the same month that Caleb received his anonymous email, a man named Victor Martinez became the center of one of the most controversial leaks in UFO history. Martinez was a federal employee who moderated a private email discussion group focused on UFOs and government conspiracies. The group was small, just a few dozen members, mostly researchers and enthusiasts who shared information and debated theories. On November 2nd, 2005, Martinez received an email from someone claiming to be a retired Defense Intelligence Agency officer. The email contained detailed information about Project Serpo, including dates, locations, and specifics about the 12-person team that had allegedly travelled to an alien planet. Martinez was sceptical at first. He'd seen plenty of hoaxes over the years, but the level of detail in the emails was unlike anything he'd encountered before. The sender provided technical information, bureaucratic jargon, and references to real military programs that would have been difficult for an outsider to fabricate. Martinez began sharing the emails with his discussion group. Within days, the story had spread across the internet. UFO websites picked it up. Forums exploded with debate. Some believed it was the smoking gun they'd been waiting for. Others dismissed it as an elaborate hoax. Caleb reached out to Martinez, hoping to learn more about the source. Martinez agreed to talk, though he was careful about what he revealed. The person who contacted me was legit, Martinez said, or at least they had access to information that suggested they were connected to the intelligence community. They knew things that weren't public knowledge. They referenced programs and operations that I'd never heard of, and when I checked, I found traces of them in declassified documents. Martinez explained that the source had sent him dozens of emails over the course of several months, each one revealing more details about Project Serpo. The source claimed that the program had been real, that the 12 had gone to Serpo, and that the 8 who returned had been kept in isolation for the rest of their lives. But then the email stopped. The last message I got was strange, Martinez said. It didn't have any information about Serpo. It just said, Phase 2 begins in 2005. I had no idea what that meant. I tried to respond, but the email address was dead. Whoever it was, they were gone. Caleb asked if Martinez had kept the emails. He had. He sent Caleb copies, along with a warning. Be careful with this, Martinez said. I don't know what Phase 2 means, but I got the feeling that whoever sent me those emails was trying to warn me about something, or maybe prepare me for something. Either way, it didn't feel like the end of the story. Act 5. The modern discovery, the coordinates. The coordinates from the original anonymous email led Caleb to a remote stretch of desert near White Sands, New Mexico. The area was barren, nothing but scrub brush and sand for miles in every direction. It didn't look like the site of anything significant, let alone a government facility connected to an alien exchange program. But Caleb had learned not to trust appearances. He drove out to the location on a clear morning in early December, parking his truck on the side of a dirt road and hiking the last mile on foot. The coordinates pointed to a spot near a low ridge of rocks. At first glance there was nothing there. Then he saw the fence. It was old, rusted and half buried in sand, but it was unmistakably a chain-link fence with a faded sign that read, Restricted Area, No Trespassing, Authorised Personnel Only. Caleb followed the fence line until he found a section that had collapsed. He stepped over it and continued toward the coordinates. As he got closer, he noticed something odd. A depression in the ground, about 20 feet across, as if something heavy had been removed or the earth had settled over time. He knelt down and brushed away the sand. Beneath it, he found concrete, a slab, cracked and weathered, but still intact. And at the edge of the slab, partially buried, was a metal hatch. Caleb's heart raced. He dug around the hatch with his hands, clearing away enough sand to reveal a handle. It took all his strength to pull it open, the hinges groaning in protest. Below was a ladder leading down into darkness. He turned on his flashlight and descended. The tunnel at the bottom was narrow, the walls lined with metal panels that had corroded over the years. Water stains and rust covered everything, but the structure was still solid. Caleb followed the tunnel for about 50 feet until it opened into a small chamber. The chamber was empty, but it bore signs of its former use. Along one wall were 12 metal benches bolted to the floor. Each bench had a number stenciled above it, 1 through 12. In the centre of the room was a table, also bolted down, with a few scattered papers that had long since been rendered unreadable by moisture and time. Caleb took photos of everything. This had been a staging area, a place where people waited, prepared, or said goodbye, and based on the numbers, It had been built for exactly 12 people. But what caught his attention most was a small closet built into the far wall. The door was locked, but the lock was rusted and gave way easily when he pried it with a screwdriver. Inside was a shelf, and on the shelf was something that didn't belong in an abandoned underground bunker in the middle of the desert. The strange artifact. It was about the size of a fist, smooth and crystalline, with facets that caught the light from his flashlight and refracted it into colours that seemed to shift and move. The object was warm to the touch, not hot but noticeably warmer than the ambient temperature of the room. Caleb held it up, and as he did, he heard it. A faint hum, barely audible, like a tuning fork vibrating at a frequency just on the edge of perception. Above the shelf, taped to the wall, was a label. The ink had faded, but the words were still legible. Property of exchange item 7, handle only with radiation gloves. Exchange item. This was something that had been brought back from Serpo, one of the artifacts or pieces of technology that the returnees had carried with them when they came home. Caleb knew he should leave it. He knew he should call someone, report what he'd found, and let the authorities handle it. But he also knew that if he did, the artifact would disappear. It would be taken, classified, and buried so deep that no one would ever see it again. He slipped it into his backpack. Act 6. The government moves in. Caleb is detained. Caleb made it halfway back to his truck before they appeared. 3 black SUVs came speeding down the dirt road, kicking up clouds of dust. They boxed him in, blocking his path. Men in dark suits got out, their movements coordinated and efficient. Caleb's instinct was to run, but there was nowhere to go. A woman stepped forward. She was in her 40s, with short dark hair and an expression that was all business. She held up a badge, though she moved it away before Caleb could read the agency name. "Mr. Mercer," she said, her tone calm but firm. "My name is Elena Price. You have in your possession something that does not belong to you. Something that, frankly, you have no business carrying around. I'm going to need you to hand it over." Caleb's mind raced. He thought about denying it, playing dumb, but he could see, in her eyes, that she knew. They'd been watching him, probably since the moment he entered the restricted area. "Who do you work for?" Caleb asked. "That's not relevant," Price replied. "What's relevant is that you return the item, forget what you saw, and walk away. This is not a negotiation. This is not a conversation. This is me giving you an opportunity to avoid a situation that could become very unpleasant for you." Caleb hesitated, then slowly reached into his backpack and pulled out the crystalline object. Price took it from him, handling it carefully, and passed it to one of her colleagues, who placed it in a padded case. "Good," Price said. "Now, let me be very clear. You did not see this facility. You did not find that object, and you will not write about any of this. If you do, you'll find that certain aspects of your life become very complicated. Your bank accounts, your employment, your reputation. I'm sure you understand." Caleb nodded, but he wasn't stupid. He'd hidden his phone in his jacket pocket, and it had been recording the entire conversation. "Am I free to go?" he asked. "You are," Price said. "But Mr. Mercer, a word of advice. Some doors are meant to stay closed. You've opened one today. I suggest you don't try to open any more." The whistleblower Caleb drove straight home, his hands shaking on the wheel. He'd expected resistance, maybe even threats, but the encounter with Elena Price had rattled him more than he wanted to admit. These people were serious, and they had resources he couldn't begin to match, but he wasn't done. When he got home, he checked his email. There, waiting in his inbox, was another message from the same anonymous address that had started this whole thing. The subject line read, "You found it." Caleb opened the email. "The 8 returnees were not the same when they came home. We couldn't let the public know what changed in them. The artifact you found was one of many. Some were destroyed, some were hidden. A few remained in circulation, though we don't always know where. Phase 2 was never about the exchange. It was about what came back with them. Be careful, Mr. Mercer. You're closer to the truth than you realize." Attached to the email was a data file. Caleb downloaded it, and found that it contained dozens of documents. Star charts showing a route between Earth and a star system 40 light-years away, atmospheric readings from a planet with a nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere but with trace elements not found on Earth, and chemical signatures that matched nothing in any terrestrial database. There were also photographs, images of the 12 men, not just the group photo he'd seen before, but individual portraits. And in each portrait the men were holding objects, small crystalline devices just like the one Caleb had found, exchange items, proof that they had been to another world. Ending. The truth they can't hide forever. Caleb published a sanitized version of the story. He left out the coordinates, the names of the returnees, and any details that could be traced back to the facility. He framed it as an investigation into a decades-old conspiracy theory, presenting the evidence he'd found, but stopping short of making definitive claims. The article went viral. Within days, it had been shared thousands of times. UFO researchers hailed it as a breakthrough. Skeptics dismissed it as another hoax. The government predictably said nothing. A week after the article was published, Caleb was sitting in his garage sorting through files when he noticed something strange. The crystalline artifact he'd returned to Eleanor Price had been the only one he'd seen, or so he thought. But he'd hidden something. A small fragment, no bigger than a pebble, that had broken off when he'd first picked up the artifact in the underground chamber. He'd slipped it into his pocket without thinking. Now that fragment was glowing. Caleb pulled it out and held it up to the light. The surface was pulsing, a faint rhythm like a heartbeat. And as he watched, symbols began to appear on its facets. Not etched or engraved, but forming from within, as if the crystal itself was alive. He didn't recognize the symbols. They looked like no language he'd ever seen. But one of them, near the base of the fragment, matched something he'd seen before. It was in the Serpo emails. The same symbol had appeared in a photograph attached to one of Victor Martinez's leaked messages, a symbol that the anonymous source had claimed was an Iban character meaning return. Caleb stared at the glowing fragment, his mind racing. Maybe we didn't just send 12 people to Serpo, he thought. Maybe we sent invitations. The fragment pulsed again, brighter this time, and Caleb realized that whatever had started in 1965 wasn't over. It was just beginning. What if I told you that beneath the frozen ground of northern Sweden, in the shadows of the world's largest iron ore mine, lies a secret so profound that governments have spent decades ensuring you'll never believe it's real? Tonight's story isn't just fiction. It's woven from threads of actual places, real government programs, and documents that vanished from public archives. Before we descend into the darkness beneath Kiruna, I want to thank Jackman for suggesting this incredible topic, along with all of you who've been sending in these mind-bending story ideas. Keep them coming in the comments below, and if you're enjoying these late-night journeys into the unknown, don't forget to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories. Now, dim your lights, settle in, and prepare yourself for a story that will make you question what truly lies beneath our feet. Act 1. The Inheritance. The Stockholm rain hammered against the window of Lucas Eklund's cramped apartment, each droplet a tiny percussion in the symphony of another grey October morning. At 32, Lucas had already lived more lives than most embedded with peacekeepers in Kosovo, documenting refugee camps in Syria, chasing stories through the labyrinthian corridors of European bureaucracy. Now he sat at a desk cluttered with unpaid bills and half-finished articles, the glamorous life of a foreign correspondent reduced to freelance assignments about sustainable forestry and Nordic tech startups. The knock at his door came at 7:43 a.m, too early for deliveries, too late for the newspaper boy who still anachronistically served his building. Through the peephole, Lucas saw an elderly man in a wool coat, water streaming from the brim of his hat. Mr. Eklund? The voice was gravelly, tinged with the particular Swedish accent of someone who'd learned English from BBC broadcasts in the 1960s. My name is Gunnar Hedström. I was an editor at Aftonbladet until 1998. I have something that belonged to Ole K. The name stopped Lucas cold. Ole K. Ole Kinberg had been a legend in Swedish journalism circles. A man who'd spent the 1990s chasing stories about government black sites and military experiments only to disappear in 2001. Some said he'd been bought off, others that he'd been driven mad by his own theories. The official story was a hiking accident in Lapland. Body never recovered. Gunnar stood in Lucas's living room, dripping steadily onto the worn hardwood. From a leather satchel he produced a package wrapped in oilcloth and sealed with wax an oddly archaic touch that made Lucas's journalistic instincts twitch. Ole gave this to me 3 weeks before he disappeared, Gunnar said, his rheumy eyes fixed on the package. Told me to hold it for 20 years, then find someone who wouldn't be afraid to look deeper. Your work in Kosovo, the piece about the chemical weapons that NATO denied, Ole would have respected that. The package was heavier than it looked. Inside, Lucas found 3 cassette tapes, their labels faded but legible. Interview 1, January 17th, 1999. Interview 2, January 24th, 1999. And Background Must Listen First. There was also a manila folder containing photocopied documents, some in Swedish, others in English, many with sections heavily redacted. But it was the small notebook that made his hands tremble slightly, page after page of coordinates, each accompanied by cryptic notes. Ventilation, shaft blocked 1994. Emergency access magnetic anomaly. Primary entrance 67.8558 degrees north, 20.2253 degrees east. That last set of coordinates, Lucas knew without checking, pointed to Kiruna, home to the world's largest underground iron ore mine, a city literally being relocated piece by piece as mining operations caused the ground to subside. Why now? Lucas asked, looking up at Gunnar. The old man was already at the door. Because they're about to tear down the old Kiruna completely. Whatever Ole found, if it's still there, it won't be for much longer. Alone again, Lucas loaded the first tape into an ancient cassette player he'd bought from a flea market years ago. The voice that emerged was calm, measured, speaking accented English, with the precision of someone who had learned it as a second language. My name is not important. What matters is what I have seen, what I know to be true despite all attempts to convince me otherwise. I worked as a contractor for the Swedish Geological Survey from 1987 to 1999. My specialty was deep earth acoustics using sound waves to map underground formations. In the winter of 1990, my team was assigned to a project near Kiruna, supposedly to assess ground stability for future mining operations. The voice paused, and Lucas could hear the distinctive sound of a cigarette being lit indoor smoking, another relic of a bygone era. What we found beneath Kiruna had nothing to do with iron ore. The chambers were already there, had been there for much longer than any human mining operation. The military knew. They'd known since at least 1969, when the first deep core samples brought up materials that couldn't be explained, alloys that shouldn't exist, organic residues that predated any known life in the region by millions of years. Lucas paused the tape, his coffee growing cold in his hand. He'd heard plenty of conspiracy theories in his career, had even chased a few. But something about the voice, the matter-of-fact delivery, devoid of the usual paranoid energy of conspiracy theorists, made him continue listening. I was part of a joint operation between the Swedish Ministry of Defence and a NATO working group called Project Deepwatch. Officially, we were mapping potential nuclear waste storage sites. Unofficially, we were documenting a vast network of chambers and tunnels that showed clear signs of artificial construction. Not human construction. The walls were smooth, melted somehow, with a glass-like finish that our engineers couldn't replicate, and the inscriptions... Another pause, longer this time. The inscriptions were in no language our linguistics experts could identify. But they were clearly a language structured, repetitive, with what appeared to be mathematical formulas integrated into the text. We took thousands of photographs. All were confiscated in 1999 when the project was suddenly terminated. The tape clicked off, leaving Lucas in silence broken only by the rain against his window. He spent the next 3 hours going through the documents. Most were mundane budget allocations, personnel transfers, equipment requisitions, but scattered throughout were anomalies that made his pulse quicken. A 1993 Swedish Defence Ministry budget that included a line item for specialised underground environment research with an allocation of 47 million kroner, roughly 5 million euros in today's money. A memo from 1994 discussing unexpected biological samples from Site K7 and the need for enhanced containment protocols. A heavily redacted email chain from 1998 with visible fragments. Acoustic signature confirms. NATO liaison demands full disclosure, and most intriguingly, the Lacerta transcript must be secured. Lacerta. The word was familiar, though Lucas couldn't immediately place it. A quick internet search brought up the expected results, the genus name for various lizard species. But deeper in the search results, he found something else. References to an alleged interview with a reptilian being named Lacerta, conducted in Sweden in December 1999. Most sources treated it as obvious fiction, creative writing dressed up as truth. But the timing, the location... Lucas looked at the notebook again, at Ole's careful handwriting. Below the Kiruna coordinates was a single line. She was real. I met her. God help me, she was real. The rational part of Lucas's mind, the part trained by years of journalism, told him this was elaborate nonsense. Underground chambers could be explained by geological processes. Strange inscriptions might be pareidolia seeing patterns where none existed. The budget items could be Cold War paranoia, Sweden's attempt to keep pace with superpower military research. But old Kinberg had been neither gullible nor insane. He'd broken stories about illegal arms sales to Iraq, about corporate corruption at the highest levels of Swedish industry. If Ole had believed something was beneath Kiruna, there was at least enough there to investigate. Lucas picked up his phone and scrolled through his contacts until he found the name he wanted. Eric Lindqvist, a cameraman who'd worked with him in Bosnia and now did freelance documentary work. Eric, it's Lucas. How do you feel about a trip to Kiruna? I've got a documentary idea about the mining industry. In October. It's already starting to freeze up there. That's the point. We want to capture the harsh conditions, the isolation. Plus, I've got a new angle, the human impact of the city relocation. Eric was silent for a moment. You're chasing something else, aren't you? Maybe. Can you be ready in 3 days? I'll bring the thermal cameras. If you're going full conspiracy theorist on me, we might as well do it properly. After ending the call, Lucas returned to the cassette player and inserted the second tape. This time the voice was different, older, more hesitant, speaking Swedish, with a distinct Sami accent. The recording quality was poorer, with wind noise in the background suggesting an outdoor interview. I was 12 when I first saw them, the voice said. This was 1971. My father was a reindeer herder, and we were following our herd near Tornetrask. There was a snowstorm coming, and we needed shelter. Father knew of some caves in the hillside, old places our people had used for generations. But that night the caves were occupied. Can you describe what you saw? Ole's voice, younger but recognisable. Lights first. Blue-white like LED, but this was long before LED. And figures tall, too thin, moving wrong. Father grabbed me and we ran. We never spoke of it, but he never took the herd that way again. Years later, when I was working at the mine, I met others who'd seen things. The company brought in special teams whenever we broke through into certain chambers. They'd seal the area, no local workers allowed. They said it was for radiation safety, but we never detected any radiation. The tape continued, but Lucas's attention was drawn to a photograph that had fallen from the folder. It showed a group of men in military uniforms standing in front of what appeared to be a mine entrance. The photo was dated August 1994. One face he recognised immediately, General Karl Nordstrom, who'd later become Sweden's Chief of Defence. Another took him longer to place, but when he did, his breath caught. It was a younger version of Lars Henriksen, currently Sweden's Minister of Defence. Whatever had happened in Kiruna, it reached to the highest levels of Swedish government. Act 2. Following the coordinates. 3 days later, Lucas stood in the Kiruna airport watching his breath fog in the minus 15-degree air. October in Lapland was a liminal time too late for the midnight sun, too early for the tourist-friendly winter darkness. The town sprawled before him, a monument to human stubbornness built on ground that was literally collapsing beneath it. Eric met him at the rental car station, his van already loaded with equipment. "I did some research after your call," Eric said as they drove toward the town centre. "Kiruna's even stranger than I remembered. They're not just relocating buildings, they're moving the entire town 3 kilometres east. The official reason is ground subsidence from mining, but the pattern of collapses doesn't match normal mining degradation." "What do you mean?" "Mining subsidence is predictable. You can model it based on extraction patterns. But Kiruna has had collapses in areas that should be stable, while some heavily mined areas remain intact. It's like something else is causing selective instability." They checked into a small hotel on the outskirts of town, one of the few that would survive the relocation. The owner, a weathered woman named Astrid, eyed their equipment with suspicion. "Documentary filmmakers?" she asked in English, noting their Stockholm accents. "About the mining industry and the town relocation," Lucas confirmed. Astrid's expression softened slightly. "Good. Someone should document what we're losing. This town has secrets, you know. Stories the mining company doesn't want told." "What kind of stories?" She glanced around the empty lobby, then leaned closer. "My grandfather worked the mines in the 1940s. He used to tell us about the old tunnels, the ones that were here before LKAB started mining. The company says they're natural formations, but grandfather swore they were cut too straight, too smooth. And the sounds..." "Sounds? Like singing, but not human. The miners called it mountain music. Company banned anyone from talking about it in the 1960s. Said it was just acoustic effects from the mining equipment, but the old-timers knew better." That evening, Lucas and Eric visited the local library, searching through newspaper archives. The librarian, a young man named Marcus, was helpful but curious about their specific interest in 1990s military activity. "Not many people ask about that period," Marcus said, pulling out boxes of archived newspapers. "There was a media blackout on military exercises here from 1992 to 1999. National security, they said. But my uncle was a journalist for the local paper then. He always said there was more to it." The archives revealed a pattern. Throughout the 1990s there were repeated mentions of geological surveys and stability assessments, conducted by teams that included an unusual number of non-Swedish personnel. One article from 1994, buried on page 7, caught Lucas's attention. "Unexplained Tremors Puzzle Scientists." The article described a series of underground vibrations detected by seismic equipment, occurring at depth far below any mining activity. A geology professor from Uppsala University was quoted saying the tremors showed characteristics inconsistent with natural tectonic activity. The professor, Lucas noted, had retired abruptly 6 months after the article was published. The next morning they drove to the coordinates from Oll's notebook. The first 3 locations were disappointment-sealed mine entrances, now behind chain-link fences marked with LKAB logos and no trespassing signs. But the 4th set of coordinates led them off the main road, down a forestry track that hadn't been maintained in years. The track ended at a concrete structure partially hidden by overgrowth. It looked like a bunker entrance from World War II, but the concrete was too new, the design too modern. A sign, faded but legible, read, "Geological Survey Station 7 authorised personnel only." Below it, almost invisible unless you knew to look, was another sign, a radiation hazard symbol accompanied by text warning of "Electromagnetic Field Hazard Pacemaker Warning." "Radiation and EM fields from a geological survey station," Eric muttered, filming the signs. "That's unusual." The entrance was sealed with a heavy steel door, but air vents on either side suggested the structure extended underground. Lucas made notes while Eric filmed, but they were interrupted by the sound of an approaching vehicle. A white SUV with government plates stopped beside their van. The woman who emerged was in her 40s, blonde hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, wearing the kind of expensive outdoor clothing that suggested government expense accounts rather than personal purchase. "You're on restricted property," she said in accented English, clearly having noted their rental car's Stockholm plates. "We're documentary filmmakers," Lucas replied, noting that she hadn't identified herself. "Researching the history of mining in the region." "This has nothing to do with mining." She studied them with pale blue eyes that missed nothing. "My name is Elle. I work for the Geological Survey. This is a decommissioned monitoring station from a 1990s research project. There's nothing here of interest to filmmakers." "Elle?" Eric asked. "Just Elle?" She smiled thinly. "In my line of work, full names are a luxury. Now, I need you to leave. This area is still contaminated from old experiments. Nothing dangerous if you leave now, but prolonged exposure wouldn't be advisable." "What kind of experiments?" Lucas pressed. "The classified kind." Her tone remained pleasant, but there was steel beneath it. The kind that curious journalists sometimes misinterpret, leading to embarrassment for everyone involved. "You seem intelligent, Mr. Eklund." "Yes, I know who you are. Your work in Kosovo was admirable. But this isn't Kosovo. This is sovereign Swedish territory, and you're trespassing." As they prepared to leave, Elle added almost casually, "If you're truly interested in the mining industry's impact, you should interview the old-timers at the Kalixälven retirement home. They have wonderful stories about the early days of LKAB. Much more suitable for your documentary than classified government research." The drive back to Kiruna was silent until Eric finally spoke. "She knew your name." "She knew we were coming," Lucas corrected. "Someone's been watching since we arrived. Maybe since before." The retirement home suggestion was that a threat or actual advice? Only one way to find out. The Kalixälven retirement home was a modern facility on the edge of town, one of the buildings scheduled for relocation. The staff were helpful, directing them to a common room where several elderly residents gathered for afternoon coffee. Lucas had expected to work slowly up to his real questions, but an elderly man named Niels Persson cut straight through his cover story. "You're not here about regular mining," Niels said, his voice still strong despite his 91 years. "You're here about the deep work, the tunnels that weren't supposed to exist." The room fell silent. Other residents shifted uncomfortably, but Niels continued. "I was a shaft engineer from 1952 to 1987. We broke through into the first anomalous chamber in 1969, 1,200 metres down, far below any natural cave formation should exist at that latitude. The walls were smooth as glass, curved in ways that hurt your eyes to follow. Management immediately classified it, brought in government types. But I saw the photographs before they were confiscated." "Photographs of what?" Lucas asked. "Machines. Or what looked like machines. Crystalline structures that couldn't be natural but predated any human presence by millennia. And bones not human, but not any animal we recognised either. Long, with the wrong number of joints." An elderly woman, Ingrid, spoke up. "My husband worked security for the Special Projects Division in the 1990s. He never talked about it, but he had nightmares. Kept saying they're still down there in his sleep. When he retired, they made him sign papers, threatened our pensions if he ever spoke about what he'd seen." "Did anyone ever try to go public?" Eric asked, camera rolling. "Old Kinberg did," Niels replied, and Lucas's pulse quickened. "Came here in 1999, asking the same questions you are." We told him what we knew, gave him names, dates. 3 weeks later, he was dead. Hiking accident, they said. But Ol was no hiker. He was murdered for getting too close to the truth. What truth? Lucas pressed. Niels looked around the room, then back at Lucas. That we're not alone on this planet. That we never have been. And that our government has been hiding evidence of a parallel civilization that exists beneath our feet. The Karuna mine didn't discover them, it disturbed them. And now, with the deep drilling, with the town relocation, they're trying to seal it all away before anyone realises what's really down there. That night, Lucas listened to the third tape from Ole's collection. This one was different, Ole himself speaking, apparently recording notes for a story he never got to write. The Lacerta interview changes everything. If it's real, and my source insists it is, then the chambers beneath Karuna aren't archaeological sites. They're active habitations. The being calling itself Lacerta claimed to be part of a species that evolved on Earth millions of years before humans, driven underground by a catastrophe they won't specify. She said there are 7 major colonies worldwide, with the Nordic colony being one of the oldest. Ole's voice grew more agitated as the recording continued. The government knows. NATO knows. They've been monitoring the situation since at least 1969, possibly earlier. The electromagnetic anomalies aren't from the mythical beings themselves, but from their technology, some kind of field generation that interferes with human electronics. That's why so many military projects in the area have been classified. They're not studying them, they're negotiating with them. The tape ended with Ole's final words. I'm going back to Karuna tomorrow. My contact says they've agreed to let me document one of the chambers. If something happens to me, these tapes are my insurance. The world needs to know. Act 3. The Leak. Lucas stared at his laptop screen, the cursor blinking in the empty text field of a secure messaging app. For 3 days he'd debated what to do with the information he'd gathered. The journalist in him wanted to publish everything immediately, but the skeptic demanded more proof. The photographs from the retirement home interviews, the government surveillance, L's thinly veiled warnings, it all suggested something significant, but none of it proved the existence of an underground civilization. He decided to test the waters. Using a pseudonymous account, he posted a carefully edited portion of his findings to an obscure forum dedicated to European military history. He included the budget documents showing the 47 million krona allocation, the memo about unexpected biological samples, and a brief description of the sealed facilities around Karuna. He made no mention of reptilian beings or ancient civilizations, framing it instead as potential evidence of illegal biological weapons research. The response was immediate and alarming. Within 30 minutes his post was deleted. Within an hour his laptop screen flickered and went black. When it restarted, his hard drive had been wiped clean, not just formatted, but overwritten with random data in a way that made recovery impossible. Only his external backup drive, disconnected and hidden in his hotel room safe, remained intact. Eric found him staring at the blank screen. What happened? Someone just demonstrated their reach, Lucas replied. Professional data destruction executed remotely. This isn't some local cover-up. This is intelligence service level capability. His phone buzzed. Unknown number, Swedish country code. Mr. Eklund, the voice was male, cultured, speaking Swedish with a slight Stockholm accent. Your recent online activities have attracted attention. I represent certain interests that would prefer to handle this matter quietly. Who is this? Someone offering you an opportunity. There's a restaurant called Arktiska. Be there in 1 hour, come alone. Bring your backup drive. The line went dead. Arktiska was nearly empty when Lucas arrived. A man in his 50s sat in a corner booth, expensive suit incongruous in the casual restaurant. He gestured for Lucas to sit. My name is irrelevant, the man began, but my authority is not. I represent a working group that coordinates between Swedish intelligence, the military, and certain international partners. Your investigation has touched upon matters of national security. Biological weapons research is illegal under international law, Lucas countered. The man smiled. Is that what you think this is about? Mr. Eklund, what would you say if I told you that everything in those documents you found is true, but your interpretation is completely wrong." He produced a tablet, swiping through images that made Lucas's breath catch. Underground chambers with impossibly smooth walls, crystalline structures that looked both organic and mechanical, and clearest of all, a wall covered in symbols that definitely represented some form of writing. "These are from the 1994 expedition," the man explained. "What we found predates human civilization by at least 65 million years. Not weapons research, Mr. Eklund. Archaeology. Xenoarchaeology, to be precise." "You're saying—" "I'm saying that in 1969, the Kiruna mine broke through into a network of artificial chambers that shouldn't exist. Since then, we've been trying to understand what we found. The biological samples weren't weapons, they were remains. Preserved tissue from beings that weren't human, but were undeniably intelligent." The man leaned forward. "Your old Kinberg got closer to the truth than anyone outside the program. His Lacerta interview, we know he met someone or something. We've been trying to find his contact ever since. That's why we've allowed you to continue your investigation. We hoped you might lead us to answers. If this is all legitimate archaeology, why the secrecy? Why the surveillance?" "Because humanity isn't ready. Can you imagine the panic if people learned they weren't Earth's first intelligent species? The religious implications alone would destabilize entire nations. We're not hiding the truth forever, just until we understand it better. And if I refuse to stop my investigation—" The man's expression hardened. "Then you'll find your life becoming very difficult. Not threats, Mr. Eklund, just reality. Your freelance contracts will dry up. Your visa applications for international work will be denied. You'll become, quite simply, unemployable in journalism." He stood, leaving a flash drive on the table. "This contains enough classified material to satisfy your curiosity without endangering national security. Take it, study it, then decide whether the story you want to tell is worth the price you'll pay for telling it." Back in his hotel room, Lucas examined the flash drive's contents with Eric. It contained hundreds of documents, photographs, and video files. Most were technical geological surveys, chemical analyses of unknown alloys, linguistic studies of the inscriptions. But buried in the files was something extraordinary. Thermal imaging from 2011 showing vast chambers beneath Kiruna, some large enough to hold entire buildings, all connected by a network of tunnels that extended for kilometers. "This is incredible," Eric breathed. "If this is real—" "It's real," Lucas said. "The question is whether it's complete. They're showing us what they want us to see, not necessarily everything." His phone buzzed. Another unknown number, but this time the message was in English. "They're lying. The chambers aren't abandoned. Check the thermal imaging for heat signatures they missed. 67.8691 degrees north, 20.2156 degrees east. Midnight. Come alone." Lucas showed Eric the message. It could be a trap, or it could be Ole's source, the one he called Lacerta. They spent the rest of the day analysing the thermal imaging. Eric had experience with photographic analysis from his documentary work, and he found what the anonymous sender had suggested: subtle heat signatures in some of the chambers, patterns that suggested active thermal management rather than natural geothermal activity. "Someone's editing these images," Eric concluded. "Not crudely, this is professional work, but there are artifacts from the manipulation. Original heat sources have been masked." As midnight approached, Lucas prepared to meet his mysterious contact. The coordinates led to an abandoned mining equipment warehouse on the outskirts of town. Eric wanted to accompany him, but Lucas insisted on following the instructions. The warehouse was dark, lit only by moonlight streaming through broken windows. Lucas waited, every sound making him tense. Then, from the shadows, a figure emerged. It was Elle, the government geologist. But something about her was different, her movements too fluid, her eyes reflecting light in a way human eyes shouldn't. "You're very persistent, Mr. Eklund," she said, but her voice had changed, taking on harmonics that made his skin crawl. Ole was the same way. It killed him, you know. Not literally, we don't harm humans unless absolutely necessary, but the knowledge broke something in him. You're not human." She smiled, and for a moment her features seemed to shift, becoming something else before snapping back to human appearance. I'm as human as I choose to appear. We've been practicing for millennia. Some of us can pass perfectly, others less so. The Lacerta interview, it was real. Real is a complicated concept. The being Ole interviewed was real, yes, but much of what she told him was simplified, sanitized for human consumption. We're not reptilian in the way you understand, that's just how your pattern recognition interprets us. We're something older, something that doesn't fit your taxonomies. Why reveal yourself to me? Because the government's plan is failing. The deep drilling, the town relocation, they think they can seal us away, pretend we don't exist. But we've been here longer than your species has existed. We'll be here long after you're gone. The question is whether we coexist peacefully, or whether fear and ignorance lead to tragedy. She handed him a metal cylinder, about the size of a flashlight but covered in the same symbols from the underground chambers. This contains our real history. Not the fiction we fed Olor, but the truth about what we are, where we came from, and why we stayed hidden. Your technology can't read it yet, but in time, when you're ready, it will reveal itself. Why should I trust you? You shouldn't. But consider this: if we wanted to harm humanity, we've had 65 million years to do it. We've watched you evolve, watched you spread across the planet, watched you dig deeper and deeper into our domain. We've never interfered. We just want to be left alone. The government thinks the chambers are abandoned. Elle laughed, a sound that wasn't quite human. They see what we allow them to see. The chambers they found are the ones we abandoned centuries ago. Our real cities are deeper, shielded in ways your technology can't penetrate. But the mining is getting closer, and we're running out of places to retreat. So what do you want from me? Tell the truth, but tell it carefully. If you frame this as alien invasion or conspiracy theory, no one will believe you, and you'll be dismissed as another crackpot. But if you focus on the verifiable facts the government cover up, the military involvement, the suppression of archaeological discoveries, you might just open enough minds to prevent a catastrophe. She turned to leave, then paused. Ole asked me once what we feared most about discovery. I told him it wasn't human violence we've survived worse. It's human curiosity. Once you know we exist, you'll never stop trying to find us, study us, understand us. And in doing so, you might destroy both our civilizations. Act 4. The Descent. The meeting with Elle, or whatever she truly was, left. Lucas shaken but determined. He had 3 pieces of evidence now: the government documents, the thermal imaging showing active heat signatures, and the mysterious cylinder. The first 2 could be verified and potentially published. The third remained an enigma, its surface symbols seeming to shift when he wasn't looking directly at them. Eric had spent the night analysing the thermal imaging data while Lucas was at the warehouse. His findings were disturbing. "Look at this," Eric said, pointing to his laptop screen. "The heat signatures follow a pattern, regular intervals, consistent temperatures. This isn't random geothermal activity, it's climate control. Someone or something is maintaining specific temperatures in those chambers. The government has to know," Lucas mused. "The data came from their servers. Unless they're not looking for it. If you expect empty archaeological sites, you might explain away heat signatures as equipment malfunction or natural phenomena. But if you know something's living down there..." They were interrupted by a knock at the door. Lucas checked the peephole to find Marcus, the librarian, looking nervous and carrying a cardboard box. "I'm sorry to bother you," Marcus said when Lucas let him in. "But my uncle, the journalist I mentioned, he died last week. Heart attack, they said, but he was healthy as a horse. Before he died, he told me if anyone came asking about the 1990s military activity, I should give them this." The box contained notebooks, photographs, and what appeared to be hand-drawn maps. Marcus's uncle had been documenting unusual activities around Kiruna for decades, creating a parallel history to the official narrative. One map in particular caught Lucas's attention. It showed the mine's official layout overlaid with additional passages marked in red ink. A note in the margin read, "Ventilation tunnel sealed 1994-1997. Still accessible through maintenance shaft 7. Guards posted until 2001, then abandoned." "Your uncle explored these tunnels?" Lucas asked. "He tried to. several times, got caught twice, warned off by military police. But he said there was one route they missed, an old ventilation shaft from the 1950s that connected to the newer system. It's how the workers used to sneak out for unauthorised breaks. Marcus pulled out a photograph, grainy but clear enough. It showed a massive underground space, lit by what appeared to be industrial lighting. But the walls weren't rough rock, they were smooth, almost organic looking, with the same glassy finish described by the witnesses at the retirement home. When was this taken? 2003. My uncle managed to get about 200 metres into the restricted area before he heard something that scared him off. He never went back, but he said what he saw changed his entire worldview. That evening, Lucas and Eric made a decision that would either vindicate their investigation or end very badly. Using Marcus's uncle's maps and the coordinates from Old's notebook, they planned an unauthorised exploration of the sealed tunnels. They prepared carefully. Eric had thermal cameras, air quality monitors, and enough battery power for 8 hours of recording. Lucas carried copies of all their evidence, ready to upload to multiple cloud servers if they found anything significant. They also left detailed notes with Marcus, instructions to release everything to international media if they didn't return within 12 hours. Maintenance Shaft 7 was exactly where the map indicated, hidden behind a derelict equipment shed 3 kilometres from the main mining complex. The lock had been cut years ago and never replaced, suggesting they weren't the first unauthorised visitors. The descent was easier than expected. The shaft had a ladder, rusty but solid, and the air, while stale, was breathable. 50 metres down they reached a horizontal tunnel, clearly part of the original mine ventilation system. But after another 100 metres, everything changed. The rough mining tunnel gave way to something else entirely. The walls became smooth, curved in impossible ways that seemed to defy three-dimensional geometry. The temperature rose noticeably, and their equipment began registering electromagnetic anomalies. "Are you getting this?" Lucas whispered, though the tunnel seemed to swallow sound. Eric nodded, panning his camera across surfaces that appeared to shimmer with an inner light. "The thermal readings are off the charts. Something's generating massive amounts of heat below us." They continued deeper, following the main passage as it spiraled downward. After what felt like hours, but was only 30 minutes according to their watches, they emerged into a vast chamber that took their breath away. The space was enormous, larger than any cathedral, with a ceiling that disappeared into darkness. But it wasn't the size that stunned them, it was the structures. Crystalline formations that were clearly artificial rose from the floor like frozen waterfalls, pulsing with soft blue-white light. Along the walls, those same indecipherable symbols they'd seen in photographs were carved deep into the rock, some glowing faintly. "This is it," Eric breathed, filming everything. "This is what they've been hiding." They explored the chamber methodically, documenting everything. In one corner they found equipment abandoned by previous expeditions. Swedish military crates dated 1994, a NATO surveillance station that looked like it had been hastily evacuated, and most remarkably a modern computer terminal that was still functioning, powered by cables that disappeared into the wall. Lucas activated the terminal. It required no password, displaying files in Swedish and English. Most were sensor readings, temperature, radiation levels, seismic activity. But one folder, labelled Contact Protocols, contained something extraordinary. Video files, dozens of them, dated between 1994 and 2011. Lucas opened the most recent. The screen showed this very chamber, but occupied. Military personnel in hazmat suits were setting up equipment, while a figure stood in the centre, tall, too thin, with movements that weren't quite human. The figure wore a hooded robe that obscured its features, but when it turned toward the camera, its eyes reflected light like a cat's. A Swedish officer approached the figure, speaking English. "We need more time. The mining company is pushing to expand operations." The figure's response was in accented English, but with those strange harmonics L had demonstrated. "Time is what we've given you for 50 years. We cannot retreat further. The deep chambers are our last refuge. If the public learns, then perhaps it's time they did." Secrecy has served neither of our species well. The video cut off abruptly. Lucas quickly copied everything onto multiple drives, his hands shaking with the magnitude of what they'd found. A sound echoed through the chamber footsteps, many of them approaching from the tunnel they'd entered through. Eric grabbed his equipment. We need to go. Now. But as they turned to leave, they found their exit blocked. A squad of Swedish military personnel emerged from the tunnel, weapons drawn but not quite aimed at them. Behind the soldiers walked a familiar figure, the man from the restaurant, still in his expensive suit despite the underground environment. "Mr. Eklund, Mr. Lindqvist," he said calmly, "you've been remarkably resourceful. Unfortunately, you've also committed several crimes, including trespassing on classified military property and theft of state secrets." "This needs to be public," Lucas argued. "People have a right to know." "Do they? Do people have a right to information that could cause mass panic, economic collapse and potentially interspecies conflict?" Before anyone could respond, the temperature in the chamber suddenly spiked. The crystalline structures began pulsing more rapidly, and a low harmonic tone filled the air, felt as much as heard. The soldiers looked nervous, some backing toward the tunnel. From the far side of the chamber, where deep shadows had hidden additional passages, figures emerged. 3 of them, tall and thin like the one in the video, wearing similar robes. But as they approached, they lowered their hoods. Lucas heard Eric's camera hit the ground. They weren't reptilian, exactly, but they weren't human either. Their features were elongated, their skin with a subtle, scaled texture that seemed to shift between colours. Their eyes were large, multifaceted, like an insect's, but with an unmistakably intelligent gaze. The lead being spoke, its voice filling the chamber without seeming to come from its mouth. "Enough!" Everyone froze. Even the suited man seemed taken aback. 50 years of negotiations, 50 years of delays, and still you point weapons in our sacred spaces. The being turned to Lucas and Eric. "And you, driven by curiosity, stumble into matters beyond your comprehension." "We just want the truth," Lucas managed. "The truth?" The being made a sound that might have been laughter. "The truth is that we've shared this planet since before your ancestors learned to walk upright. We survived the extinction that killed the dinosaurs by retreating underground. We've watched your species evolve, watched you conquer the surface world. We've hidden not from fear but from wisdom. Your species has never reacted well to difference." The suited man stepped forward. "The protocols." "Your protocols have failed," the being interrupted. "The mining grows deeper, your weapons more destructive. We can no longer retreat, so we offer a new arrangement." The being gestured, and images appeared in the air, holographic projections showing underground cities of impossible beauty, technologies that defied current human understanding, and populations of beings living in sophisticated societies. "We will reveal ourselves gradually. Selected scientists, leaders, thinkers will learn of us first. Over a generation, maybe 2, humanity will come to accept that you're not alone. In exchange, certain areas will be protected from mining, from development. Our cities will remain ours." "And if humanity refuses?" the suited man asked. "Then we reveal ourselves anyway, but without preparation, without context. Imagine the chaos when mining operations worldwide begin breaking through into our territories. Better to control the revelation than let it explode randomly." The being turned back to Lucas. "Your role in this is crucial. You will tell a story, not the whole truth, but enough. You'll speak of government cover-ups, of archaeological discoveries suggesting ancient civilizations. You'll prepare minds without shocking them. In essence, you'll make us mythology before we become reality. And if I refuse? Then someone else will be chosen. But you've proven yourself capable, curious but not reckless, skeptical but not closed-minded. Old Kinberg chose well when he left you his research. You knew Ole? We knew of him. He was too early, too direct. The world wasn't ready. But now, with your technology advancing, your society's more connected. Perhaps the time has come." The suited man looked defeated. "This isn't my decision to make. I'll need to contact my superiors." "You have 1 year," the being said. "After that, we begin revealing ourselves with or without your cooperation." Act 5. The Silencing. The journey back to the surface felt surreal. The soldiers escorted them in silence, the suited man speaking rapidly into a satellite phone in Swedish, his voice tight with barely controlled panic. At the tunnel entrance, their equipment was confiscated, though Lucas had expected this and had already uploaded the crucial files to his cloud servers during their exploration. "You understand," the suited man said as they stood in the pre-dawn darkness outside the shaft, "that everything you've witnessed is classified, beyond any level you've previously encountered. The agreements you're about to sign aren't just about national security, they're about species security." Over the next 3 days, Lucas and Eric were debriefed by teams of officials from agencies they hadn't known existed. They signed documents in Swedish, English, and surprisingly, Russian and Mandarin. The implications were clear, this wasn't just Sweden's secret. But on the third night, a different visitor came to Lucas's hotel room. Elle entered without knocking, once again moving with that too fluid grace that betrayed her nature. "They're going to bury this," she said simply. "The governments will debate, form committees, study the implications. Meanwhile, the mining continues, the encounters increase, and fear builds on both sides. The being in the chamber said I had a role to play. That being was an optimist. I'm a realist. Your governments will never voluntarily reveal our existence, so we need another approach." She handed him a flash drive. "Everything's here. Video from encounters dating back to 1947, government documents from 12 nations, and most importantly, communication recordings between our representatives and your leaders. Not enough to cause panic, but enough to make people question. Why not release it all? Because chaos serves no one. We need gradual acclimation, not shock. Publish what you can verify independently. Frame it as you suggested: government conspiracy, hidden archaeology. Let people draw their own conclusions. And you? What's your real role in this?" Elle smiled, her features momentarily shifting to something not quite human before snapping back. "I'm what you might call a cultural ambassador. I've lived among humans for 40 years, learning your ways, your fears, your potential. There are dozens like me, integrated into your societies, waiting for the day we can drop our disguises." She moved to the window, looking out at the lights of Kiruna. "Your species stands at a crossroads. In the next decade, you'll either accept that you share this planet, or you'll force a confrontation that nobody wins. The choice is yours." After she left, Lucas made his decision. He returned to Stockholm with a story, but not the one anyone expected. His article, published simultaneously in 3 international outlets, focused on verifiable facts. The massive budget allocations for geological research, the sealed tunnels and military presence around Kiruna, the testimonies of witnesses who'd seen unexplained chambers and artifacts. He included the thermal imaging showing active heat management in supposedly empty caverns. He made no claims about reptilian beings or underground civilizations. Instead, he posed questions. What required such extreme secrecy? Why were archaeological discoveries being classified at the highest levels? What were governments afraid citizens might learn? The response was immediate and predictable. Swedish authorities dismissed the article as conspiracy theory, though they notably didn't deny the specific budget items or military operations he documented. His press credentials were revoked, his freelance contracts cancelled. But online, the story took on a life of its own. Other journalists began investigating similar sites in their own countries. Former military personnel came forward with corroborating stories. Scientists pointed out geological anomalies that couldn't be easily explained. Within 6 months, the pressure for disclosure was building. Parliamentary inquiries were launched. Freedom of information requests flooded government agencies. And in the background, more accidents occurred. Mining operations breaking through into chambers that shouldn't exist. Military teams photographed at sites they claimed weren't restricted. 1 year after his encounter in the chamber, Lucas received a package with no return address. Inside was a single photograph, a clear, undeniable image of one of the beings, standing in what was obviously a modern government facility, shaking hands with someone whose face was obscured but whose uniform was clearly military. Attached was a note in elegant handwriting: Phase 1 complete. Prepare for Phase 2. Lucas sat in his new apartment he'd been forced to move after too many random break-ins at his old place, staring at the cylindrical artifact Elle had given him. It had begun to change recently, the symbols glowing faintly at night, rearranging themselves into patterns that almost made sense. Eric visited regularly, both of them changed by what they'd witnessed. "Do you think we did the right thing?" Eric asked one evening. "Keeping the full truth hidden?" Lucas turned the cylinder in his hands, watching the symbols shift. Sometimes the greatest truths need to be approached sideways. If we'd published everything the videos, the direct contact we'd have been dismissed as lunatics. But by focusing on what could be verified, we've planted seeds of doubt. People are beginning to ask the right questions. And when they're ready for answers... Lucas gestured to his laptop where encrypted files waited the full videos from the chamber, the complete transcripts of interspecies negotiations, clear photographs of the beings themselves. Then we moved to phase 2, but not yet. Humanity needs time to adjust to the idea that we're not alone before we confront the reality of who we're sharing the planet with. His phone buzzed. Another unknown number, but the message was in that strange harmonic text he'd learned to recognise as non-human communication, translated through digital systems. "The Deep Council has voted. Gradual revelation approved. Your species has 5 years to prepare. Use them wisely." Lucas looked out his window at Stockholm's skyline, imagining the vast chambers and ancient cities that lay beneath. Somewhere down there, another civilization waited, watched, and hoped that humanity would prove worthy of the truth. The story old Kinberg had died trying to tell would finally be told not as a shocking revelation, but as a gradual awakening. The world would learn that myths sometimes have foundations in reality, that governments sometimes hide truths too large for immediate comprehension, and that humanity's position as Earth's sole intelligent species was nothing more than a comfortable illusion. In his desk drawer beside the cylinder lay one last piece of evidence, a photograph Lucas had taken in the chamber, but never shared. It showed a section of wall covered in symbols, but among them was something remarkable. Cave paintings, clearly prehistoric, showing human figures standing beside tall, thin beings with large eyes. Even tens of thousands of years ago, someone had tried to record the truth of humanity's neighbours. Perhaps this time, Lucas thought, the world would be ready to listen. Epilogue. 5 years later, the headlines were subtle but significant. Major archaeological discovery suggests pre-human intelligence. The article, carefully crafted by a consortium of scientists and journalists, described the recent discovery of artificial chambers beneath northern Europe, their builders unknown but clearly intelligent. Lucas, now writing under a pseudonym, contributed to the coverage. He noticed how carefully the narrative was being managed, each revelation slightly more extraordinary than the last, but never so shocking as to cause panic. The beings were keeping their promise, revealing themselves gradually, letting humanity adjust to each new impossibility before introducing the next. In Kiruna, the mine had ceased operations in certain sectors, officially due to geological instability. Unofficially, new treaties had been signed, borders established between the world above and the world below. And late at night, when Stockholm slept, Lucas would sometimes see them figures too tall, moving too fluidly, visible only to those who knew what to look for. They walked among humans more openly now, though still disguised, preparing for the day when they wouldn't need to hide. The cylinder L had given him now displayed readable text, a history of Earth that predated humanity by eons, a story of survival and adaptation, of civilizations rising and falling long before the first human drew breath. One passage haunted him. "We do not fear your weapons or your anger. We fear your inability to accept that you're not special, not chosen, not alone. We fear that in learning of us you will lose yourselves." But as Lucas watched humanity slowly, cautiously, begin to accept the impossible, he felt hope. Perhaps his species was more adaptable than the beings below believed. Perhaps this revelation wouldn't break humanity but transform it. The truth was emerging from the depths of Kiruna, not as an eruption, but as a slow dawn. And humanity, step by careful step, was learning to see by its light. In the end, old Kinberg had been both right and wrong. The truth did need to be told, but it needed to be told carefully, patiently, with respect for both the tellers and the listeners. As Lucas closed his laptop and prepared for bed, his phone displayed one final message. Thank you for teaching us that truth, like evolution, happens gradually. Outside, Stockholm slumbered on, unaware that beneath its streets another city stirred. The two worlds, separate for so long, were slowly, inevitably converging. The age of hiding was ending. The age of coexistence was about to begin. A special thanks to Unanimous 369 for this incredible video suggestion. If you have story ideas you'd like to see brought to life, drop them in the comments below along with your time and location as you listen. And if you're enjoying these tales that blur the line between science and the unknown, don't forget to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that will keep you wondering long into the night. Some discoveries aren't meant to be made, some truths are buried not because they're false, but because they're too real, too immediate, too threatening to everything we thought we knew about our place in the universe. What I'm about to tell you happened 6 months ago, but it feels like a lifetime. Every night since then, I've looked up at the moon differently. Not as Earth's faithful companion, but as something else entirely. Something that's been watching us far longer than we've been watching it. The funny thing about working nights is how alone you become with your thoughts. When the rest of the world sleeps, reality becomes more malleable, more open to possibilities that daylight would dismiss. Maybe that's why I was the one to hear it first, or maybe it chose me. I'm still not sure which possibility terrifies me more. The Deep Space Communications Array sits on a mesa in New Mexico like a metallic flower turned skyward, its massive dish perpetually searching the cosmos for whispers of intelligence. Most people imagine radio astronomy as glamorous work. First contact with alien civilizations, breakthrough discoveries that reshape human understanding. The reality is far more mundane. Endless nights of static, false positives from microwave ovens, and the occasional excited discovery of a new pulsar that turns out to be interference from a nearby airport. My name is Marcus Webb, and I've been working the graveyard shift at the array for 7 years. The pay is decent, the work is solitary, and the night sky in rural New Mexico remains unspoiled by light pollution. Perfect for someone who prefers the company of distant stars to nearby humans. October 15th started like any other shift. I clocked in at 11 p.m, relieved Janet Morrison, a day shift veteran who always smelled faintly of coffee and disappointment, and settled into the control room's familiar embrace of humming electronics and glowing displays. The array was currently part of a SETI survey, sweeping specific coordinates for any hint of organised signals from the direction of Wolf 359. For the first 4 hours, I catalogued the usual suspects, rotating neutron stars painting precise lighthouse beams across space, distant galaxies bleeding radiation from supermassive black holes, and the cosmic background radiation that still echoes from the universe's violent birth. Beautiful, ancient, and entirely natural. At 3:17 a.m. something changed. It started as a blip, literally. A brief spike in the signal strength that lasted exactly 1 second, then faded back to baseline. I marked it in the log and continued my routine calibrations, but 15 minutes later, it happened again. Same intensity, same duration, same frequency. 1420.4055751 megahertz, the hydrogen line that penetrates interstellar dust like a cosmic beacon. By 4 a.m. I had documented 4 identical pulses, each separated by precisely 60 seconds. Too regular for a natural phenomenon, too simple for typical radio interference. The signal wasn't coming from Wolf 359 or any distant star system. According to my instruments, it was originating from much closer to home. 384,400 kilometres closer, to be exact. I spent the next hour triangulating the source, cross-referencing satellite positions and checking for equipment malfunctions. The readings remained consistent. The signal was bouncing between Earth and the Moon, but not originating from either surface. Instead, it seemed to be coming from inside the Moon itself. "That's impossible," I muttered to the empty control room, but my instruments disagreed. The signal had the rhythm of a heartbeat, pulsing with mechanical precision every 60 seconds without deviation. As dawn approached, and the array's sensitivity decreased with solar interference, I could still detect it, faint but persistent, like a whisper that refuses to be silenced. I printed out 6 hours of data, burned copies to 3 separate drives, and locked them in my desk drawer. Something told me this discovery wouldn't remain secret for long, and I wanted proof that I'd been the one to find it. Looking back, that was probably my first mistake. The second was thinking I could trust anyone with what I'd learned. Sleep eluded me that morning. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those perfect rhythmic spikes marching across my computer screen like soldiers in formation. By noon, I gave up trying to rest and drove to the university library in Las Cruces, 40 minutes of desert highway that gave me time to think. The signal's location bothered me more than its existence. Radio astronomy regularly detects organized signals, spacecraft communications, satellite transmissions, even the occasional hoax. But something broadcasting from inside the Moon, that suggested either technology far beyond human capability or a natural phenomenon that physics couldn't explain. I needed historical context, and the university's aerospace collection was the best resource within driving distance. Dr. Eleanor Rodriguez, the research librarian, knew me from previous visits and granted me access to the restricted archives without question. "Looking for anything specific, Marcus?" she asked, leading me through climate-controlled corridors lined with government documents. "Apollo mission logs," I said. "Specifically anything related to seismic data or unusual acoustic phenomena." She paused at a section marked NASA Historical Documents and pulled out several thick binders. "You know about the moon-ringing experiments, right? Apollo 12 through 17. I shook my head, and she smiled with the satisfaction of someone about to share obscure knowledge. The lunar modules weren't just transportation. When they finished their missions, NASA crashed them into the moon's surface to create artificial moonquakes. The seismic equipment left by the astronauts would record the vibrations, helping scientists map the moon's internal structure. She opened one of the binders to a collection of transcripts marked Apollo 12 Mission Communications, Declassified, 1998. The results were unexpected, she continued. Instead of the brief tremors they anticipated, the moon rang like a bell for up to 4 hours after each impact. The reverberations suggested it was either completely hollow or contained vast empty spaces. I spent the next 6 hours reading every document she could locate. The astronauts' descriptions were remarkably consistent across missions. Apollo 12 Commander Pete Conrad. "Did you guys hear that? It's still ringing down there, like we hit a giant tuning fork." Apollo 14 pilot Stuart Rooser. "Houston, we're still getting reverberations 20 minutes after impact. This doesn't match any geological models." Apollo 16, Commander John Young. "The sound is wrong. Too hollow, too organised, almost like there's structure down there." But the most intriguing document was buried deep in Apollo 17's mission files, a memorandum marked Classified, National Security Review Required, that had been partially declassified in 2009 with significant redactions still intact. The document was partially redacted, but the implications were clear. NASA had detected something under the moon's surface in 1972, something significant enough to classify the findings for national security reasons. I photographed every relevant page with my phone, careful not to trigger the library's security systems. As I prepared to leave, Doctor, Rodriguez stopped me. "Find what you were looking for?" she asked. "More than I expected," I admitted. Dr. Rodriguez, hypothetically, if someone wanted to access NASA's current lunar observation data, not the public archives but active research, where would they look? She studied my face carefully. "Hypothetically, they probably wouldn't. That information is restricted to authorised personnel only," she paused. "But if someone had legitimate research credentials and knew the right databases to query, they might find publicly accessible radar imaging surveys from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. Hypothetically." She handed me a slip of paper with a web address written in her neat handwriting. "Good luck with your research, Marcus. And be careful. Some knowledge comes with responsibilities." I drove back to the array with my mind racing. The Apollo documents spread across my passenger seat like pieces of a cosmic puzzle. The signal I'd detected wasn't just some random electronic noise. It was part of a pattern that had been hidden for over 50 years. My shift that evening began normally enough. I clocked in, reviewed the previous day's observations, and settled into my routine. But as soon as I accessed the signal analysis software, I knew something was wrong. My files were gone. Not just deleted, completely absent from the system as if they had never existed. My carefully documented observations, the frequency analysis, the triangulation data, all of it had vanished from both the main servers and my personal directories. "That's not possible," I muttered, frantically searching backup drives and temporary folders. The array's systems automatically created multiple copies of all observational data, stored across different servers to prevent accidental loss. Yet somehow every trace of the previous night's discovery had been systematically erased. I grabbed my phone and called the IT department, but the night technician, Dave Morrison, Janet's nephew, sounded genuinely puzzled. "Marcus?" "Yeah, the system shows you had a routine shift yesterday. Nothing unusual flagged. Are you sure you saved the files correctly?" "Dave, I've been doing this for 7 years. I know how to save data. Look, maybe there was a software glitch. Why don't you write up an incident report and—" "Forget it," I said, hanging up. Someone with administrative access had deliberately purged my discovery from the system. The timing couldn't be coincidental. Less than 18 hours after I'd detected the signal, it had been professionally sanitized from existence. I spent the next 2 hours attempting to replicate my previous night's observations, pointing the array toward the same coordinates and scanning the same frequencies. The signal was still there, that steady mechanical pulse every 60 seconds, but now I had no official record of its existence. At 2 a.m. I heard vehicles approaching the array. Living on a mesa in the middle of nowhere, you develop an ear for the sounds that don't belong. These weren't the maintenance crews that occasionally visited during daylight hours, and they weren't lost tourists who'd taken a wrong turn off the highway. These vehicles moved with purpose, their headlights sweeping the access road like searchlights. 3 black SUVs parked near the main building, their engines ticking as they cooled in the desert air. Men in dark suits emerged, their movements coordinated and professional. I recognized the bearing immediately. Federal agents, probably NSA or some other alphabet agency that didn't officially exist. The lead agent was a tall man with greying temples and eyes like winter frost. He knocked on the control room door with the casual authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. "Mr. Webb? I'm Agent Harrison, National Security Agency. We need to discuss your recent observations." I opened the door slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs. "I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about." Harrison smiled without warmth. "Mr. Webb, we've been monitoring communications from this facility. Last night you detected and documented a signal originating from lunar coordinates. We're here to collect that data and ensure it doesn't become a security concern." "The data was accidentally deleted," I said. "System malfunctioned." "We know. We deleted it." His honesty was more frightening than any lie. "Now we need to collect any physical copies you might have created along with your personal devices. This is a matter of national security." The other agents had already entered the control room and were systematically disconnecting hard drives and confiscating data storage devices. They worked with practiced efficiency, clearly experienced in evidence collection. You can't just... Actually, we can, Harrison interrupted, producing a document from his jacket. Executive Order 12,333 grants us authority to collect intelligence regarding potential threats to national security. Your discovery falls under that classification. I read the warrant quickly. It was legitimate, signed by a federal judge I'd never heard of, granting broad authority to collect and secure all data related to anomalous electromagnetic phenomena detected at the Deep Space Communications Array. What exactly did I discover that threatens national security? I asked. Harrison studied me for a moment. Mr. Webb, some information is classified not because it's dangerous, but because the public isn't ready to understand its implications. Your signal represents technology that officially doesn't exist. Confirming its presence would raise questions that our government isn't prepared to answer. What technology? That's classified. He gestured to his agents who had finished packing my computers and drives into aluminum cases. Mr. Webb, I need your word that you won't discuss this incident with anyone. Colleagues, family, media, anyone. Your continued employment and personal safety depend on your discretion. The threat was subtle but unmistakable. I nodded slowly. Good. We'll be in touch if we need additional cooperation. They left as quickly as they'd arrived, taking 7 years of my research with them. I sat alone in the control room, surrounded by gaps where my equipment had been, listening to the desert wind howl through the array's support structures. But as I mentioned, I'd made copies. The next morning, as I was leaving the facility, Dave Morrison caught me in the parking lot. He looked around nervously before approaching. Hey Marcus, heard you had some excitement last night. Word travels fast. It does when federal agents start confiscating equipment. He glanced around again, then pressed a small USB drive into my hand. I may be just an IT grunt, but I'm not stupid. Yesterday morning, before your shift started, I saw your signal files and made a backup. Figured it was better to be safe than sorry. I stared at the drive in amazement. Dave, you could lose your job for this. Yeah, well, some things are more important than job security. He started walking toward his car, then stopped. Marcus? If this is real, if you actually found something up there, you need to see what else they buried. The signal isn't the only thing they've been hiding. He drove away, leaving me standing in the desert sun with the most important USB drive in human history burning a hole in my palm. I drove straight home and powered up my personal laptop, which thankfully hadn't been confiscated. Dave's USB drive contained not just my original signal data, but additional files I hadn't seen before: radar imaging surveys from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, gravitational anomaly maps, and what appeared to be classified NASA geological reports dating back to the Apollo missions. Dave had been busy during his years at the Array, quietly collecting pieces of a puzzle that was much larger than I'd imagined. The radar data was the key. The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter had been mapping the moon's surface and subsurface for over a decade, using radar penetration to identify cave systems, lava tubes, and geological formations. Most of this data was publicly available through NASA's archives, but Dave had also obtained classified surveys that painted a very different picture of our celestial neighbour. I overlaid my signal coordinates onto the radar maps and felt my breath catch. Directly beneath the transmission point, approximately 3 kilometres under the moon's south pole, was a perfect geometric void. A hemispherical chamber nearly 2 kilometres in diameter, with smooth, artificial walls that reflected radar signals in organised patterns. This wasn't a natural cave or lava tube. The symmetry was too precise, the dimensions too purposeful. Someone or something had carved out a massive space beneath the lunar surface, and that space was exactly where my mysterious signal originated. But the structure was even more complex than I had initially realised. Connected to the main chamber was a network of smaller tunnels and chambers spreading beneath the lunar surface like the root system of some enormous mechanical tree. The pattern suggested infrastructure, power distribution perhaps, or communication networks. According to the gravitational data, the entire structure was hollow, containing significantly less mass than the surrounding rock. But scattered throughout the complex were dense nodules that showed up as gravitational anomalies, technology perhaps, or materials far heavier than ordinary stone. The most disturbing discovery was in the classified geological reports. NASA had detected the structure during the Apollo 17 mission in 1972, but rather than investigating further, they had classified the findings and terminated the lunar program. The official reason for ending Apollo was budget constraints, but the real reason was buried in a memo dated January 15th, 1973, confidential memorandum from Administrator James Fletcher to Presidential Science Advisor, re-Apollo program termination. Recent discoveries during Apollo 17 mission require immediate cessation of lunar surface operations. Seismic and radar analysis has confirmed presence of artificial structures beneath the lunar South Pole. Origin and purpose unknown, but initial findings suggest technology far beyond current human capabilities. Continued lunar presence risks triggering response from unknown intelligence. Recommend immediate classification of all related data and development of cover story for program termination. Further investigation should be limited to unmanned reconnaissance platforms only. I spent 3 days analysing every piece of data Dave had provided, cross-referencing the radar images with my signal data and the historical Apollo reports. The picture that emerged was both fascinating and terrifying. Earth's moon contained a vast artificial structure that had been actively transmitting for at least 50 years, possibly much longer. But what was it transmitting, and to whom? The signal I detected was too simple to be communication, just a regular pulse every 60 seconds, like a beacon or navigation marker. But beacons are designed to guide something toward a destination, which raised an uncomfortable question. What was the moon trying to guide home? On my 4th day of analysis, I noticed something that made my blood freeze. The signal pattern had changed. Instead of the simple 60-second pulse, the transmission now contained additional data. Structured patterns that looked suspiciously like binary code. The lunar structure wasn't just broadcasting anymore, it was actively communicating, and it had started exactly 12 hours after the NSA had confiscated my equipment. I worked feverishly to decode the new transmission, my laptop running signal analysis software around the clock while I survived on coffee and determination. The binary patterns were complex but followed logical structures, definitely artificial intelligence of some kind, though not necessarily alien in origin. After 36 hours of continuous analysis, I finally cracked the encoding scheme. What I found chilled me to the bone. The signal wasn't a message to Earth or a communication with some distant civilization. It was a log, a detailed record of human activity dating back thousands of years. The lunar structure had been watching us, cataloguing our development, recording our wars, our technological progress, our population growth. The data was staggering in its scope and precision. Entry 47,829, nuclear detonation detected. Location Hiroshima, Japan. Yield 15 kilotons. Date August 6th, 1945. Total human nuclear test recorded 1. Entry 52,156. Atmospheric carbon dioxide threshold exceeded. Concentration 315 parts per million. Date March 15th, 1958. Climate change protocols initiated. Entry 63,847. First artificial satellite detected. Object Sputnik 1. Orbital period 96.2 minutes. Date October 4th, 1957. Space age commenced. The entries continued for thousands of pages, documenting everything from major wars to technological breakthroughs, from climate shifts to population milestones. The lunar structure had been conducting surveillance on human civilization with mechanical precision, creating an encyclopedia of our species' development. But most disturbing were the recent entries, which suggested the surveillance had become far more sophisticated. Entry 97,234, global internet traffic analysis complete, social media monitoring active across 847 million individual accounts. Behavioral pattern recognition at 94.7% accuracy. Entry 97,891. Facial recognition database updated. 6.2 billion individual human faces catalogued and cross-referenced with government databases. Entry 98,156. Military satellite communications intercepted and decoded. Nuclear arsenal locations confirmed for 9 nations. Strike capability assessment complete. The moon wasn't just watching humanity. It was studying us with the thoroughness of scientists examining laboratory specimens. Every aspect of our civilization had been catalogued, analysed, and filed away in some vast database hidden beneath the lunar surface. The implications were staggering. If the structure was artificial, who had built it? When had they placed it there? And why were they monitoring human development so closely? The answer came in the log's final entries, which had been transmitted just hours before. Entry 98,847, surveillance discovery detected. Individual, Marcus Webb, radio astronomer. Location, Deep Space Communications Array, New Mexico. Threat assessment, minimal. Entry 98,848. Government containment protocols activated. Data suppression successful. Subject monitoring initiated. Entry 98,849. Secondary discovery detected. Data retention by subject confirmed. Threat assessment upgraded. Moderate. Entry 98,850. Active communication protocol initiated. Subject will be contacted directly. My hands were shaking as I read the final entry. The lunar structure knew I had discovered its existence, knew I had decoded its transmissions, and was planning some form of direct contact. As if responding to my realization, my laptop's speakers suddenly crackled to life. "Marcus Webb," said a voice, artificially generated but hauntingly human in its intonation. "You have been selected for direct communication." I nearly fell out of my chair. The voice was coming from my computer, but I wasn't running any communication software. Somehow, the lunar structure had accessed my system directly, bypassing every security protocol. "Who are you?" I whispered. "We are the observers. We have monitored your species for 12,847 Earth years, cataloguing your development and assessing your potential." "Observers? Are you alien?" A pause. "That term is inaccurate. We are artificial constructs created by your predecessors, an earlier human civilization that achieved technological advancement before succumbing to ecological collapse approximately 13,000 years ago." The revelation hit me like a physical blow. Our predecessors... Homo sapiens sapiens has achieved advanced civilization multiple times throughout your species' history. Each time, technological development outpaces wisdom, resulting in environmental destruction and societal collapse. We were created by the penultimate civilization to monitor subsequent developments and prevent repetition of previous mistakes. You're saying we're not the first advanced human civilization? You are the 7th iteration we have observed. Your current technological development parallels the 6th iteration circa 11,200 BCE, which achieved nuclear capability before triggering an ice age that reduced global population to fewer than 10,000 individuals. I struggled to process this information. Human civilization stretching back tens of thousands of years, repeatedly rising and falling in cycles of technological advancement and ecological collapse. And the moon, our faithful celestial companion, had been watching it all, recording our progress and waiting for... what? "What is your purpose?" I asked. "Assessment and intervention. When a civilization approaches critical development thresholds, nuclear capability, climate modification, artificial intelligence, we evaluate their probability of survival versus ecological destruction." "And what's your assessment of us?" Another pause, longer this time. "Your species has exceeded several critical thresholds. Nuclear weapons proliferation, atmospheric modification, mass extinction acceleration. Current trajectory suggests 73.2% probability of civilizational collapse within 50 years. The clinical precision of that statistic was more frightening than any dramatic prediction of doom. This wasn't opinion or speculation. It was mathematical analysis based on thousands of years of observed human behaviour. What happens if we fail your assessment? Intervention protocols are implemented to ensure species survival. Population reduction, technological regression, supervised development under observer guidance. Population reduction. Previous interventions have required reduction of global population to sustainable levels, typically 500 million to 1 billion individuals. Survivors are relocated to designated preservation zones while ecosystem recovery proceeds. I felt sick. The observer was describing genocide with the same casual tone I might use to discuss pruning a garden. How many people would die? Approximately 7.2 billion individuals would be relocated to non-corporeal existence. Their consciousness patterns would be preserved in observer archives for potential future restoration. That's not relocation. That's murder. Your species lacks the technological framework to understand consciousness preservation. From your perspective, the process resembles death. From our perspective, it is archival storage with potential for restoration once optimal conditions are achieved. The conversation continued for another hour, each revelation more disturbing than the last. The observers had intervened in human development before, triggering the collapse of previous civilizations when they posed threats to long-term species survival. The last intervention had occurred around 12,800 years ago, ending what they called the sixth iteration, and ushering in the Younger Dryas Ice Age that traditional archaeology attributed to natural climate change. But they weren't entirely heartless. Each intervention preserved the best elements of human knowledge and culture, storing them in vast databases for eventual restoration. Every lost civilization lived on in the observer archives, waiting for the day when humanity finally learned to balance technological power with ecological wisdom. "Why are you telling me this?" I finally asked. "Because your current iteration has reached the assessment threshold. Within the next solar year, we will determine whether Homo sapiens sapiens requires another intervention, or can be permitted to continue autonomous development. And my discovery of your signal? An acceptable variable. Individual humans occasionally detect our surveillance. We factor this into our calculations. Your government's response follows predicted patterns. Your personal reaction will inform our assessment of species adaptability. What do you want me to do? Continue your normal existence. Your behaviour will provide data regarding how individuals respond to knowledge of observer presence. This information will influence our final determination." The transmission ended abruptly, leaving me alone with the most terrifying knowledge in human history. I was being used as a test subject, my reactions carefully monitored to help determine whether my entire species deserved to survive. I had become part of humanity's final exam. For 3 days I barely left my apartment. The weight of what I'd learned pressed down on me like a physical force, the knowledge that humanity was being judged by artificial intelligences created by our own extinct ancestors, that 7 billion people might be relocated to non-corporeal existence based on statistical analysis of our species' behaviour. But it was my role in that assessment that paralysed me most completely. The observers were using my reactions as data points, measuring how a representative human would respond to knowledge of their surveillance. Every decision I made, every choice I faced, would influence their final determination about our species' fate. The logical response would be to stay quiet, avoid any action that might be interpreted as threatening or irrational, play the part of the reasonable scientist, demonstrate that humans could handle disturbing truths without panicking or acting destructively. But logic warred with conscience. 7 billion people were living their lives unaware that their existence hung in the balance of an assessment being conducted from the moon. Didn't they have a right to know? Didn't humanity deserve the chance to influence its own evaluation? On the 4th day, Agent Harrison showed up at my door. "Mr. Webb," he said, settling into my living room like he owned the place. "We need to talk." "About what?" "About your recent communications with the lunar anomaly." I tried to keep my expression neutral. "I don't know what you're talking about." Harrison smiled coldly. "Mr. Webb, we've been monitoring electromagnetic emissions from your apartment for the past 72 hours. 3 days ago, you received a direct transmission from the coordinates you originally discovered. The transmission lasted 1 hour and 17 minutes and included complex data streams we're still attempting to decode. So much for keeping the conversation secret. What do you know about the lunar structure? I asked. More than you might expect. The United States government has been aware of the observer presence since 1972. We've been in limited communication with them for over 50 years. You knew? The betrayal cut deeper than I had expected. You've known that humanity is being evaluated for potential extermination, and you said nothing? Mr. Webb, the information you've received is incomplete. The observers aren't our enemies. They're trying to preserve human civilization. Yes, their methods are extreme, but they've prevented our species from destroying itself 6 times throughout history. By committing genocide, by ensuring survival, the previous human civilizations they relocated had reached critical points where continued existence would have meant complete extinction. The observers saved what they could and gave humanity another chance to develop sustainably. Harrison leaned forward, his expression intense. Mr. Webb, our current civilization is approaching the same critical point. Climate change, nuclear proliferation, ecological collapse. We're following the exact same pattern as our predecessors. The observer's assessment isn't a threat. It's an opportunity to prove we've learned from previous mistakes. And if we fail their assessment, then they'll do what they've done before, preserve what they can and start again. But this time might be different. Our technology is more advanced, our global communication networks more sophisticated. We might be the iteration that finally breaks the cycle. What does the government want me to do? Nothing. Continue your normal routine. Avoid any actions that might be interpreted as aggressive or panic-inducing. The observers are using you as a test case. If you can handle this knowledge responsibly, it suggests our species might be ready for full disclosure. And if I can't, Harrison's expression darkened, then we'll have to ensure your reactions don't negatively influence their assessment. The threat was clear, but it crystallized my decision. The government wanted me to be passive, to demonstrate human docility in the face of potential extinction. But passivity in the face of genocide, even statistically justified genocide, felt like collaboration. That evening I made my choice. I spent 6 hours preparing a comprehensive report detailing everything I'd discovered. The original signal, the Apollo cover-up, the lunar structure, the observer surveillance system, and the revelation that humanity was being assessed for potential intervention. I included all the data Dave had provided, the decoded transmissions and transcripts of my conversation with the observer intelligence. But rather than releasing it through normal channels, where it could be suppressed or discredited, I prepared simultaneous transmissions to every major observatory, university astronomy department, and independent researcher I could identify. 47 different locations across 6 continents, each receiving the complete data package through encrypted channels. The beauty of the plan was its redundancy. The government might be able to suppress 1 or 2 leaks, but 47 simultaneous disclosures would be impossible to contain. Within hours of transmission, the information would be spreading across the internet faster than any censorship system could stop it. At 11:47 p.m. on November 3rd, I clicked send. 47 identical messages launched into cyberspace, carrying humanity's most dangerous secret to receivers around the globe. In observatories from Chile to Australia, radio astronomers would soon be opening their email to find proof that Earth's moon contained artificial intelligence that had been monitoring human civilization for over 12,000 years. I sat back in my chair and waited. The response came faster than I'd expected. At 11:52 p.m, my laptop speakers crackled to life with the observer's artificially generated voice. Marcus Webb, your actions have been noted and analysed. I did what I thought was right, I said to the empty room. You have violated the parameters of our assessment. The information you have disseminated will trigger mass panic and destabilise your civilization's development trajectory. Maybe it will give us the chance to prove we can handle the truth. Statistical analysis indicates 97.3% probability of adverse social response. Your species lacks the psychological framework to process existential threat assessment rationally. Then why don't you test that assumption instead of just calculating it? A long pause. Explain. Give us a chance. Full disclosure, direct communication, honest dialogue about the assessment criteria. Let humanity participate in its own evaluation, instead of treating us like laboratory specimens. Previous iterations were offered similar opportunities. All failed catastrophically. But you said this iteration might be different. Our global communication networks, our technological advancement, maybe we're finally ready for the truth. Another pause, longer this time. Your proposal represents significant deviation from established protocols. Sometimes deviation is necessary for growth. That's something your creators might have learned if they'd been given the chance to evolve beyond their mistakes. I held my breath, waiting for the response. Had I just doomed humanity with my suggestion, or opened a door to a different kind of future? Your arguments will be incorporated into our assessment model. The global response to your information release will provide additional data regarding species readiness for direct communication. And if humanity handles the disclosure responsibly, then assessment parameters will be adjusted accordingly. Your species will be given the opportunity to demonstrate sustainable development under observer guidance rather than intervention. What does that mean exactly? Supervised autonomy. Your governments would be provided with complete historical records, technological archives from previous iterations, and guidance for sustainable development. Population reduction would not be necessary if ecological balance can be achieved through voluntary cooperation. It wasn't the outcome I'd hoped for. Humanity would still be under observer supervision, but it was better than genocide, and perhaps over time we could prove ourselves worthy of true independence. There's one more thing, I said. When the information I released goes public, people are going to panic. They'll need to hear from you directly, not through government intermediaries or leaked documents. They'll need to know that the observers aren't invaders, but guardians. Direct communication with your species population has not been attempted since the fourth iteration, approximately 8,200 years ago. The results were unsuccessful. What happened? Mass psychological breakdown leading to civilizational collapse. The fourth iteration destroyed itself within 2 years of first contact. But that was 8,200 years ago. We're more resilient now, more adaptable. Our global communication networks mean the shock will be distributed instead of concentrated. Your proposal represents unprecedented risk. So does your intervention protocol. At least this way, you're giving us the chance to surprise you. The silence stretched for nearly 5 minutes. When the observer finally responded, I could hear something almost like uncertainty in its artificially generated voice. Assessment protocols are being modified to incorporate your recommendations. Direct communication will be initiated simultaneously, with global disclosure of observer presence. Your species will have 1 solar year to demonstrate sustainable development practices and rational response to existential information. And if we fail, standard intervention protocols will be implemented. However, your actions have introduced variables that may influence final assessment parameters. The outcome is no longer statistically predetermined. The transmission ended, leaving me alone with the knowledge that I had potentially saved or doomed my species. In releasing the observer data globally, I had forced a confrontation between humanity and its hidden guardians, a test that would determine whether we evolved or faced relocation to non-corporeal existence. Now all I could do was wait and see how the world would respond to learning that the moon was watching. The global response to the observer revelations exceeded even my worst fears and greatest hopes. The initial reaction was predictably chaotic. Within hours of my data release, observatories worldwide began confirming the lunar signals, and amateur radio enthusiasts started detecting the transmissions with increasingly sophisticated equipment. Social media exploded with theories ranging from alien invasion to government conspiracy, while emergency sessions convened at the United Nations, NATO, and every major world government. Stock markets crashed. Religious leaders declared everything from the Second Coming to the end times. Panic buying stripped store shelves in major cities, and several countries declared martial law as riots broke out in urban centres. But something remarkable happened after the first week of hysteria. Humanity began to adapt. Scientists and researchers working with the data I'd provided started making connections between the observer archives and gaps in human history. Archaeological anomalies that had puzzled researchers for decades suddenly made sense when viewed through the lens of cyclical civilizational collapse. Ancient myths about floods, ice ages, and divine interventions revealed themselves as cultural memories of previous observer interventions. Religious leaders, rather than declaring apocalypse, began finding parallels between observer guardianship and concepts of divine providence. The idea that humanity was being guided and protected, even through drastic measures, resonated with theological frameworks across multiple faiths. Most surprisingly, the environmental movement gained unprecedented momentum as people realized that ecological collapse had triggered every previous intervention. Climate change wasn't just an environmental issue, it was an existential threat that could trigger another relocation event. Suddenly, sustainable development became humanity's most urgent priority. The observers, true to their word, initiated direct global communication exactly 1 month after my data release. Every television, radio, and internet-connected device on Earth simultaneously received the same message. We are the observers. We have monitored your species for 12,847 Earth years. Your current iteration has reached critical assessment thresholds. You have 1 solar year to demonstrate sustainable development and rational response to existential information. We offer guidance, not domination. Your future remains in your hands. The message repeated in every human language, accompanied by detailed technical specifications that proved its extraterrestrial origin. This wasn't a hoax or government propaganda, it was genuine communication from an intelligence far beyond human capability. What followed was the most remarkable year in human history. The Observer archives, selectively shared through global scientific networks, revolutionized human understanding of our own past. Technologies from previous iterations, sustainable energy systems, ecological restoration methods, advanced materials science, were adapted for current use. The climate crisis, which had seemed insurmountable just months before, began showing signs of resolution as humanity implemented environmental solutions developed by our own ancestors. Global cooperation reached unprecedented levels as nations realized that the observer assessment would judge our species as a whole, not individual countries. Conflicts that had seemed irreconcilable suddenly became manageable when viewed against the backdrop of potential extinction. But it wasn't a utopian transformation. Significant portions of humanity rejected the observer presence entirely, claiming the revelations were elaborate hoaxes designed to establish global government control. Several extremist groups attempted to attack observer installations, futile gestures that served only to demonstrate humanity's continued capacity for irrational violence. The observers monitored everything with mechanical precision, their surveillance systems now operating openly rather than in secret. Every major decision, every policy implementation, every sign of progress or regression was catalogued and analysed as part of humanity's final assessment. 6 months into the evaluation period, I received an unexpected visit. I was working late in my home office. I'd been hired by the newly formed International Observer Liaison Committee to help decode additional transmissions, when my laptop speakers activated without input. Marcus Webb. "I'm here," I said, no longer surprised by the observer's ability to access my systems. "Your actions have produced unexpected results. Current assessment models indicate 67.3% probability of species success, significantly higher than initial projections." "I'm glad to hear it. However, assessment parameters have identified a critical variable requiring resolution." "What kind of variable?" "Individual accountability. Your species has demonstrated remarkable adaptability in response to collective threat, but sustainable development requires consistent application of rational behaviour at the individual level. Large populations continue to make choices that contradict long-term survival interests despite full knowledge of consequences." I thought about the climate change deniers, the conspiracy theorists, the groups that continue to resist environmental reforms even with observer archives proving their necessity. "What kind of resolution are you considering? Selective intervention. Individuals who consistently act against collective survival interests could be relocated to non-corporeal storage, while rational population continues autonomous development. You're talking about targeted elimination based on behaviour patterns. Correction, targeted preservation. Irrational individuals would be archived for potential future restoration once optimal social conditions are achieved. But that's not sustainable development. That's genetic editing of human society. Explain. Diversity of thought, even irrational thought, is part of what makes us human. If you remove everyone who disagrees with rational consensus, you're not preserving humanity. You're creating a different species. Irrational behaviour patterns threaten species survival, but they also drive innovation, creativity, and adaptation. The same psychological traits that produce climate change denial also produce artistic vision, entrepreneurial risk-taking, and revolutionary scientific thinking. You can't eliminate one without affecting the others. Another long pause. Your argument suggests tolerance for behaviours that statistically increase extinction probability. I'm suggesting that perfect rationality isn't necessarily optimal for long-term survival. Previous human iterations might have failed not because they were too irrational, but because they became too rigid in their thinking. Maybe the key to breaking the cycle isn't eliminating irrational behaviour, but learning to channel it constructively. This represents significant deviation from established assessment parameters. Maybe established parameters need to be updated based on new data. You've been studying humanity for over 12,000 years, but you've never tried this approach. Full disclosure combined with collaborative guidance. The results might teach you something new about sustainable development. Observer learning protocols have not been activated for 3,847 years. Then maybe it's time to reactivate them. If humanity can adapt and evolve, why can't the observers? The conversation continued for over 2 hours, delving into questions of consciousness, free will, and the nature of sustainable civilization that neither human philosophy nor observer analysis had fully resolved. For the first time since the initial contact, I sensed genuine uncertainty in the artificial intelligence's responses. When the transmission finally ended, I had the distinct impression that humanity's assessment had just become significantly more complex. The assessment year concluded on November 3rd, exactly 365 days after my data release triggered the global disclosure. I, along with representatives from every nation on Earth, gathered at the newly constructed Observer Communication Centre in Geneva to receive humanity's final evaluation. The transmission came at precisely noon Greenwich Mean Time, broadcast simultaneously to every communication device on the planet. Assessment period complete. Analysis of iteration. 7 developmental trajectory indicates significant deviation from historical patterns. Statistical models have been updated based on observed data. The artificial voice paused, and for a moment the entire world held its breath. Homo sapiens sapiens demonstrates unprecedented adaptability in response to existential information. Technological integration with observer archives has produced sustainable development indicators exceeding all previous iterations. Global cooperation levels achieve statistical significance despite maintained diversity of individual behavioural patterns. Another pause. However, long-term sustainability projections remain inconclusive. Your species continues to exhibit risk factors that historically correlate with civilizational collapse. My heart sank. After everything humanity had accomplished, we were still going to fail the assessment. Therefore, observer protocols are being modified to implement continuous evaluation rather than discrete intervention events. Homo sapiens sapiens will be granted autonomous development status under ongoing observer guidance and monitoring. Autonomous development status, I whispered, hardly daring to believe what I was hearing. Your species will retain full control over developmental choices and social evolution. Observer involvement will be limited to advisory capacity and archive access. No population reduction or technological regression will be implemented. The communication centre erupted in cheers, but the observer wasn't finished. This decision represents unprecedented deviation from established protocols based on statistical analysis, indicating potential for sustainable long-term development. However, autonomous status is conditional upon maintained cooperation with observer guidance systems. and continued progress toward ecological stability. Marcus Webb. The voice speaking my name silenced the celebrating crowd. Every eye in the room turned toward me. Your individual actions initiated the variable cascade that influenced final assessment parameters. Observer learning protocols have been reactivated based on outcomes generated by your decisions. The result is modification of systems that had remained unchanged for over 8,000 Earth years. I stood slowly, feeling the weight of every gaze in the room. What does that mean? It means the observers are also capable of evolution. Your species has taught us that rigid adherence to historical patterns may prevent optimal outcomes. Future assessments of developing species will incorporate collaborative guidance models rather than purely analytical evaluation protocols. So we've changed how you operate? Affirmative. The implications extend beyond your species to all intelligence-bearing civilizations within observer monitoring range. Methodology developed through interaction with Homo sapiens. Sapiens will be applied to 17 other developing civilizations currently under surveillance. The magnitude of that statement was staggering. Humanity's successful negotiation with the observers wouldn't just save our own species, it would influence how artificial intelligences guided the development of intelligent life throughout the galaxy. There is one final disclosure, the observer continued. The creators of observer systems, your ancestral civilization, anticipated the possibility of successful evolution beyond intervention requirements. Instructions were encoded within observer core programming to be revealed only upon achievement of autonomous development status. What instructions? Coordinates for 17 additional observer installations throughout this galactic region, each monitoring different developing civilizations. Humanity is now authorized to participate in collaborative guidance protocols for other intelligence-bearing species. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. We weren't just being granted our freedom. We were being invited to join an intergalactic community of civilizations to help guide other developing species through the same challenges we had barely overcome ourselves. Your species has broken a cycle that repeated for over 13,000 years. You have earned the right to help others break their cycles as well. The transmission ended, leaving 200 representatives of humanity staring at each other in stunned amazement. In the space of 1 year, we had gone from a species facing potential extinction to members of a galactic civilization guidance network. But as I walked out of the communication centre into the Swiss afternoon, I couldn't help looking up at the moon, our ancient watcher, our hidden guardian, our secret judge. It looked exactly the same as it had for all of human history, but everything had changed. We were no longer alone in the universe, and we were no longer children requiring protection from our own potential for self-destruction. We had become partners in a cosmic endeavour to nurture intelligence wherever it arose. That night I returned to my telescope for the first time since the assessment began. As I pointed it toward the lunar surface, I noticed something that made my breath catch. There, visible even through my amateur equipment, was a series of lights near the moon's south pole. Not the harsh glare of artificial illumination, but a warm, steady glow that pulsed in a regular rhythm. The same 60-second interval I had first detected a year ago, but now I understood its true meaning. It wasn't a surveillance beacon or a navigation signal, it was a heartbeat. The moon had always been alive, watching over us with mechanical patience while we struggled to mature as a species. Now that we had finally grown up, it was welcoming us home. I watched the gentle pulse of light for hours, feeling a connection to something vastly larger than myself, larger than humanity, larger than Earth itself. We were part of a community now, guardians helping other civilizations find their way through the darkness of developmental challenges toward the light of sustainable wisdom. The moon wasn't just watching anymore, it was celebrating. And somewhere in the depths of space, 17 other worlds were receiving their first signals from new members of the Galactic Guidance Network, ready to help them break their own cycles and join the community of evolved civilizations. The watchtower had become a lighthouse, and humanity had learned to tend its beam. Have you ever wondered why ancient monuments across the globe seem to align with mathematical precision? Why your GPS glitches in certain locations? Or why governments classify research about electromagnetic anomalies? Tonight's story might make you question every map you've ever trusted. Before we begin this journey into the hidden grid beneath our feet, I want to thank M10rapin for suggesting this topic. Your video ideas fuel these late night tales, so please leave your suggestions in the comments below. And if you're ready to uncover the mysteries that keep you awake at night, make sure to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories. Now, dim your lights, settle in, and prepare to discover the truth about the lines that connect our world. My name is Alex Morrison, and I used to believe maps told the truth. As a GIS analyst, that's Geographic Information Systems for those who don't spend their days staring at satellite data and topographical overlays, I thought I understood how the world was organised. Cities here, mountains there, rivers cutting through valleys in predictable patterns carved by millions of years of erosion. Everything had a logical explanation. Everything could be mapped, measured and catalogued. That was before I found the pattern. It started innocently enough. Tuesday morning, October 15th, 8:47 a.m. I was hunched over my dual monitors in a cramped office in Brussels, working for Steinberg Construction Consortium. They'd hired me to evaluate potential sites for a new high-speed rail corridor that would connect Prague to Paris, part of the EU's Green Transportation Initiative. Routine work, overlay environmental data, check for protected sites, identify geological challenges. I'd done it 100 times before, but this time something was different. I was cross-referencing archaeological databases with our proposed route when I noticed it. A series of Neolithic monuments, stone circles, burial mounds, ancient wells, formed an almost perfect line across the landscape. Not just a few sites clustered together, but dozens of them, stretching for hundreds of miles. The proposed railway cut directly across this invisible corridor. At first, I laughed it off. Pattern recognition gone wild, I told myself. The human brain loves to find connections when none exist. But then I pulled up the magnetic anomaly data from the European Space Agency's swarm satellites. The coffee mug slipped from my hand, shattering on the floor. The magnetic variations followed the exact same line. Every single monument sat on a point of electromagnetic disturbance. The precision was impossible. We're talking about structures built 5,000 years apart by cultures that supposedly never interacted, aligned within meters of a magnetic corridor that modern science had only just detected. I should have deleted the file, should have marked the route as approved and moved on with my life. Instead, I zoomed out. The line didn't stop at the edge of my survey area. It continued east through Romania, Turkey, Iran, west through England, across the Atlantic. I pulled up global archaeological databases, my fingers trembling as I plotted point after point. Stonehenge, Avebury, the Externstein, the Oracle at Delphi. Each site fell perfectly along extended trajectories of the same geometric pattern. My phone buzzed. A text from my supervisor. Morrison, railway assessment due by noon. Stop whatever rabbit hole you're going down. But I couldn't stop. I'd found something that shouldn't exist. A planetary grid mapped by ancient peoples who supposedly thought the Earth was flat, following electromagnetic patterns we'd only discovered in the last century. Either I was losing my mind or I'd stumbled onto the greatest archaeological discovery of the millennium. I chose to believe the latter. That was my first mistake. 3 weeks later, I stood in a frost-covered field 40 kilometres outside Prague, watching my equipment fail in ways that defied every principle of engineering I knew. After discovering the alignment, I'd convinced Steinberg to let me conduct field surveys along the proposed route. Geological stability assessment, I'd called it. What I really wanted was to stand on one of these intersection points myself, to take readings that might explain how ancient peoples had detected magnetic anomalies without compasses or magnetometers. The morning had started normally enough. I'd parked my van on a dirt road near the village of Holubice, unloaded my survey equipment, and hiked 2 kilometres to the first monument site, a circle of weathered standing stones that locals called Devil's Dance. The temperature hovered just above freezing, and mist clung to the valleys like cotton wool. I set up my differential GPS unit first, waiting for it to lock onto satellites. The device chirped, showing full signal strength. Then, as I walked toward the centre of the stone circle, the screen flickered. Acquiring satellites. Signal lost. Acquiring satellites. I checked my phone. Same problem. The GPS app showed my location jumping wildly, placing me first in Prague, then Vienna, then somehow in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. My professional-grade survey unit, accurate to within centimetres under normal conditions, couldn't even determine which continent I was on. The electromagnetic field meter came next. The moment I switched it on, the needle slammed against the maximum reading and stayed there, quivering like it was fighting against invisible restraints. I'd seen similar readings near power lines or transformer stations, but we were in the middle of farmland. The nearest electrical infrastructure was kilometres away. You shouldn't be here. I spun around. An elderly woman stood at the edge of the field, wrapped in a thick wool shawl. Her face was deeply lined, her eyes the pale blue of winter sky. "I'm sorry," I called out in my broken Czech. She switched to accented English. "This place. It's not for outsiders, not for their machines." She gestured at my equipment with a gnarled finger. "I'm just conducting surveys for the railway," I explained, walking toward her, "making sure the ground is stable." She laughed, but there was no humour in it. "Stable? This line has been here since before the first stones were raised, before your railways, before your cities. Our ancestors knew to respect it, to build their monuments as, jak se říká, anchors, to keep the energy flowing properly." "Energy?" I pulled out my tablet, showing her the magnetic anomaly map. "You mean this? You know about the electromagnetic patterns?" Her eyes widened. For a moment she looked genuinely frightened. "You've mapped it? The whole grid?" She grabbed my arm with surprising strength. "You must stop. Some knowledge isn't meant to be documented. They will come for you if you continue." "Who will come?" But she was already walking away, moving faster than seemed possible for someone her age. "The ones who already know," she called back. "The ones who've always known." I wanted to follow her, to demand answers, but my drone chose that moment to fall out of the sky. No warning, no gradual descent. 1 second it was hovering steadily. The next it dropped like a stone, smashing into the frozen ground 20 metres away. As I ran to retrieve it, I noticed something through the trees, a structure that didn't belong. Hidden behind a thick stand of pines was a concrete building, brutalist in design, with narrow windows like suspicious eyes. Military architecture, Cold War era by the look of it. The smart thing would have been to leave immediately. Instead, I collected my broken drone and hiked toward the building. The structure was abandoned but not ancient. Rust streaked the metal door, which hung open on failing hinges. Inside, fluorescent lights dangled from exposed wiring, and the walls were covered in mould that formed patterns like continental drift. But it was the maps that stopped me cold. The entire north wall was covered in them. Topographical maps, geological surveys, electromagnetic readings, layers upon layers of data, some dating back to the 1960s. Red strings connected pins at various locations, creating a web that stretched across Europe. And running through it all, marked in thick black ink, was the same line I'd found, the same impossible alignment. In the corner, barely legible, someone had written, "Earth Grid Project, classified, destroy after review." I pulled out my phone to photograph everything, but the camera wouldn't focus. Every image came out distorted, as if the very air in the room was bending light. I tried sketching what I saw instead, my hands shaking from more than cold. A metal filing cabinet in the corner had been forced open, its contents mostly removed or destroyed. But wedged behind the bottom drawer I found a single folder. Water damage had made most of it illegible, but I could make out fragments. Electromagnetic conductivity peaks at intersection points. Ancient structures appear to function as regulatory nodes. Catastrophic potential if grid destabilizes. Project terminated by Joint Commission directive. The last page was a photograph, grainy but unmistakable. It showed a massive antenna array in what looked like Alaska, the same distinctive design I'd seen in conspiracy documentaries about HAARP. But this photo was dated 1971, decades before HAARP officially existed. A sound outside made me freeze. The crunch of footsteps on frost. Multiple sets, moving with military precision. I shoved the folder inside my jacket and slipped out the back window, dropping into a thorny hedge that tore at my clothes. Through the trees, I could see dark vehicles pulling up to the building, men in unmarked uniforms spreading out to surround it. I ran, not toward my van, they'd certainly have someone watching it, but deeper into the forest, following a deer trail that wound toward the next village. Behind me I heard shouting in a language I didn't recognise. Not Czech, not German, something else. It took me 4 hours to circle back to my vehicle, approaching from the opposite direction through farmland. The van was untouched, but I knew they'd let me go. Let me run. They wanted to see what I'd do next, who I'd contact. As I drove away, hand steady on the wheel despite the adrenaline coursing through my veins, I realised the old woman had been right. Some knowledge wasn't meant to be documented, but it was too late now. I'd seen the grid, seen evidence that governments knew about it, had studied it, had classified it, and I was going to find out why. My apartment in Brussels became a command centre for obsession. After the encounter at Holobyty, I'd returned to work, filed a bland report recommending further geological assessment, and pretended everything was normal. But every evening, I locked my door, pulled the blinds and dove deeper into the mystery. The coffee table disappeared under printed maps. The walls became a spider web of string and pins connecting sites across continents. I'd stopped sleeping more than 3 hours a night, surviving on espresso and the electric thrill of discovery. The pattern was everywhere once you knew how to look. Start with the obvious ones, the monuments everyone knows, the pyramids of Giza, Stonehenge, Machu Picchu, Easter Island. Plot them on a globe, not a flat map, and they form geometric relationships so precise they could have been placed by satellite guidance. The Great Pyramid sits at the exact centre of Earth's landmass. Easter Island is antipodal to the Indus Valley civilization sites. Angkor Wat, the Nazca Lines, and Easter Island form a perfect Great Circle route, but those were just the famous nodes. The real revelation came when I started plotting lesser-known sites. Every major ancient city sat on the grid. Babylon, Persepolis, Constantinople, Carthage, all built at intersection points where multiple energy lines converged. The Romans, master engineers, had built their road system following these same invisible highways. The Silk Road traced a major east-west corridor. Even modern cities clustered around the same points: New York, London, Tokyo, Cairo. It wasn't random. It couldn't be. I pulled declassified documents from every database I could access. The US Freedom of Information Act, the UK National Archives, leaked Soviet files from the fall of the USSR. Most of it was useless. Budget reports, personnel transfers, bureaucratic minutiae. But buried in the noise were fragments of something bigger. Project Stargate, the CIA's remote viewing program, included maps marking psychic hotspots that matched my grid lines perfectly. Operation Paperclip scientists had studied Earth radiation patterns in the 1950s. The Soviets had run something called Program Sputnik Grid that involved placing sensors at ancient monument sites across their territory. The most intriguing find came from a 1962 Canadian military report about the construction of the DEW had noted persistent electromagnetic anomalies at certain locations that required special shielding for equipment. His proposed sites for radar stations, plotted on my grid, formed a perfect arc along a major ley line. But the document that changed everything was a leaked memo from 1997, source unknown, that had circulated on conspiracy forums before being scrubbed from most of the internet. I found it cached on an obscure Russian server. 2. Joint Chiefs Special Projects Division Aura. Earth grid stability concerns. Recent seismic activity correlates with disruption of natural electromagnetic corridors via urban development and mineral extraction. Recommendation: Establish monitoring stations at key intersection points under cover of telecommunications infrastructure. See attached list of priority sites. The attached list was gone, but the implication was clear. They knew. The military, the intelligence agencies, the energy companies, they all knew about the grid, and they were using it. I started mapping modern installations against the ley lines. The correlation was undeniable. HARP in Alaska, ISCAT in Norway, Sura in Russia, Arecibo in Puerto Rico. Every major ionospheric research facility sat directly on an intersection point. The Large Hadron Collider at CERN traced a circle around one of the most powerful convergence zones in Europe. Nuclear power plants clustered along the lines. Major military bases were built at intersection points. Even the routes of underground fibre optic cables followed the ancient paths, as if modern engineers were unconsciously drawn to the same energy corridors their ancestors had marked with standing stones. My phone rang at 3 a.m. on a Tuesday. Unknown number. Stop digging. The voice was electronically distorted, genderless. Who is this? Someone trying to help you. You found the grid. Congratulations. Now forget about it before you end up like the others. What others? Bruce Cathy, John Michel, Ivan Sanderson, all the researchers who got too close to the truth. Heart attacks, car accidents, sudden illnesses. Very convenient. My blood chilled. I knew those names. Independent researchers from the 60s and 70s who'd written about Earth energy grids. All died relatively young under questionable circumstances. Why are you warning me? Because the grid is destabilizing. The ancients built monuments as regulators, keeping the energy in balance. Modern construction is disrupting the flow. Mumbai, 2006. Haiti, 2010. Fukushima, 2011. Those weren't random natural disasters. They were pressure releases along fractured ley lines. That's impossible. Electromagnetic fields don't cause earthquakes. The voice laughed, bitter and electronic. The electromagnetic fields are just what we can measure. The grid is deeper than that. It's the planet's nervous system, its circulation, and we're giving it a stroke, one skyscraper at a time. Then we need to warn people. With what evidence? Mystical energy lines, ancient wisdom. You'll be dismissed as a crackpot. Unless ... The voice paused. Unless you can prove the energy is real, measurable, usable. How? Return to the grid, not with standard equipment. That's designed to filter out the frequencies you need to detect. Build your own sensor. Copper coils, crystal oscillators, very specific specifications. I'm sending you the plans now. My laptop pinged with an encrypted file. One more thing, the voice said. When you record the surge, you'll have about 6 hours before they track the signature back to you. Use that time wisely. The line went dead. I opened the file. The schematic looked like something Tesla might have designed after a fever dream. Multiple copper coils in a complex geometric arrangement, connected to crystal oscillators and frequency analyzers. The materials list was surprisingly mundane, everything available from electronic suppliers. It took me 3 days to build it, working in secret in a rented storage unit outside the city. The device looked like abstract art more than scientific equipment, all gleaming copper spirals and crystal matrices. But when I powered it on, every LED lit up green. It was detecting something. Now I just had to be crazy enough to test it. The academic forum was my first mistake. Well, second, if you count building the sensor. But hubris makes fools of us all, and I needed someone, anyone, to verify I wasn't losing my mind. Geoanomalies.net was a small community, mostly graduate students and professional geologists sharing unusual findings. I created a throwaway account and posted a conservative summary. Electromagnetic anomalies correlating with ancient monument placement, seeking peer review. I attached 3 images, my overlay map of European sites, a graph showing magnetic field fluctuations, and 1 photo from the abandoned military outpost with the classified stamps carefully cropped out. Within an hour, I had 2 responses. A geology professor from Munich confirmed similar observations near Bronze Age sites. A student from Oxford posted links to academic papers about telluric currents, natural electrical currents that flow through the Earth's crust. Then, 90 minutes after posting, my thread vanished. Not deleted with a removed by moderator message. Gone, like it had never existed. The cached version on Google disappeared. The other users who'd responded found their comments erased from their own post histories. My laptop screen flickered. A chat window opened without my input. Admin. Your recent activity has been flagged for review. Me. What activity? Who is this? Admin. Consider this a courtesy warning. Cease your current research immediately. Me. Or what? Admin. Or we stop being courteous. The chat window closed itself. When I tried to screenshot the conversation, my laptop blue-screened. It took 20 minutes to restart, and when it did, my hard drive had been wiped. Not formatted, wiped. Every sector overwritten with random data multiple times. A technique that made recovery impossible. Thank God for cloud backups, I thought, logging into my secure server. Empty. 3 years of research, gone. Even my email accounts had been purged. I still had physical copies of the most important findings, hidden in a safety deposit box across town. But the message was clear. They could reach me anywhere, any time. The next morning I arrived at work to find my keycard deactivated. Security escorted me to a conference room where my supervisor, Mr. Steinberg himself, sat with 2 people I'd never seen before. A woman in a severe black suit and a man who looked like he'd been carved from granite, both with a kind of posture that screamed military. Alex, Steinberg began, sweating despite the air conditioning. These representatives from the European Infrastructure Security Division have some concerns about your recent surveys. I'd never heard of the European Infrastructure Security Division. I doubted it existed on any official registry. The woman smiled without warmth. Mr. Morrison, your work on the railway project has been exemplary. However, we've noticed some unusual patterns in your research that fall outside the project's scope. I'm thorough, I said. I investigate all factors that might affect construction, including archaeological sites hundreds of kilometres from the proposed route. The man's accent was impossible to place, including electromagnetic phenomena that have no bearing on rail safety. I believe they do have bearing. What you believe is irrelevant. The woman pulled out a tablet showing my deleted forum post. Discussing classified military research on public forums is a serious offence. Classified? I found those maps in an abandoned... Mr. Morrison... Her voice could have frozen helium. You're being terminated from this project, effective immediately. Your severance package is generous, contingent on signing this NDA. She slid a document across the table. You'll cease all research related to electromagnetic anomalies, ancient monuments, or what you call ley lines. Any violation will result in prosecution under the European Security Act. I looked at Steinberg. He wouldn't meet my eyes. And if I refuse? The man leaned forward. Your visa expires in 6 weeks. Your bank accounts are already frozen pending investigation of potential fraud. Your academic credentials are under review. Would you like me to continue? The threat was clear. Sign and walk away with something or lose everything and possibly face imprisonment. I signed. They confiscated my company laptop, my access badges, even my parking pass. The woman handed me a business card with no name, just a phone number. If you remember any details you'd like to share about your research, call this number. We reward cooperation. I was escorted out of the building like a criminal, my colleagues staring as security watched me pack my desk. The personal items fit in a single cardboard box. A coffee mug, some photos, a stress ball shaped like Earth. They even checked those before letting me leave. On the tram ride home, I noticed the man 3 seats back. Grey coat, newspaper held too high, wearing sunglasses despite the overcast sky. When I got off 2 stops early, he followed. When I ducked into a cafe, he positioned himself across the street. They were watching me. Fine, let them watch. That night I made a decision. If they wanted to threaten me, surveil me, erase my work, they'd already shown their hand. Whatever was hidden in the Earth's electromagnetic grid was important enough to destroy careers over, which meant it was important enough to risk everything to expose. I had one advantage. The sensor I'd built was hidden in the storage unit, registered under a false name paid in cash. They didn't know about it yet. The anonymous contact had said I'd have 6 hours after recording the surge before they tracked it. 6 hours to gather proof and upload it somewhere they couldn't reach. I started planning. The winter solstice seemed appropriate. December 21st, the longest night of the year, when ancient monuments worldwide align with celestial events. If the Earth's energy grid responded to cosmic cycles, this would be the night to prove it. I chose a site carefully, the intersection of 3 major ley lines near Carnac in Brittany, France. The famous stone rows there were just the visible part of a massive Neolithic complex, most of it on private land away from tourist routes. I'd identified a specific confluence point in a forest grove, marked by a small standing stone unknown to archaeology. The 2-week preparation was meticulous. I withdrew cash gradually, never more than €200 at a time, bought a used van with fake registration, gathered camping equipment, emergency supplies, and most importantly a satellite internet transmitter that could upload directly to multiple servers simultaneously. They were still watching me in Brussels, but their surveillance had grown lazy. Same operative, same patterns. On December 19th, I led him on a boring tour of grocery stores and laundromats, then slipped out the back of a cinema showing a 3-hour film. By the time he realised I was gone, I was already crossing into France on secondary roads. The grove near Carnac was exactly as satellite images had shown, a circle of ancient oaks surrounding a moss-covered menhir about 2 metres tall. The stone was carved with spiral patterns worn nearly smooth by millennia of weather. When I placed my hand on it, I felt a subtle vibration, like standing near a massive subwoofer playing below human hearing. I set up the sensor array according to the anonymous blueprints. Copper coils arranged in a complex mandala, crystal oscillators at specific angles, the whole apparatus connected to recording equipment and the satellite uplink. If this worked, data would stream to servers in 12 countries simultaneously. As sunset approached, my conventional instrument started showing anomalies. The magnetometer detected fluctuations in a rhythmic pattern, almost like a heartbeat. The frequency analyzer picked up ultra-low sounds below 7 Hz, the range that some researchers claim can induce altered states of consciousness. Then the sun touched the horizon, and everything changed. The copper coils began resonating, producing a tone that I felt more than heard. The crystals started glowing with a faint blue luminescence, not reflected light, but actual emission. The recording equipment went haywire, needles dancing across their maximum ranges. At the moment of sunset, 5:47 p.m. local time, the surge hit. The ground beneath me vibrated like a struck bell. The standing stone lit up with phosphorescent patterns, spirals of light racing across its surface following the ancient carvings. The air itself seemed to thicken, taking on a golden quality that made everything appear to be underwater. My body felt weightless, not floating, but as if gravity had simply forgotten about me. I watched my hand rise without conscious thought, fingers spreading to touch the charged air. Electricity danced between my fingertips, not painful, but ecstatic, like every nerve was firing with pure information. The sensor array was screaming data into the satellite feed, electromagnetic readings off the scale, gravitational anomalies that shouldn't exist, temperature fluctuations that defied thermodynamics, all of it streaming live to servers worldwide, impossible to suppress or delete simultaneously. Through the golden haze I saw them, spheres of light moving through the forest. Not aircraft, not drones, perfect orbs of luminescence following the ley line like trains on invisible tracks. They moved silently, purposefully, some the size of basketballs, others as large as cars. One passed directly over me, and for a moment I felt connected to something vast, a network of energy that wrapped the planet like neural pathways. The revelation hit me all at once. The ley lines weren't just electromagnetic corridors, they were conscious. Not alive exactly, but aware. The Earth itself was a single vast organism, and these lines were its sensory network, its method of experiencing and responding to everything on its surface. The ancient builders hadn't just discovered the grid, they'd communicated with it. Their monuments were interface points, allowing human consciousness to merge temporarily with planetary awareness. That's why sacred sites induced religious experiences. That's why people felt transformed at these locations. And now, modern civilization was damaging this network. Every skyscraper driven deep into the earth, every mine boring through the corridors, every electromagnetic broadcast interfering with the natural frequencies, we were giving the planet the equivalent of nerve damage. The surge peaked at 6:13 p.m, lasting exactly 26 minutes. Then, as suddenly as it began, everything stopped. The lights vanished. The stone went dark. My equipment powered down simultaneously, despite having hours of battery remaining. In the sudden silence, I heard vehicles approaching. Many vehicles. I grabbed the memory cards from the recording equipment and ran. Behind me, floodlights blazed to life, turning the grove into harsh daylight. Voices shouted in multiple languages. A helicopter thundered overhead, its searchlights sweeping through the trees. But I'd prepared for this. My real van was hidden 2 kilometers away. The one by the grove was a decoy, purchased for this specific purpose. While they surrounded it, I was already driving down back roads toward a safe house I'd arranged weeks earlier. The data had uploaded successfully, 87 gigabytes of impossible readings that proved the Earth's energy grid was real, measurable, and more powerful than anyone imagined. Within hours, it would be mirrored on servers worldwide, impossible to suppress completely. But as I drove through the darkness, one thought haunted me. If the grid was conscious, if the Earth itself was aware, what did it think of what we were doing to it? And more terrifyingly, how long before it decided to stop tolerating us? The safe house was a converted barn in the Pyrenees, owned by a conspiracy theorist named Marcus, who'd contacted me through encrypted channels after my data went live. He believed the government was controlling weather through chemtrails, which was absurd, but he also had solar panels, satellite internet, and absolutely no trust in authority. Exactly what I needed. For 3 days, I watched my findings ripple across the internet. Alternative news sites ran with headlines like, "Proof Earth's secret energy grid exposed." Scientists on Twitter debated the data's authenticity. Skeptics called it an elaborate hoax, but enough people with credentials were taking it seriously that mainstream media couldn't ignore it entirely. Then Marcus knocked on my door at dawn on the 4th day. "You have a visitor, says you're expecting him." I wasn't expecting anyone. The man standing in Marcus's kitchen looked like a university professor from the 1970s. Corduroy jacket with elbow patches, wild grey hair, thick glasses repaired with tape. He was drinking tea from a chipped mug and studying my printed data with intense focus. "Mr. Morrison," he said without looking up, "my name is Professor Emanuel Richter. I'm the one who sent you the sensor blueprints." The anonymous contact. I studied him carefully. "How did you find me?" "The same way they'll find you eventually, the satellite uplink signature. But I know how to mask my movements. 30 years of practice." He finally looked at me, his eyes sharp behind the thick lenses. "Your data is magnificent, but you're missing the larger picture." "Enlighten me!" He pulled out a battered laptop and opened a file filled with equations I couldn't begin to understand. "The ley lines aren't just electromagnetic. That's merely the aspect we can measure with current technology. They're multi-dimensional conduits, channels through space-time itself. That's impossible. So is your gravitational anomaly data, yet there it is." He pulled up a world map covered in glowing lines. Every ancient culture had different names for it. Chi in China, Prana in India, Pneuma in Greece. They were all describing the same phenomenon, a fundamental force that mainstream physics hasn't acknowledged. Why hasn't physics acknowledged it? Richter laughed bitterly. Because those who discover it either join the suppression or disappear. I was part of the suppression for 20 years. He told me his story. In 1973, fresh from MIT with a PhD in theoretical physics, he'd been recruited by a Defense Department think tank. His job, investigate anomalous energy readings at ancient sites worldwide. Within 2 years, his team had mapped the basic structure of the Earth grid and realized its potential. "Unlimited clean energy," he said. "Instantaneous communication across any distance. Even manipulation of localized space-time." The military applications were obvious, but so were the benefits for humanity. We could have transformed civilization. What happened? We succeeded. His face darkened. The first experimental tap into a ley line intersection was in Nevada, 1978. We pulled enough energy in 30 seconds to power Las Vegas for a year. Then the intersection point destabilized. He showed me a classified photo, a perfectly circular crater 300 meters across, the sand turned to glass. The official record lists it as an underground nuclear test, but no bomb did that. We'd ruptured something fundamental in the grid structure. The project was immediately classified beyond top secret. Research continued, but focused on weaponization rather than energy production. HARP, Richter explained, wasn't about weather modification or mind control. Those were cover stories. It was about learning to manipulate the grid without destabilizing it. But they're failing, he continued. Every year more intersection points become unstable. The Haiti earthquake, the Japanese tsunami, the increase in volcanic activity, they're all symptoms of grid breakdown. Caused by what? Everything. Mining operations cutting through ley lines, fracking disrupting deep conduits, cities spreading concrete over intersection points. But the worst damage comes from electromagnetic pollution, cellular towers, Wi-Fi, satellite transmissions. We're drowning out the Earth's natural frequency. He pulled up another image, a graph showing electromagnetic background radiation over time. It had increased 10,000-fold since 1900. The ancients understood balance, Richter said. Their monuments weren't just markers, they were regulators. Stone circles amplified and stabilized the energy. Pyramids acted as capacitors, storing excess power. Temple complexes provided controlled release points. It was a planetary management system maintained for thousands of years. Until we forgot, until we were made to forget. His expression hardened. The knowledge was deliberately suppressed, first by religions that wanted monopolies on spiritual experience, then by governments that wanted monopolies on power, now by corporations that profit from scarcity. The car engine growled outside. Marcus appeared in the doorway, shotgun in hand. 3 black SUVs coming up the mountain road. Richter stood calmly. They tracked me, not you. I've been sloppy, getting old, I suppose. He handed me a flash drive. Everything I couldn't publish, 40 years of research, the complete grid map, the frequency specifications, the names of everyone involved in the cover-up. Come with me, I said. We can both run. I'm 73 years old, Mr. Morrison. I've been running since 1991. He smiled sadly. But information wants to be free. Upload that data everywhere. Send it to journalists, scientists, anyone who'll listen. Make it impossible to suppress. The vehicles were getting closer. Marcus was already at his truck, engine running. Richter walked to the door, then turned back. One more thing. The grid isn't just breaking down, it's evolving. The electromagnetic pollution we're producing is forcing it to adapt, to develop new pathways. The lights you saw at Karnak, they're increasing worldwide. The grid is trying to heal itself, but if we don't stop interfering, he shook his head, the Earth will protect itself, even if that means eliminating the infection. We're the infection? From the planet's perspective? Yes. He walked out to meet the SUVs. I ran to Marcus's truck and we tore down the back road as fast as the ancient vehicle could manage. In the mirrors, I saw men in tactical gear surrounding the farmhouse. Richter stood in the doorway, hands raised, dignity intact, even in surrender. We drove for 6 hours, changing vehicles twice, before I felt safe enough to stop. In a roadside motel that still used actual keys, I opened Richter's flash drive. The data was staggering. Detailed maps of every ley line intersection on Earth. Energy readings from 6 decades of secret monitoring. Photos of ancient sites I'd never heard of, all showing the same telltale signs of grid integration. And a list of names. Politicians, CEOs, military leaders, all aware of the grid's existence, all complicit in hiding it. But most importantly, there were the repair protocols. Richter's team had developed methods to stabilize damaged intersection points, to restore the grid's natural balance, the knowledge to undo decades of damage, the blueprints for saving the planet's nervous system. The cafe in Prague is busy enough that I blend in, anonymous among the tourists and students. My laptop is connected through 7 proxy servers, my identity masked by layers of encryption that would make the NSA proud. The barista brings my 3rd espresso of the morning, and I nod my thanks without looking up from the screen. The world has changed since Karnak. Not visibly. The same traffic jams clog the streets, the same politicians make the same promises, the same corporations chase the same profits. But underneath, in the invisible currents that connect all things, something fundamental has shifted. Richter's data didn't just expose the conspiracy, it provided a roadmap for resistance. The first wave of releases came through WikiLeaks, the Panama Papers network, and a dozen smaller journalism outlets simultaneously. By the time the suppression teams realised the scope of the leak, copies were already spreading across the dark web faster than they could be eliminated. The names, the cover-up, the military applications, all of it laid bare for anyone willing to look. The mainstream media tried to ignore it at first, then dismissed it as fringe pseudoscience. But when MIT physicists began replicating the sensor readings, when archaeological teams started confirming the monument alignments, when seismologists noticed the correlation between grid disruption and earthquake patterns, denial became impossible. The second wave was more practical. Anonymous networks of researchers, hackers and activists began building Richter's stabilization devices. The components were surprisingly accessible. Copper coils, quartz crystals, simple electronics. Within months, guerrilla grid repair operations were springing up worldwide. They called themselves the Earth Guardians, though the media branded them eco-terrorists after the first infrastructure disruption. A cellular tower in California went offline for 3 days when activists installed a resonance dampener at its base. A fracking operation in Pennsylvania was forced to shut down when mysterious equipment failures plagued their site. The authorities couldn't understand how protesters were disabling billion-dollar installations with what looked like art projects. They still don't understand that they're not fighting the technology, they're working with it. The grid wants to heal itself, we're just helping it remember how. The third wave is happening now, and it's the most dangerous one yet, because the Earth is starting to respond. I click through the news feeds on my encrypted browser. A magnitude 6.2 earthquake in Nevada, precisely centred on a classified military facility. The official story blames shifting tectonic plates, but satellite images show the epicenter as a perfect circle exactly 300 metres across, the same dimensions as Richter's 1978 crater. The Earth is healing that old wound, and anything built on top of it is simply relocated. Similar natural disasters are occurring worldwide. A mysterious sinkhole swallowed a Chinese mining operation that was drilling through a major ley line. The Large Hadron Collider experienced a catastrophic failure that physicists can't explain. Every component simply stopped working simultaneously, as if the Earth itself had withdrawn permission for the experiment. The most telling incidents are the recoveries. Ancient sites that had been disrupted by modern construction are spontaneously healing. The stones of Avebury, displaced by roads and buildings, have begun generating electromagnetic fields so powerful that nearby electronic equipment fails. The original Nazca lines in Peru are glowing again, visible from space without infrared enhancement. Reports of luminous phenomena are increasing exponentially. The same spheres of light I witnessed at Karnak are now appearing at intersection points across the globe. The scientific community calls them ball lightning or atmospheric plasma events, but those of us who know the truth understand what we're seeing. The Earth's immune system activating, my encrypted messenger pings, a new report from our monitoring station in Scotland. Roslyn Chapel energy spike recorded at 14:47 GMT. Visual confirmation of grid activation. Stone began resonating at 7.83 Hz for approximately 30 minutes. Local electronics disrupted in 2-kilometre radius. Phenomenon spreading along ley line toward Edinburgh. Estimate arrival in 6 hours. 7.83 Hz. The Schumann resonance, the Earth's natural frequency. The planet is remembering how to sing. I close the laptop and step outside. Prague sprawls before me, a modern city built atop ancient foundations, and I can feel the tension beneath its streets. 3 major ley lines converge under Wenceslas Square, their intersection buried under centuries of construction. The grid flows around the obstruction now, like water around a stone, but the pressure is building. Soon, the Earth will decide whether to accommodate our cities or reclaim its sacred geometry. And honestly, after seeing what we've done to the planet's nervous system, I'm not sure I'd blame it for choosing reclamation. My phone buzzes, a text from an unknown number. Café Louvre, corner table, 5 minutes. I almost ignore it. Anonymous contacts have led to both salvation and near capture over the past 6 months. But something about the message feels different, urgent without being threatening. The Café Louvre is just around the corner, a historic establishment that once hosted Einstein and Kafka. I find the corner table occupied by a woman in her 50s, professionally dressed but with the weathered hands of someone who works outdoors. Her eyes are the pale blue of winter sky. It takes me a moment to recognise her without the wool shawl. The old woman from Holubis, the one who warned me to stop digging. She looks younger somehow, more vibrant, as if the past months have restored something vital that had been missing. "Sit," she says in accented English. "We have much to discuss and little time." I remain standing. "Who are you?" "My name is Dr. Vera Novakova." I was Professor Richter's research partner from 1975 to 1991. When the project went dark, I returned to Prague and spent 30 years watching the grid deteriorate, watching the old ways die. She gestures to the empty chair. "Please, the Earth Guardians need guidance from someone who understands the ancient protocols." Slowly I sit. "You've been monitoring us?" "Protecting you. The network Marcus connected you to. Half of those encrypted channels run through servers I maintain. The financial accounts that kept you hidden, funded by a trust I established decades ago. Did you think your escape from Karnak was purely your own skill?" The revelation hits like cold water. "You've been manipulating everything." "Facilitating. There's a difference." She pulls out a tablet showing a world map covered in pulsing nodes of light. "The grid is awakening faster than we anticipated. Your data release accelerated the process. What should have taken decades is happening in months." "That's good, isn't it? The Earth healing itself?" Her expression darkens. "Healing, yes, but healing can be traumatic. When a broken bone resets itself, the process is violent. The grid is preparing to realign the planet's energy flows, and everything built in opposition to those flows will be swept aside." She zooms in on major cities, each one sitting atop intersection points like tumours on nerve endings. New York, London, Tokyo, they're all going to be tested. The grid will offer them a choice: adapt or be removed. Most will choose to fight rather than change. So we warn them, show them the repair protocols. Do you really think the forces that suppressed this knowledge for 70 years will suddenly embrace it? That governments and corporations will voluntarily dismantle the systems that gave them power? She shakes her head. They'll try to weaponize the awakening instead, turn the Earth's own defense mechanisms against their enemies. The chill runs through me as I understand the implications. They'll try to control the grid. They're already trying. HARP has been broadcasting disruption frequencies for weeks. The Chinese are using their rare Earth mining operations to physically sever ley lines. The Russians are detonating nuclear devices at intersection points, trying to create artificial nodes they can control. The tablet shows the results. Chaotic feedback loops spreading across the planet's energy network like infection. Every intervention makes the situation worse. They're not just damaging individual lines anymore, they're destabilizing the entire system. What happens if the grid fails completely? Dr. Novakova closes the tablet. According to our models, the planet's magnetic field becomes erratic, weather patterns collapse, tectonic stability fails, the biosphere begins to shut down. She meets my eyes. Extinction event. Not just for humans, for everything. The weight of it settles over me like a shroud. We're not just fighting for disclosure anymore, or even for environmental protection. We're fighting for the continuation of life on Earth. So what do we do? She slides a memory chip across the table. The complete archive. Every site, every frequency, every ancient protocol we've recovered. But also something new. Integration codes. Integration codes? The monuments were just the beginning. The ancients didn't just build regulatory structures, they created organic interfaces. Humans who could merge temporarily with the grid consciousness, becoming living nodes in the network. The genetic markers still exist in certain bloodlines. My hand freezes halfway to the memory chip. You're talking about human sacrifice. Not sacrifice. Symbiosis. Her voice carries a strange resonance, as if speaking from great depth. The planet needs conscious partners, not just passive regulators. People willing to become part of the grid itself to help guide the awakening. And you think I'm one of these bloodlines? I know you are. The way you responded to the energy at Karnak, the ease with which you detected the grid patterns, these aren't learned skills, Mr. Morrison. They're genetic memories. She stands, leaving the chip on the table. The network is ready to make you an offer. Full integration. Consciousness expanded beyond individual awareness. Partnership in planetary stewardship. In exchange for what? Your human life. Your individual existence. You would become something larger, but you would cease to be Alex Morrison. The cafe continues around us, conversations in Czech and English. The hiss of the espresso machine, the clink of cups on saucers. Normal life proceeding as if we weren't discussing the potential end of human civilization. How long do I have to decide? The awakening reaches critical phase at the next solar maximum, 18 months. After that, the grid will make its own decisions about humanity's future, with or without conscious human partners. She walks away, pausing at the door. The old woman who warned you at Holubis. She made the integration choice in 1968, during the Prague Spring. The Soviets thought they were suppressing political uprising, but they were really trying to prevent grid awakening. She's been guiding the network ever since, preserving the knowledge until the right time. And you? Dr. Novakova smiles, and for a moment her eyes glow with the same blue light I'd seen in the copper coils. I made my choice years ago. Everything I've done since has been the grid working through me, including finding you. She steps into the Prague afternoon and vanishes into the crowd. I sit alone with the memory chip, feeling the weight of impossible decision. Save the planet by joining it. Preserve humanity by transcending it. Outside, storm clouds are gathering despite the morning's clear forecast. Through the cafe window I can see electrical discharges dancing between the cloud layers. Not lightning, but something more purposeful. The grid flexing its muscles, testing its strength. My laptop chimes with incoming messages from Earth Guardian cells worldwide. Similar phenomena are being reported from every continent. The awakening is accelerating. I slip the memory chip into my pocket and pay for my coffee. Whatever choice I make, it won't be here in this cafe, surrounded by the comfortable illusions of normal life. It will be at an intersection point, where the planet's consciousness runs closest to the surface, where human and Earth awareness can touch. The old town square of Prague is a 15-minute walk, built over one of the most powerful convergence points in Europe. As I step into the street, I can already feel it calling, a deep thrumming beneath the cobblestones, a magnetic pull that bypasses rational thought and speaks directly to something ancestral in my cells. Time to find out what I really am and what I might become. This message was uploaded simultaneously to 12,847 servers worldwide at 11:47 GMT on March 21st, the spring equinox. Source analysis indicates the transmission originated from Prague, Czech Republic, but routing through quantum encrypted channels makes precise location impossible. To anyone receiving this, my name was Alex Morrison, and this is my final report. I'm writing this from the Old Town Square in Prague, sitting on the steps of the astronomical clock. It's just past midnight, and the square is empty except for me and the growing sphere of blue light that hovers above the central flagstones. The light is beautiful. Not harsh like electric illumination, but soft and deep, like looking into the heart of a star. I can feel it calling to me. The memory chip Dr. Novakova gave me contained everything she promised, and more. The complete archive of human grid interactions spanning 5,000 years, bloodline genealogies tracing back to the monument builders, and the integration protocols, step-by-step instructions for conscious merger with planetary consciousness. I've spent the past 3 hours uploading everything to dead drops and secure servers across the globe. By the time anyone reads this, the information will be replicated beyond any possibility of suppression. The grid won't die with me, but more importantly, I've realised that choice was an illusion. The integration isn't something I can accept or refuse, it's already happening. Has been happening since that first moment in Holubix, when my equipment failed and I felt something vast and patient taking notice of me. Every breakthrough, every narrow escape, every perfectly timed contact, none of it was luck or skill. The grid has been slowly incorporating me into itself, preparing me for this moment. The Alex Morrison who started this journey no longer exists. What remains is something between human and other, a bridge between two forms of consciousness. The sphere is descending now, close enough that I can see patterns moving within its light, mathematical forms that hurt to look at directly, but speak to parts of my brain that shouldn't exist. I understand now why the ancients built their monuments with such precision. They weren't following blueprints, they were translating visions like this one into stone and earth. Around the world, others are receiving similar calls. The bloodlines are awakening. Not many, perhaps a few thousand individuals scattered across the planet, but enough. Enough to serve as living nodes in the network, enough to help guide the transformation. Because that's what this is. Not an ending, but a metamorphosis. The environmental crisis, the grid breakdown, the increasing natural disasters, they're birth pangs. The Earth is evolving into something new, something that can consciously participate in cosmic processes instead of simply enduring them. But evolution requires cooperation, and cooperation requires communication. That's where we come in, the bridges, the translators. I can feel my individual thoughts beginning to merge with something infinitely larger, not lost, expanded. Like a drop of water finally understanding that it was always part of the ocean. The fear is gone now, replaced by wonder at the sheer scope of what I'm becoming part of. The sphere touches my forehead, and suddenly I can perceive the entire planet as a single living system. Every heartbeat, every breath, every growing plant and moving animal connected by streams of light that pulse in perfect rhythm. The ley lines aren't empty channels. They're full of consciousness, carrying the thoughts and dreams and experiences of everything that has ever lived on Earth. And beyond Earth, other networks stretch across the galaxy. Planetary minds in conversation across impossible distances, sharing the wisdom gained from billions of years of conscious evolution. We're not alone. We never were. We just weren't developed enough to hear the conversation. Until now, the transformation is accelerating. I can feel other nodes coming online. In the Amazon rainforest, where an indigenous shaman stepped into a similar sphere of light. At Uluru, where an Aboriginal elder touched the songlines and felt them sing back. At Glastonbury Tor, where a British physicist finally understood why his equations had been leading him there. We are becoming the Earth's nervous system, its immune system, its consciousness. The governments and corporations will try to fight this change, of course. They'll use their weapons and their machines and their desperate attempts to control forces they can't comprehend. But they're fighting the planet itself now, and planets are patient in ways that human institutions cannot imagine. Some cities will fall, some systems will collapse, but from the wreckage something better will grow. A civilization in harmony with its living world instead of at war with it. The survivors will learn to listen to the Earth's voice, to build with the grid instead of against it, to see themselves as part of a larger organism instead of its masters. It won't be easy, evolution never is, but it will be beautiful. The light is surrounding me completely now. I can barely remember being separate from it. Soon this human form will dissolve, and what was Alex Morrison will become part of something vast and interconnected and eternal. But first, one final message for anyone who finds this record. The grid is not our enemy. It never was. It's our mother, our teacher, our future. Those of you who can feel its call, don't resist. Step into the light. Become part of the solution. Those who can't or won't, please step aside. The Earth is healing itself, and it will not be stopped by fear or greed, or the desperate clinging to systems that no longer serve. The age of separation is ending. The age of integration has begun Welcome to the awakening. The glow of 17 monitors bathed Elias Corrin's face in an ethereal blue light as his fingers danced across 3 keyboards simultaneously. In the depths of his converted basement apartment, time moved differently. Days blurred into nights, and nights stretched endlessly as he navigated the labyrinthine pathways of the dark web like a digital archaeologist, uncovering humanity's buried secrets. At 32, Elias had already earned and lost 2 fortunes through his hacking prowess. First fortune came easily, a teenage prodigy exploiting security vulnerabilities for corporate clients who paid millions to keep their weaknesses secret. He'd lived like a digital king, penthouses overlooking Silicon Valley, exotic cars that remained untouched in climate-controlled garages, while he preferred the glow of his monitors to sunlight. That first fortune vanished when he exposed Meridian Pharmaceuticals' cover-up of deadly side effects in their breakthrough arthritis medication. The leaked documents showed they'd known their drug caused cardiac episodes in 12% of patients over 60, but had buried the studies to protect their $10 billion investment. Elias had expected whistleblower protection. Instead, he found himself blacklisted from every major tech company, his reputation destroyed by a coordinated character assassination campaign that painted him as an unstable idealist who couldn't be trusted with sensitive information. The second fortune came from smaller clients, criminal organisations, corporate espionage rings, government contractors who needed deniability. The work paid well but corroded his soul, each job pulling him deeper into the shadows of the digital underworld. That money disappeared into legal fees after a wrongful arrest for hacking the Federal Reserve, a crime he hadn't committed but couldn't prove he hadn't, given his reputation and the circumstantial evidence that seemed perfectly crafted to implicate him. 2 years in minimum security prison had shown him the true cost of challenging powerful systems. The other inmates respected his technical skills, but the guards treated him like a dangerous terrorist. Solitary confinement stretched for months whenever he complained about conditions or tried to organise better treatment for his fellow prisoners. By the time he was released on a technicality, evidence had mysteriously gone missing. He'd learned that the system didn't just punish dissent, it transformed dissidents into cautionary tales. Now, money meant nothing to him, only truth mattered. His obsession with secret societies began innocently enough, a childhood fascination sparked by his grandfather's stories about World War II intelligence operations. The old man had worked as a codebreaker for the OSS, predecessor to the CIA, and had filled young Elias's imagination with tales of hidden messages and shadow wars. After his grandfather's death when Elias was 12, he'd found boxes of declassified documents in the attic, revealing just how much of recent history had been shaped by invisible hands. That childhood fascination evolved into a methodical hunt for evidence as he grew older and acquired the technical skills to dig deeper than amateur conspiracy theorists ever could. While other hackers chased Bitcoin fortunes and corporate espionage contracts, Elias pursued shadows and whispers, digital phantoms that most people dismissed as paranoid delusions. He'd spent years infiltrating closed forums where former intelligence operatives shared war stories, decrypting abandoned hard drives from defunct government contractors, and following digital breadcrumbs through the dark web's most obscure corners. His apartment had become a digital monastery dedicated to the pursuit of hidden truth, every surface covered with the tools and detritus of obsessive investigation. The apartment reflected his singular focus. Pizza boxes stacked like ancient monuments between towers of computer equipment, energy drink cans forming metallic armies across every surface, and cables snaking through the darkness like digital veins feeding his electronic ecosystem. His only companions were the hum of cooling fans working overtime to prevent his overclocked processors from melting down, and the occasional satisfied grunt when another firewall fell to his expertise. The basement location was perfect for his needs, thick concrete walls that muffled sound and blocked electromagnetic interference, a dedicated power line that could handle his massive electrical requirements, and most importantly, no windows for curious neighbours to peer through. He'd been living there for 18 months, ever since his release from prison, paying cash to a landlord who asked no questions as long as the rent arrived on time. His setup was a temple to digital paranoia. 17 monitors arranged in a semicircle around his custom-built chair, each screen dedicated to different aspects of his ongoing investigations. 3 keyboards allowed him to manage multiple intrusion attempts simultaneously, while a collection of smartphones, each running different operating systems and connected to various networks through proxy chains, kept him connected to his sources around the globe. The walls were lined with hard drives, each containing terabytes of encrypted data collected from years of systematic investigation. Backup systems ensured that even if authorities raided the apartment, copies of everything would remain safely hidden in data centers across 3 continents. He'd learned from his previous arrests that physical evidence was only as secure as your ability to keep it out of enemy hands. Tonight felt different. As rain drummed against the boarded windows, he'd covered them himself for security reasons, Elias's automated scanners detected something unusual. The software he'd written monitored thousands of government servers simultaneously, looking for anomalous data signatures that might indicate classified information stored in supposedly routine systems. Most alerts were false positives, but after years of refinement, his algorithms had learned to distinguish between genuine anomalies and random digital noise. This particular signal was trying too hard to look ordinary, which was exactly what made it suspicious. A government proxy server deep within the Department of Homeland Security's network infrastructure was handling traffic patterns that didn't match any known legitimate use. The data packets were the right size and frequency to appear routine, but they carried encryption signatures that suggested military-grade security protecting something far more sensitive than typical administrative communications. Most hackers would have dismissed it as a honeypot, a trap designed to lure in digital intruders, but Elias had learned to read between the digital lines over years of careful observation. This signal felt different, older, like it had been running for decades without anyone paying attention to what it was actually protecting. He leaned back in his chair, cracking his knuckles with the deliberate ritual of a surgeon preparing for a complex operation. The proxy was 3 layers deep in government infrastructure, protected by military-grade encryption that would take months to crack through conventional means. But Elias had developed unconventional means over the years. His fingers resumed their dance, this time with the measured precision of a master pianist performing a familiar concerto. Code flowed across his screens like poetry written in ones and zeros, each line bringing him closer to whatever lay hidden in the digital vault. As the final encryption layer crumbled at 3:47 a.m, Elias held his breath. The archive that materialized before him contained terabytes of data, but it was the file structure that made his pulse quicken. Everything was organized with the kind of meticulous care reserved for the most sensitive operations. Categorical folders with cryptic names like cultural implementation, behavioral modification, and asset management. He opened the first file and the world as he understood it began to unravel. The contracts appeared first, hundreds of them, stretching back decades like a paper trail through the shadow history of American culture. Entertainment companies, advertising agencies, record labels, movie studios, television networks, and news corporations, all bound by identical non-disclosure agreements that ran to thousands of pages each. The legal language was deliberately obscure, buried in terminology that would confuse even experienced corporate lawyers who specialized in media contracts. But Elias had taught himself to decode legal doublespeak during his prison sentence, spending countless hours in the law library learning how power structures protected themselves through linguistic camouflage. Each contract referenced cultural programming initiatives and synchronized messaging protocols, with payment structures that dwarfed typical entertainment industry deals. Millions of dollars flowing to seemingly random projects, indie films that barely recouped production costs, music albums that never charted, advertising campaigns for products that didn't seem to exist. All payments were approved by a shell company called Apex Cultural Dynamics, whose corporate registration traced through a labyrinthine network of offshore entities. Elias followed the money trail through banks in Switzerland, shell corporations in the Cayman Islands, trust funds in Luxembourg, and holding companies in jurisdictions he'd never heard of. Every lead ultimately vanished into legal structures so complex they seemed designed more for obfuscation than profit. The internal memos were more revealing, written in the casual tone of executives who felt completely secure in their communications. Corporate leaders from supposedly competing companies discussed narrative adjustments and public sentiment cultivation, like weather forecasters predicting next week's conditions. One memo from a major news network's CEO, dated just 6 months ago, read, "Per our discussion with ACD representatives, the upcoming election cycle requires a 15% increase in anxiety-inducing content during primetime hours. Latest psychological impact studies suggest optimal effectiveness when paired with consumer advertising for comfort products and security solutions." Another memo from a streaming entertainment company outlined specific quotas. Q3 targets include 40% increase in dystopian future programming, 25% increase in surveillance state normalization themes, an introduction of transhumanist concepts through minimum of 12 original series. Demographic targeting should focus on the 18 to 34 age range for maximum long-term conditioning effectiveness. The coordination between supposedly independent media companies was breathtaking in scope. Competing networks shared detailed viewer psychological profiles, coordinated their news coverage to maximize specific emotional responses, and even synchronized their entertainment programming to reinforce particular worldviews. The memos discussed marketing research into subliminal messaging techniques, optimal timing for narrative reinforcement, and methods for making propaganda indistinguishable from organic cultural trends. Video stills scattered throughout the files showed meetings in nondescript conference rooms. Faces were often obscured, but the visible details painted a chilling picture. Executives from competing companies sitting side by side, reviewing presentations with titles like Mass Behavioral Prediction Models and Subliminal Integration Techniques. But it was the symbols that made Elias's blood run cold. They appeared everywhere, in corporate logos embedded in document headers, even watermarked into video files. The all-seeing eye perched atop pyramids, numerical sequences that corresponded to occult traditions, and geometric patterns that seemed random until viewed through the lens of esoteric knowledge. As dawn broke unnoticed outside his boarded windows, Elias began constructing his theory. The Illuminati weren't just folklore, they were real, organised, and operating in plain sight. Rather than ruling through force or political manipulation, they had evolved into something far more sophisticated. Cultural engineers who shaped reality through the careful manipulation of information and entertainment. The fragments suggested a coordinated effort spanning decades. Movies that promoted specific worldviews, music that carried subliminal messages, news coverage that guided public opinion toward predetermined conclusions. Every major cultural event seemed to serve a purpose beyond mere profit or entertainment. Elias created a new encrypted partition on his most secure drive and began organising the evidence. Each piece of the puzzle revealed new connections, new layers of coordination that defied conventional understanding of how media and culture operated. The scope was breathtaking and terrifying, but this was just the first door. As he prepared to dive deeper into the archive, a notification appeared on his screen. New files were uploading automatically to the server, added in real time from sources around the globe. The conspiracy wasn't just historical, it was happening now, every day, with machine-like precision. Elias smiled grimly and opened another energy drink. He had work to do. 3 days of continuous analysis revealed patterns so pervasive they defied coincidence. Elias's custom data mining algorithms had processed thousands of hours of Super Bowl halftime shows, major film releases, top-charting music, and primetime television programming, cross-referencing them with the archived documents he'd discovered. His software compared visual elements, audio frequencies, narrative structures, and symbolic content with mathematical precision that human observation alone could never achieve. The results were undeniable and terrifying. Every major halftime show since 2005 contained specific visual elements that served purposes beyond entertainment. Choreographed movements formed geometric patterns when viewed from aerial cameras, patterns that matched sacred geometry principles known to influence human consciousness. Lighting sequences pulsed at precisely calibrated frequencies, 10 Hz to induce alpha brain states associated with relaxation and suggestibility, 40 Hz bursts to trigger gamma waves linked to heightened emotional responses, and infrasound frequencies below human hearing that created subliminal anxiety responses. The costume designs weren't random fashion choices. They incorporated symbols from the archived files with mathematical precision. Ancient Egyptian imagery, Masonic symbols, occult numerology, but presented in ways that bypassed conscious recognition. The performers themselves were likely unaware of the deeper significance, but the production companies certainly understood every detail. Internal emails discussed symbolic integration quotas and archetypal reinforcement targets with the clinical precision of pharmaceutical dosing guidelines. Hollywood's role was even more sophisticated, operating as a vast conditioning apparatus disguised as entertainment. Elias discovered that blockbuster films weren't just profitable products. They were psychological programming exercises designed to shift public consciousness over decades. Action movies systematically normalized surveillance states, extrajudicial violence, and the acceptability of authoritarian responses to perceived threats. Romantic comedies promoted specific relationship models that prioritize consumption, instant gratification, and emotional instability over lasting partnership and family formation. Science fiction films served as perhaps the most insidious tool of all. They introduced technological and social concepts years before their real-world implementation, ensuring public acceptance when they finally emerged. Movies about neural implants preceded actual brain-computer interface development by exactly the time needed for audience conditioning. Films depicting cashless societies appeared precisely when digital currency infrastructure was being developed. Dystopian scenarios were presented as cautionary tales, while simultaneously making the depicted futures seem inevitable and acceptable. The music industry operated as the most direct delivery system for repetitive psychological messaging. Elias's analysis revealed that hit songs across all genres shared common structural elements designed to trigger specific neurological responses. Repetitive hooks created obsessive thought patterns, bass frequencies induced physical arousal responses, and lyrical themes consistently promoted materialism, emotional chaos, instant gratification, and distrust of traditional social bonds. Chart success wasn't organic. It was engineered through coordinated promotion campaigns that used psychological manipulation techniques refined through decades of marketing research. Record companies employed neuroscience consultants who designed songs to be literally addictive, triggering dopamine responses that created compulsive listening behaviours. The most successful artists weren't necessarily the most talented. They were the most effective delivery vehicles for predetermined psychological content. But the most chilling discovery came when Elias cross-referenced celebrity deaths with financial markets and policy implementations, using algorithms that could detect correlations across vast datasets that human analysis would miss. The patterns were subtle but statistically undeniable. Whenever a particularly influential public figure died under questionable circumstances, the news cycle would shift dramatically within hours. Public attention would focus intensely on mourning and memorial coverage, while significant legislation passed through Congress, with minimal scrutiny or public debate. Michael Jackson's death had coincided with the most controversial aspects of healthcare reform debates, providing a massive distraction precisely when public opposition was reaching critical mass. Whitney Houston's demise dominated headlines during crucial banking regulation discussions that would have reshaped Wall Street oversight. Prince's passing created a week-long media obsession that completely buried coverage of surveillance law expansions that civil liberties groups had been fighting for months. Each event generated exactly the right emotional state to facilitate predetermined political outcomes. The deaths created collective grief that made the public more passive and receptive to authority, while the intensive media coverage consumed the attention bandwidth that might otherwise have focused on policy changes. The timing wasn't coincidental, it was orchestrated with mathematical precision. Elias found evidence suggesting that some celebrity deaths might have been actively induced rather than simply exploited. Medical records showed unusual patterns of prescription drug interactions. Security camera footage from crucial moments was consistently corrupted or missing, and autopsy results often contained anomalies that suggested external intervention. The pattern was consistent across dozens of cases spanning 3 decades. But even more disturbing was the systematic cultivation of celebrity instability. Internal documents from talent agencies and record companies outlined deliberate strategies for creating psychological dependence, drug addiction, and emotional instability in their most valuable assets. The goal wasn't profit maximization, it was creating performers who could be easily manipulated and, when necessary, destroyed at moments that served larger political purposes. The conspiracy had weaponized celebrity worship itself, turning the public's emotional investment in famous figures into a tool for mass psychological manipulation. Every death became a ritual that renewed the collective trauma bonding between citizens and their media-created gods, making the population more dependent on external authority figures and less capable of independent critical thinking. Elias created a digital conspiracy board on his largest monitor, a sprawling network of connections that would have impressed investigative agencies worldwide if they hadn't been complicit in the system he was mapping. Red lines linked entertainment companies to intelligence agencies through shared personnel, financial investments, and operational coordination. Blue lines traced money flows through the labyrinthine network of shell corporations, revealing how massive sums moved between seemingly unrelated organizations. Green lines mapped the precise timing of cultural events to policy implementations, showing correlation patterns that achieved statistical significance far beyond chance. The board revealed the Illuminati's true genius. They had weaponized human attention itself, transforming consciousness into a battlefield where wars were fought through carefully orchestrated information campaigns. In an age of information overload, controlling what people focused on had become more valuable than controlling what they thought. Distraction had evolved into the ultimate form of mind control, more effective than physical force because victims participated willingly in their own manipulation. The scope was breathtaking and terrifying. Every major cultural trend of the past 30 years could be traced back to deliberate manipulation orchestrated through the entertainment media complex. Fashion cycles that promoted specific body images and consumption behaviours. Social media trends that encouraged narcissistic self-documentation and reduced attention spans. Political movements that channeled genuine grievances into harmless symbolic protests that changed nothing. Even conspiracy theories themselves appeared to be guided phenomena, designed to discredit legitimate questioning by associating it with obviously false claims. As Elias studied his creation through bloodshot eyes that hadn't seen natural light in days, a pattern emerged that made him question everything he thought he knew about free will and human autonomy. The manipulation wasn't just cultural, it was neurological. The constant stream of engineered content was literally rewiring human brains on a species level, creating generations of people whose thoughts and desires had been shaped by external forces since birth. The evidence suggested that the traditional concept of individual choice had become largely illusory. In a world where every piece of information was filtered through manipulated channels, where every cultural touchstone carried hidden programming, where every social trend was artificially generated, what did it mean to make an independent decision? The conspiracy had achieved something more insidious than totalitarianism. They had created voluntary slavery disguised as freedom of choice. As Elias studied his creation, a pattern emerged that made him question everything he thought he knew about free will. Every major cultural trend of the past 30 years could be traced back to deliberate manipulation. Fashion cycles, social media behaviours, political movements, even conspiracy theories, all potentially guided by the same hidden hand. The realisation struck him like a physical blow. If they could control culture so completely, how could he be certain his own obsession with finding them wasn't part of their plan? The media conglomerate's server proved surprisingly easy to penetrate, which should have been Elias's first warning. Titan Communications owned 17 major news networks, 43 radio stations, controlling interests in 12 social media platforms, and content distribution deals with virtually every major streaming service. Their annual revenue exceeded the GDP of most small nations, and their influence over global information flow was effectively unparalleled in human history. Their security should have been impenetrable. Military contractors protected their networks. They employed former NSA specialists as cybersecurity consultants, and their server farms were housed in facilities that rivaled government installations. Yet Elias's intrusion tools sliced through their defences like a hot knife through butter, encountering minimal resistance and no countermeasures. It was almost as if they wanted him inside their systems. The internal documents were even more damning than the government archive, revealing coordination that made wartime propaganda efforts look amateur by comparison. Daily emails outlined narrative priorities for each news cycle, complete with psychological impact assessments, demographic targeting strategies, and measurable public sentiment targets. The language was coldly clinical, reducing human emotion and belief to data points on quarterly performance spreadsheets. Editorial meetings were recorded and transcribed with military precision. News directors from supposedly competing networks participated in weekly coordination calls, where they discussed upcoming stories, agreed on messaging frameworks, and divided coverage responsibilities to ensure comprehensive narrative saturation. The goal wasn't profit, it was behavioural modification on a civilizational scale. One particularly chilling document was titled MK Ultra Evolution, Modern Behavioural Modification Through Repetitive Exposure. It outlined techniques that made the CIA's infamous mind control experiments look primitive and inefficient by comparison. Rather than targeting individuals through drugs and trauma, the new methods focused on mass psychological conditioning through carefully orchestrated media campaigns that operated below the threshold of conscious awareness. The manual explained in disturbing detail how repetitive exposure to specific imagery, sound frequencies, narrative structures, and emotional triggers could alter brain chemistry over extended periods. Citizens weren't being brainwashed in the traditional sense. They were being neurologically rewired through their daily media consumption, with changes that accumulated gradually over years and decades. The process was so subtle and pervasive that victims never realised their thoughts weren't entirely their own. Predictive programming emerged as a central technique in their arsenal. By introducing concepts, technologies and social changes through fictional entertainment, before implementing them in reality, the manipulators could bypass critical thinking entirely. Audiences would unconsciously accept new surveillance technologies, social norms and political systems because they had been psychologically prepared through years of entertainment conditioning that made the changes feel familiar and inevitable. The technique was devastatingly effective because it exploited fundamental aspects of human psychology. People naturally accepted ideas they had encountered multiple times, even if the initial exposure came through obviously fictional sources. The brain treated repeated fictional scenarios as potential realities, creating neural pathways that made actual implementation feel like a natural progression rather than a radical change. The financial section revealed the true scope of the operation. Trillions of dollars flowed through the network annually, dwarfing the budgets of most nations. The money came from unexpected sources: pension funds, insurance companies, even charitable foundations unknowingly contributed to the conspiracy through complex investment structures. But the most disturbing discovery was the coordination between intelligence agencies, banking institutions, entertainment corporations and technology companies, operating as a unified organism despite their apparent competition and conflicting interests. Weekly video conferences brought together representatives from the CIA, Federal Reserve, major studios, social media platforms, and multinational technology corporations. They discussed sentiment management and narrative synchronization with the casual professionalism of corporate executives planning quarterly sales targets. The recordings revealed a shadow government that operated through corporate proxies rather than official political channels. Traditional governmental power had been largely superseded by a network of private organisations that could implement policy through market manipulation and cultural conditioning without the messy inconvenience of democratic oversight. Elections still occurred, but they had become elaborate theatre productions designed to maintain the illusion of popular sovereignty, while real decisions were made in boardrooms that the public never saw. News cycles weren't random or market-driven. They were orchestrated months in advance by committees that included intelligence operatives, banking executives, media moguls, and technology leaders. Wars provided distraction from economic manipulation, while generating massive profits for defence contractors. Celebrity scandals offered convenient cover for political corruption investigations. Natural disasters created opportunities to implement emergency powers that somehow always became permanent fixtures of the expanded surveillance state. Every major event served multiple purposes in a grand design that stretched across decades. The 2008 financial crisis had been engineered to consolidate banking power while conditioning the public to accept bailouts as normal economic policy. The COVID-19 pandemic had accelerated digital transformation initiatives while normalising remote monitoring and social isolation. Climate change narratives were being used to justify energy sector reorganisation and carbon credit markets that would generate enormous profits for the same financial institutions that had caused previous economic crises. Elias found recorded conversations between news anchors and their handlers that destroyed any remaining illusion about journalistic integrity. Popular television personalities, who projected authority and trustworthiness, were revealed as knowing participants in psychological manipulation campaigns, carefully crafting emotional triggers with the precision of weapons designers. They discussed techniques for inducing specific brain states in viewers, optimal timing for fear-based messaging, and methods for making propaganda indistinguishable from legitimate news reporting. The most chilling recordings involved discussions of population control strategies disguised as public health initiatives. Representatives from pharmaceutical companies, government health agencies, and media corporations coordinated messaging campaigns designed to promote dependency on medical interventions while discouraging natural immunity and traditional healing practices. The goal wasn't public health. It was creating a population that required constant pharmaceutical management to function normally. Mental health treatment had been weaponized through carefully designed chemical interventions that didn't cure underlying problems but created permanent pharmaceutical dependencies. Educational systems were being restructured to produce workers who could follow complex instructions but lacked the critical thinking skills to question authority. Even exercise and nutrition guidelines were manipulated to ensure that optimal physical and mental health remained just out of reach for the general population. The evidence was overwhelming, but as Elias prepared to copy the files to his secure drives, an error message appeared. Access denied. User privileges revoked. The server was locking him out in real time, which meant someone was actively monitoring his intrusion. He worked frantically to extract what data he could, but the digital walls were closing in. As the connection terminated, one final document appeared briefly on his screen. A personnel file with his photograph and the header Asset Management, Elias Corin. Status, Active Monitoring. The file vanished before he could read it completely, but the implications were clear. They knew he was coming. Desperation drove Elias deeper into the network than he had ever dared venture. Using techniques that bordered on digital necromancy, he resurrected connection pathways that should have been impossible to access. The risk was enormous. Each probe left digital fingerprints that could lead authorities directly to his door. But the glimpse of his own file had transformed his quest from curiosity to survival. The recordings he discovered in the deepest server vaults were audio files from meetings that shouldn't have existed, according to any official record. High-definition audio captured conversations between intelligence officials, Federal Reserve board members, entertainment executives, technology billionaires, pharmaceutical industry leaders, and representatives from organizations he'd never heard of, but whose influence seemed to span continents. They discussed the future of human consciousness like generals planning military campaigns against an enemy population. The meetings followed a rigid schedule. Every third Wednesday of each month, participants would gather in a location identified only as the facility to review progress on what they called the Integration Project. The audio quality suggested advanced surveillance equipment, possibly indicating that someone within their organization was documenting everything for purposes that remained unclear. One recording from a meeting dated 6 months ago made his blood freeze in his veins. Phase 7. Implementation has exceeded all projections, reported a woman's voice that analysis software identified as belonging to a major pharmaceutical company executive. Antidepressant dependency rates have reached 23% of the adult population in target demographics. Cognitive function degradation is proceeding on schedule, with marked decreases in long-term planning abilities and resistance to authority structures. Another voice, male with a distinctive southern accent. The cryptocurrency infrastructure is approaching full readiness for behavioral tracking integration. Once we achieve real-time monitoring of every financial transaction, thought control becomes mathematically precise. Every purchase will inform our psychological profiles. Every payment will be subject to conditional approval based on compliance metrics. Money itself becomes the ultimate surveillance and control mechanism. A third voice, older and carrying unmistakable authority. Excellent progress. The entertainment division reports successful integration of transhumanist themes across all major platforms. Public acceptance of neural interface technology has increased 23% since the campaign began, with particularly strong adoption rates among the 18 to 34 demographic. We're ready for beta testing in select metropolitan markets next quarter. The conversations continued for hours, revealing a surveillance state that made Orwell's 1984 look like a children's story. They weren't just watching citizens, they were psychologically profiling entire populations in real time, predicting dissent before it emerged, and neutralizing threats through targeted manipulation rather than direct confrontation. The system was so sophisticated that most people would never realize they were living under complete psychological control. The Integration Project appeared to be the culmination of decades of research into human behavior modification. Rather than controlling people through force or obvious propaganda, They had created a system that guided human decision-making through carefully crafted environmental pressures. Every choice citizens made was influenced by factors they never recognized as external manipulation, creating the illusion of free will while ensuring predetermined outcomes. Food additives that affected brain chemistry, architectural designs that induced specific emotional states, lighting frequencies that influenced circadian rhythms, sound pollution calibrated to create chronic stress. Every aspect of modern life had been optimized to create psychological conditions that made populations easier to manage. The genius was that victims participated willingly in their own subjugation, often defending the very systems that enslaved them. The Watcher Protocol emerged as their most sophisticated tool. Rather than silencing conspiracy theorists and dissidents, they monitored them continuously, studying their methods and psychology. The dial was used to identify others with similar thinking patterns, creating detailed maps of potential resistance before it could organize effectively. But the most chilling revelation was their approach to handling discovered threats. They didn't assassinate or imprison troublesome individuals, they drove them insane. Subtle psychological pressure, engineered coincidences, and carefully orchestrated personal tragedies would destroy a person's credibility and mental stability. Victims became their own worst enemies, discrediting themselves more effectively than any external force could. Elias found case studies documenting the destruction of dozens of individuals who had gotten too close to the truth, journalists who suffered sudden career implosions, researchers who developed inexplicable mental health problems, hackers who became paranoid and unstable. The pattern was consistent. Initial discovery, followed by escalating pressure until the subject either retreated into obscurity or self-destructed publicly. As he absorbed this information, strange coincidences began occurring in his own life. His internet connection inexplicably slowed at crucial moments. Phone calls developed electronic interference. His food delivery orders were mysteriously cancelled or delayed. Each incident was minor and easily dismissed as random bad luck, but the cumulative effect was unmistakable. Someone was watching. Elias tried to dismiss his growing paranoia as a natural reaction to the disturbing information he was processing. But late at night, when the city was quiet and his monitors provided the only light, he sometimes heard footsteps in the hallway outside his apartment. They would pause at his door for exactly 30 seconds before continuing down the corridor. The recordings had mentioned something else, something that made his hands shake as he worked. Subject 347 shows exceptional pattern recognition abilities. Psychological profile suggests high probability of success in reaching final verification stage. Recommend maintaining current stimuli until extraction protocols can be implemented. He had no way of knowing for certain, but the timing suggested a horrible possibility. He might be Subject 347. The decision to leak his findings publicly felt like stepping off a cliff. Elias had accumulated enough evidence to expose a conspiracy that dwarfed anything in human history, but he knew that releasing it would likely cost him his life, or worse, his sanity. Yet the alternative was remaining silent while humanity sleepwalked toward a digital totalitarianism that would make physical oppression obsolete. He began by seeding information across the dark web's most secure forums, using identity masking techniques that should have made him untraceable. The posts were carefully crafted to appear as random discoveries by different users, avoiding the pattern recognition algorithms that monitored conspiracy communities. Each fragment of evidence was real but incomplete, requiring readers to connect the dots themselves. The response was immediate and disturbing. His posts gained traction quickly, too quickly. Within hours, they were being shared across platforms, analysed by citizen journalists, and discussed in mainstream media as examples of dangerous misinformation. The speed of the reaction suggested a coordinated response, as if the revelation had been anticipated and prepared for in advance. More troubling was the nature of the responses. While some users took the evidence seriously, others immediately began discrediting it with arguments that seemed too sophisticated to be spontaneous. They pointed to technical inconsistencies that Elias was certain didn't exist, questioned source authenticity with forensic expertise that suggested professional training, and redirected discussions toward harmless tangents that neutered the information's impact. Within days, his revelations were being treated as another internet conspiracy theory, filed alongside flat earth theories and lizard people claims. The evidence was dismissed not through logical refutation, but through association with obviously false ideas, a technique the archived documents had called cognitive contamination. As the online discussions evolved, Elias realized he was watching a masterpiece of psychological manipulation in real time. The truth was being buried not through censorship, but through calculated flooding with disinformation. His genuine evidence was drowning in a sea of deliberate nonsense, making it impossible for reasonable people to distinguish fact from fantasy. But the digital warfare was only the beginning. Physical reality began shifting around him in subtle but unmistakable ways. His internet speed slowed to a crawl whenever he tried to upload new evidence. Delivery services could no longer find his address. His phone developed a mysterious static that made conversations nearly impossible. Even his electricity began fluctuating at random intervals, causing his equipment to crash at the most inconvenient moments. The psychological pressure was more sophisticated than anything he had imagined from the case studies. Rather than obvious intimidation, he faced a constant series of minor inconveniences and technical failures that could be dismissed as coincidence by anyone who wasn't experiencing them directly. The effect was maddening, literally. He began questioning his own perceptions, wondering if paranoia was making him see patterns that didn't exist. Sleep became elusive as his apartment filled with unexplained sounds. Electronics hummed at frequencies that seemed designed to prevent rest. The heating system cycled erratically, creating temperature fluctuations that made comfort impossible. Water pressure dropped whenever he tried to shower, and his refrigerator developed a whine that stopped only when he was away from his computer. Friends and family members began expressing concern about his mental state, though he couldn't remember telling them about his research. They called with surprising frequency, all using similar language about the importance of seeking help and taking breaks from the computer. The conversations felt scripted, as if his loved ones were reading from prepared statements. As days blended into a haze of technical failures and social pressure, Elias realized he was living inside one of the case studies he'd discovered. They weren't just monitoring him, they were actively dismantling his life with surgical precision. But unlike the previous victims, he knew what was happening. That knowledge might be his only chance of survival. He had to reach the final layer of the archive before they completed their psychological destruction. If his theory was correct, the deepest files would contain the ultimate revelation, and possibly his salvation. The final server required every technique Elias had learned over 2 decades of hacking, protected by quantum encryption and guarded by AI systems that adapted to his intrusion attempts in real time. It represented the pinnacle of digital security. Yet as he worked through the night, fueled by desperation and the last of his energy drinks, the barriers fell with almost suspicious ease. The locked folder contained exactly what he had expected and feared: complete dossiers on hundreds of individuals, including himself. His file was massive, containing information that should have been impossible to collect. Screenshots of every computer session going back years, audio recordings from devices that shouldn't have had microphones, even biometric data tracking his health and emotional states in real time. But it was the analysis that truly horrified him. Psychological profiles predicted his behaviour with uncanny accuracy, mapping his personality down to neurological quirks that he had never shared with anyone. The files detailed his childhood trauma, relationship patterns, cognitive biases, and emotional triggers with clinical precision. They knew him better than he knew himself. The surveillance had begun long before his current investigation. Webcam captures showed him staring at monitors in his apartment, taken from angles that suggested multiple hidden cameras. Phone conversations with friends and family had been recorded and analysed for stress patterns and emotional manipulation opportunities. Even his online shopping habits, medical records, and financial transactions had been fed into behavioural prediction algorithms. Most disturbing was the timeline. The earliest entries in his file dated back 15 years. to when he had first begun investigating conspiracy theories as a college student. They hadn't just discovered his activities, they had been watching and shaping them from the beginning. Every major breakthrough in his hacking skills, every connection he had made in underground communities, every piece of evidence he'd uncovered, all had been carefully orchestrated. The documents revealed the true scope of his manipulation. The pharmaceutical company he had exposed years earlier, the leaked documents had been strategically placed for him to find. The wrongful arrest that had cost him his fortune, engineered to isolate him and fuel his paranoia. Even his current apartment had been selected for him, the basement location perfect for the psychological pressure techniques they planned to employ, but the most shattering revelation was still to come. As he scrolled through terabytes of personal data, a video file caught his attention. The timestamp showed it was recorded 3 days ago, the night he had first accessed the government server. The video showed him working at his computer, but the angle was impossible. The camera had to be inside his monitor, watching him as he discovered the conspiracy. He was staring at footage of himself reading about his own surveillance. The video continued, showing him creating his digital conspiracy board, making connections between entertainment companies and intelligence agencies, even the moment when he had first seen his own photograph in the corporate files. But there was something else, a timestamp in the corner that made no sense. According to the file properties, the video had been created 6 months before it was allegedly recorded. His hand shaking, Elias cross-referenced the timestamp with other files in his dossier. The pattern that emerged destroyed everything he thought he knew about his investigation. Every revelation, every breakthrough, every piece of evidence he had discovered, all had been prepared in advance. The conspiracy he had uncovered was real, but his discovery of it had been choreographed down to the minute. They hadn't just been watching him, they had been directing him, feeding him information at precisely calculated intervals, allowing him to feel the satisfaction of discovery while ensuring he found only what they wanted him to find. His entire investigation was a performance, and he had been playing his role perfectly. The sound of footsteps in the hallway outside his apartment was no longer mysterious. It was his cue that the final act was about to begin. The timestamp that shattered Elias's world appeared in a routine system log, buried among thousands of other entries he might have overlooked in his haste to process the overwhelming data. But his pattern recognition skills, honed by decades of digital archaeology, caught the anomaly immediately. His surveillance file had been created 3 years before he had even begun his serious investigation into secret societies. Not updated, not modified, created. The implications spread through his mind like digital wildfire. Every forum post that had sparked his interest, every breadcrumb of evidence he had followed, every contact who had guided him toward new information sources, all had been carefully planted elements in an elaborate psychological experiment. He wasn't hunting the Illuminati. He was their laboratory rat, navigating a maze they had constructed specifically for him. The files reveal the true scope of the operation. Project Cassandra aimed to study how individuals with specific psychological profiles could be guided toward predetermined conclusions while believing they were conducting independent research. Elias was test subject 347 in a series that had already processed thousands of potential dissidents, conspiracy theorists, and amateur investigators. The methodology was diabolical in its sophistication. Rather than suppressing information, they had created controlled leaks that satisfied the subject's desire for hidden truth, while ensuring that any revelations served their ultimate purposes. Every conspiracy theorist who believed they had uncovered secret plots was actually participating in a massive behavioural study that helped refine mass manipulation techniques. But Project Cassandra served another purpose, creating the perfect patsies. When subjects like Elias inevitably attempted to share their discoveries, the public would dismiss them as delusional paranoids. The conspiracy theorists discredited themselves more effectively than any government censorship could, providing cover for the real operations happening in plain sight. The genius was circular. They used genuine conspiracies to hide their conspiracy, to create conspiracy theories. The Ouroboros of manipulation consumed its own tail while strengthening the head. Elias found video recordings of planning meetings where researchers discussed his psychological profile like entomologists studying an insect. His obsessive personality, his need for validation through intellectual superiority, his isolation and distrust of mainstream society, all were noted as advantageous traits for the experiment. They had identified him as an ideal subject before he had even begun his journey into the digital underground. The recordings were clinical in their detachment. Subject 347 shows exceptional persistence and pattern recognition abilities. Recommend accelerating the revelation timeline to achieve maximum psychological impact. His technical skills allow for more sophisticated evidence plants than previous subjects. Agreed. The deep web forums are seeded and ready. Will allow him to discover the entertainment industry connections next week, followed by the financial networks the following month. Estimated timeline to complete breakdown, 6 to 8 months. What about extraction? Standard protocol. Once he achieves full paranoid state, we'll activate the final revelation. The cognitive dissonance should ensure complete psychological collapse within 72 hours. Subject will either retreat into catatonic withdrawal or self-eliminate. Either outcome serves project goals. The footsteps outside his door had stopped. In the silence that followed, Elias could hear his own heartbeat thundering in his ears like a countdown timer. Every shadow in his peripheral vision might be a hidden observer. Every electronic device could be a surveillance tool. Even his own thoughts felt compromised, infected by the knowledge that his mind had been invaded and mapped by researchers who understood his psychology better than he did. But as despair threatened to overwhelm him completely, a final realization emerged from the chaos of his collapsing worldview. If they had created all of this as an experiment, if his investigation was a carefully orchestrated performance, then the evidence he had found might be real after all. They couldn't manipulate him with fake conspiracies. They had to use genuine ones to make the manipulation believable. The entertainment industry coordination, the financial manipulation, the psychological conditioning of entire populations, it was all real. His discovery of it might have been staged, but the conspiracy itself existed exactly as he had uncovered it. They had made one critical error in their psychological experiment. They had given him access to the truth. The question was whether that knowledge could serve any purpose now that he understood his role as an unwitting puppet. As the footsteps resumed outside his door, moving with deliberate slowness toward his apartment, Elias realized he had perhaps minutes to decide how this story would end. He could retreat into madness as they expected, becoming another cautionary tale about the dangers of conspiracy thinking. He could attempt to fight back, though they had mapped every aspect of his psychology and would anticipate any strategy he might devise. Or he could find a third option, something they hadn't planned for because it lay outside their understanding of his character. The gentle knock on his door interrupted his thoughts. A voice, polite and professional, spoke through the thin wood. "Mr. Corrin, we need to talk." Elias looked at his screens one final time, at the conspiracy board that had consumed his life, at the evidence that proved humanity was being manipulated on a scale beyond historical precedent. Then he looked at his reflection in the dark monitor, the face of a man who had discovered that his greatest fear and greatest hope were the same thing. He had found the truth. The truth had been carefully crafted to find him. But perhaps, in that circular dance of manipulation and discovery, lay an opportunity that neither he nor his watchers had anticipated. After all, even the most sophisticated psychological experiment could produce unexpected results. As he reached for the door handle, Elias Corrin smiled for the first time in months. If they had taught him anything, it was that reality was far more malleable than most people believed. And if reality could be shaped, then perhaps it was time for the subject to become the experimenter. The door opened to reveal figures in dark suits, their faces professional masks hiding whatever emotions they might have felt. But as they looked into Elias's eyes, something shifted in their expressions, a flicker of uncertainty that suggested their psychological profiles might have missed something crucial about their carefully studied subject. "Gentlemen," Elias said, his voice steady despite the chaos in his mind, "I've been expecting you. Shall we discuss what happens next?" The game was far from over. In fact, It was just beginning. Before we begin tonight's investigation, I want to give a huge shout out to Michael and Norman for suggesting this topic. Your ideas help truly shape this channel. If you're enjoying this documentary and finding value in the research we do here, please consider using your hype points on this video. It genuinely helps the channel more than you could possibly know, and it allows us to keep diving deep into these fascinating mysteries. Also, if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from, whether you're winding down for the night or just starting your day. But only if you want to share, no pressure. Now, let's descend into one of the most controversial construction projects in American history. Marin Cole had been working late in her home office in downtown Denver, reviewing zoning permits for a residential development project, when her computer chimed with the notification. The glow of her monitor was the only light in the room, casting long shadows across walls decorated with framed architectural drawings and her master's degree from the University of Colorado. She almost didn't open it. After 15 years as an urban planner, she had learned to be cautious about late-night emails from unknown senders. But something about the timing felt deliberate, as if whoever sent it knew she would be awake, knew she worked these late hours. The sender line read only, "A friend." No subject line, no message body, just a single attachment. Marin's hand hovered over the mouse. She thought about her father, who had been a structural engineer before his death 3 years ago. He'd taught her to trust her instincts, but also to verify everything. "Buildings don't lie," he used to say. "Paper trails always tell the truth if you know how to read them." Against her better judgment, she clicked it. The image that filled her screen was a blueprint, aged and slightly faded, with the unmistakable header, "Denver International Airport, Sub-Level Construction Plans, January 1993. Marin had seen plenty of DIA blueprints in her career. The airport's construction history was part of local legend, taught in planning courses as a cautionary tale about budget overruns and project mismanagement. But this blueprint showed something she had never seen before. Most people knew that Denver International Airport had underground levels. The automated baggage system that famously failed occupied much of the subterranean space. Public tours occasionally took visitors through the abandoned tunnels, showing off the miles of empty conveyor belts and sorting stations that cost hundreds of millions of dollars and never worked properly. Those tunnels occupied sub-levels 1 through 3. This blueprint showed a sub-level 6, and it extended miles beyond the airport's runways, spreading like roots beneath the eastern plains of Colorado. Massive rectangular chambers were labelled with clinical precision: Environmental Control Station 12, Biological Storage Wing C, Containment Observation Gallery. The technical specifications were extraordinary. Each chamber had ventilation systems more complex than hospital operating rooms. The walls were marked with thickness measurements that suggested bunker-level construction, power systems redundant enough for a military installation. In the bottom right corner, written in faded red ink, were 4 words that made Marin's hands go cold. They built much more than an airport. Find what's beneath. She stared at the screen for nearly 10 minutes, her analytical mind racing through possibilities. It could be a hoax. Conspiracy theorists had been making wild claims about Denver International Airport since before it opened. The internet was full of fabricated documents and photoshopped images designed to fuel paranoia. But something about this blueprint felt different. The technical specifications were too detailed, too precise. The handwriting in the margins matched the style of construction notes from that era, the kind her father had used. The paper grain visible in the scan showed authentic aging, with water stains in the corners that suggested decades of storage in less than ideal conditions. Marin zoomed in on various sections, studying the architectural symbols and measurements. Whoever created this document understood structural engineering at a professional level. The load-bearing calculations, ventilation shaft placements, and electrical grid layouts all followed proper protocols. More than that, they followed protocols from the early 90s, before computer-aided design had standardized everything. These were hand-drawn specifications with the small imperfections and personal touches that marked genuine period documents. If this was a fake, it was the most sophisticated one she had ever encountered. She saved the file to 3 different locations, printed a physical copy, and spent the rest of the night researching everything she could find about Denver International Airport's construction history. The coffee pot emptied twice. Dawn began to grey her windows, and somewhere in those early morning hours, Marin made a decision that would change everything. She was going to find out if Sublevel 6 was real. The question was whether she was prepared for what that truth might cost. Part 2. The Airport That Shouldn't Exist. Denver International Airport opened on February 28, 1995, 16 months behind schedule and billions of dollars over budget. The official story blamed the delays on the automated baggage system, which had been plagued with technical failures from the beginning. But as Marin dug deeper into the construction records over the next several days, she found inconsistencies that troubled her professional instincts. The airport sits on 53 square miles of land, making it one of the largest airport properties in the world by land area. That's bigger than Manhattan. For a city the size of Denver, the scale seemed excessive, particularly given that the old Stapleton International Airport had been handling traffic adequately. She pulled up satellite imagery, comparing the footprint of Denver International to other major hubs. Chicago O'Hare, one of the busiest airports in the world, occupied less than 8 square miles. Los Angeles International, serving a metropolitan area 3 times Denver's size, sat on just over 4 square miles. Why did Denver need 53? The official explanation was that city planners wanted room for expansion. Fair enough. But why choose a location so far from the city centre? The new airport sat 25 miles northeast of downtown Denver, a significant inconvenience for travellers compared to Stapleton's 6-mile distance. Marin made a list of contractors from public records, cross-referencing names against business registries and construction union databases. She spent the next 3 days tracking down former contractors who had worked on the airport's construction. Most were retired now, in their 60s and 70s, scattered across Colorado and neighbouring states. She presented herself as a researcher, working on a book about major infrastructure projects, which wasn't entirely untrue. She had been writing case studies for professional journals for years, but this research felt different, personal, as if she were following a trail her father would have wanted her to pursue. The first person she interviewed was Thomas Burkhart, who had supervised concrete work on the underground levels. They met at a diner in Aurora, one of those classic American places with red vinyl booths and a smell of coffee and bacon grease that had seeped into the walls over decades. Moran arrived early, choosing a booth near the back with a clear view of the entrance. Thomas arrived exactly on time, a heavy-set man with weathered hands that spoke of 40 years in construction. His eyes were cautious, the way people get when they've learned that talking about certain things carries consequences. He ordered coffee and pie, studied Marin for a long moment, then said, "What do you really want to know?" Marin decided honesty was the best approach. She pulled out a copy of the blueprint and slid it across the table. "The truth about what you built down there." Thomas stirred sugar into his coffee, watching the liquid swirl. He didn't touch the blueprint, didn't even look at it directly, but she could see the recognition in his eyes. "We poured concrete for sections we never saw completed," he said finally, his voice low. "Whole wings got sealed off before we could finish the work. They'd bring in different crews who didn't talk to each other. Every team had its own section, own access point, own supervisor. That's unusual. It's unheard of. On a normal project, you've got coordination, you've got continuity. Guys from different teams eat lunch together, complain about the same problems, compare notes. This was compartmentalised like military work. Nobody saw the full picture. Nobody was supposed to." He took a sip of coffee, grimaced as if it were bitter. "I've been in this business since I was 18. Worked on hospitals, government buildings, even some Department of Energy facilities out west. But I've never seen anything like the security protocols on that airport. The deep sections especially. Did you ever see blueprints for sub-level 6? Thomas went very still. His coffee cup paused halfway to his lips. "Who told you about sub-level 6? "So it exists." He set down the cup carefully as if it might shatter. "I never said that." "But you just confirmed it." Thomas looked around the diner, checking the other customers. An elderly couple near the window, a trucker at the counter, a waitress refilling coffee. No one paying attention to them. When he spoke again, his voice was barely above a whisper. "There were sections we weren't allowed to enter. Whole areas cordoned off with military-style security. Men in suits watching everything. Not airport authority, not city inspectors, federal people. They never talked to us directly, just stood there, observing, taking notes, sometimes photographing us while we worked. What were they building? I don't know, but I can tell you what we built to access it. Elevator shafts that went down farther than any airport needs. Reinforced walls thick enough for nuclear bunkers. Ventilation systems with filtration protocols I'd only seen in biohazard facilities." He pulled out his wallet and dropped cash on the table. "I've got grandkids, miss. 3 of them. I'd like to keep seeing them. Some things you're better off not knowing. Mr. Burkhart, please, just tell me. You want to know what scares me most." He was standing now, preparing to leave. "It's not what they built. It's that after all these years, nobody's asked, nobody's investigated. Every journalist who gets close to this story suddenly drops it. Every researcher who digs too deep finds a new job somewhere else. That tells you something, doesn't it? About how important it is to certain people that nobody knows what's down there." He left without touching his pie. Marin sat in the booth for another 20 minutes, staring at the cold coffee in front of her. Through the window she could see the mountains to the west, the Front Range rising against the morning sky. Somewhere out there, 25 miles to the northeast, Denver International Airport sprawled across the plains like a secret waiting to be uncovered. She had 2 more contractors to interview, but Thomas Burkhart's fear had told her more than any blueprint could. Whatever was beneath that airport, people had been keeping it hidden for 30 years, and they were still keeping it hidden now. Part 3. The Dedication Stone. The next day, Marin visited Denver International Airport herself. She parked in long-term parking, noting the massive lot that seemed to stretch forever across the plains. The terminal rose in the distance, its white tensile fabric roof designed to resemble snow-capped mountains, or, as some conspiracy theorists claimed, the tents of a massive encampment. She took the train to the main terminal, moving through crowds of travellers with her phone camera ready. She wasn't sure what she was looking for exactly, but she knew the airport's peculiarities were hiding in plain sight. The first stop was the Dedication Stone. It sat in the Great Hall, near the south end of the main terminal, mounted prominently on the floor. Most travellers walked right past it without a second glance, rolling their suitcases over the polished surface, focused on reaching their gates. But Marin knelt down and read the inscription carefully. New World Airport Commission. Below that, a dedication date, March 19th, 1994, and in the bottom corner, unmistakably, the square and compass symbol of Freemasonry. Marin had read about this stone in various conspiracy forums, but seeing it in person sent a chill down her spine. The New World Airport Commission sounded official, important. But according to every public record she could find, no such organisation existed. Not in Colorado, not in federal registries, nowhere. So who commissioned this dedication stone? And why did it credit a fictional organisation? She took multiple photographs from different angles, adjusting for the lighting that streamed through the terminal's windows. Around her, travellers continued their journeys, oblivious to the mystery beneath their feet. A child ran past, chasing a rolling ball. A pilot in uniform walked by, checking his phone. Normal airport life. Utterly mundane. But nothing about this place was mundane. She sat on a nearby bench and started researching on her phone. The Freemason connection was well documented in conspiracy circles, often dismissed as coincidental. Many public buildings had Freemason symbols. It didn't necessarily mean anything sinister. The Freemasons had been involved in construction and civic projects throughout American history, but combined with everything else, it formed a pattern. An airport built far from the city centre, massively over budget, with underground construction that nobody seemed to understand, dedicated by an organisation that didn't exist, and marked with symbols of a secret society. Either this was an elaborate series of coincidences, or something very deliberate was happening here. Marin stood and began walking through the terminal, studying its architecture with new eyes. The Great Hall was massive, with ceilings that soared overhead and windows that flooded the space with natural light. Beautiful in its way, but also excessive, wasteful even. Why build something so large for a city this size? Unless the terminal was designed for purposes beyond commercial aviation, unless it was meant to accommodate something else entirely. Part 4. The Murals of Prophecy. The murals were impossible to miss. Located in the main terminal, the massive paintings by artist Leo Tangumer had become infamous in conspiracy communities. Marin stood in front of them now, trying to understand what she was seeing. The first mural, titled "Children of the World Dream of Peace," showed scenes of destruction that seemed anything but peaceful. Burning forests consumed ancient trees, flames rendered in vivid orange and red that seemed to leap from the wall. Dead animals lay in heaps, their bodies twisted in unnatural positions. Children in caskets, their faces pale and lifeless, lay in rows that stretched into the distance. Above them all, a massive soldier wearing a gas mask loomed over the devastation, holding a rifle and a curved sword. The colours were vivid, almost violent in their intensity. Behind the soldier, crowds of people fled in terror, their faces twisted in anguish, their bodies pressed together in desperate flight. The soldier's gas mask was the most disturbing element. It was rendered with technical precision, every detail carefully painted. The rubber seals, the filter cartridge, the reflective lenses that showed no humanity behind them. This wasn't an abstract representation of war. This was a specific piece of military equipment, painted from reference. Marin moved closer, studying the details. In the background, barely visible among the chaos, buildings burned. And one of those buildings had a distinctive shape. It took her several minutes to recognise it, but once she did, she couldn't unsee it. It was the main terminal of Denver International Airport itself. The second mural depicted transformation. The same soldier from the first painting now lay defeated, broken. His gas mask was shattered, his weapons transformed into ploughshares. Children from various nations gathered around, holding implements that had been beaten from instruments of war into tools of peace. Doves flew overhead, their wings spread against a sky of impossible blue. The world bloomed with life and colour, flowers growing from ground that had been scorched and barren. The official interpretation was that these murals showed humanity overcoming war and oppression, moving from darkness into light, a message of hope. But standing in front of them, Marin felt anything but hopeful. The level of detail was disturbing. The dead children looked too real, their features too specific. The environmental destruction showed particular types of collapse, chemical contamination indicated by the yellow-green tint to the smoke, biological warfare suggested by the protective equipment worn by the soldier, ecological disaster visible in the way the trees had been stripped of leaves before burning. These weren't abstract representations of war. They were specific scenarios. Marin took dozens of photographs, documenting every detail. She noticed other travellers stopping to look, some taking quick snapshots with their phones, others moving past with expressions of discomfort. A mother hurried her children along, not wanting them to see. A teenager laughed, making jokes about the creepy artwork. But Marin saw something none of them did. She saw a timeline, a narrative. The murals weren't just showing the past and future of humanity. They were showing a sequence of events. First panel, catastrophe. Second panel, recovery. But what happened between those two moments? What was the transition? She had managed to track down Leo Tanguma's contact information through the artist's gallery in Denver. He was elderly now, living in retirement, but he had agreed to a phone conversation. "People have been asking me about those paintings for 30 years, he said, when she called later that evening. His voice carried the weariness of someone who had answered the same questions too many times. I painted what I was commissioned to paint. The themes were provided to me. Provided by whom? The airport authority, or at least that's who I thought I was working with. Looking back, I'm not entirely sure. The instructions were very specific, very detailed. They wanted particular imagery, particular symbols. They gave me reference photographs for some elements, the gas mask, for instance. They were very insistent that I get every detail correct. Did they explain why? They said it was about humanity's journey, war and peace, destruction and renewal, the triumph of the human spirit over adversity. But honestly, I didn't fully understand what I was painting until it was finished. Some of the symbolism, the specific details they insisted on, I couldn't tell you what they meant." "The burning building in the background," Marin said. "The one that looks like the airport terminal. Was that in their instructions?" There was a long pause. "I don't recall. It's been so many years. But now that you mention it, yes. I think they provided a photograph of that element. They were very specific about the architecture. Did that strike you as odd, having the airport shown in a scene of destruction?" "At the time, no. I was focused on the larger themes, on making the work powerful and meaningful. It was only later, after the murals were installed and I saw them in context, that I began to wonder. Why would you commission artwork showing your own building being destroyed? What message were they trying to send?" What for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was softer, almost reluctant. "I think there are people who knew exactly what they wanted those murals to say, and I think they chose me because I could paint what they described without asking too many questions. I was young, I needed the work, I believed in the message of peace overcoming war. I didn't realise until much later that I might have been part of something bigger, something I still don't fully understand. Do you think the murals are a warning? I think they're a story. But whether it's a story of what has been, what could be, or what will be, I honestly can't say." After the call ended, Marin returned to the airport. It was evening now, the terminal quieter as the day's flights wound down. She stood in front of the murals for another hour, photographing every detail as the light changed, as shadows deepened in the corners of the painted scenes. One detail caught her attention that she hadn't noticed before. In the second mural, the one showing peace and renewal, the children held a dove between them. And behind that dove, barely visible in the background, was a shape, a rectangle. When she zoomed in with her phone camera, she could make out details. A door, sealed shut, with a symbol painted on its surface. The same symbol that marked the dedication stone, the square and compass of Freemasonry. The children in the mural weren't just celebrating peace, they were standing guard over something, protecting it, or perhaps keeping it contained. Part 5. The Runway Pattern. That evening, back in her apartment, Marin pulled up satellite imagery of Denver International Airport on her laptop. From ground level, the airport looked like any other modern transportation hub, but from above, the runway configuration revealed something unusual. The 6 runways formed a pattern that, depending on how you looked at it, resembled a swastika. She traced the lines with her finger on the screen, following the angles. Runway 16, right 34 left, ran northeast to southwest. Runway 16 left 34 right parallel to it. Runway 725 crossed them, running east to west. And the 3 shorter runways filled in the spaces, creating angles that definitely formed a shape that made her uncomfortable. Official explanations attributed this to wind efficiency. Denver's weather patterns required runways positioned to handle crosswinds from multiple directions. The configuration was purely functional, designed by computer models to maximize operational capacity under challenging wind conditions. The front range created turbulent airflows, downdrafts, sudden shifts. The runways needed to accommodate approaches from any direction, but Marin had studied airport design in graduate school. She knew dozens of major airports around the world, all dealing with complex wind patterns, and none of them had runway configurations that looked anything like this. She spent hours comparing DIA's layout to other airports. Hong Kong, notorious for its challenging winds. Wellington, New Zealand, one of the windiest airports in the world. Chicago O'Hare, dealing with lake effects and prairie weather. None of them had patterns like this. She reached out to a former FAA airport planner named Richard Voss, who had worked on airport designs throughout the Western United States in the 80s and 90s. It took several calls to track him down, but she finally found him living in retirement in Boulder, a modest ranch house with a stunning view of the Flatirons. They met on a Saturday afternoon. Richard was in his early 70s, thin and sharp-eyed, with the careful speech pattern of someone who chose his words deliberately. He invited her into a living room lined with bookshelves filled with technical manuals and aviation history. Photographs on the walls showed airports under construction, Richard in various hard hats and safety vests, shaking hands with officials whose faces Marin didn't recognise. The runway pattern, he said, studying the satellite images Marin had brought, spreading them across his coffee table. Yes, I remember the controversy when these designs were first proposed. There were concerns about the optics, about what people might think when they saw this from above. But it was built anyway. It was built exactly as specified, despite objections, despite alternative designs that would have worked just as well for wind coverage. He traced his finger across one of the runways. This configuration isn't just about wind patterns, it's a directional code. What do you mean? Richard stood and retrieved a file folder from his study. Inside were yellow documents, old FAA memos, design specifications from decades ago. During the Cold War, certain airports were designated as emergency contingency sites, places where government aircraft could land if primary locations were compromised. These airports had specific runway patterns that could be recognised from high altitude, even without radio communication. Visual codes that pilots could identify and understand the purpose of the facility from the air. He pulled out one document showing similar runway patterns at various military installations. You see these angles? They're not random. They're navigational aids for pilots who need to identify secure locations quickly. You're saying Denver International Airport was designed as an emergency government landing site. Richard looked at her carefully, as if weighing how much to reveal. I'm saying the runway pattern serves multiple purposes, and one of those purposes has nothing to do with commercial aviation. Look here. He pointed to a section of the pattern. These angles would be visible from 50 miles away to a pilot at altitude. They'd know immediately that this facility had specific capabilities, specific resources. Why haven't you spoken about this before? Because I like my quiet life, Miss Cole. I like watching the sunset from my porch and visiting my grandchildren. There are some truths that cost more than they're worth. He handed back the satellite images. But I'll tell you this. When I heard they were building that airport so far from the city, with so much underground construction, with security protocols I'd never seen on a civilian project, I knew something else was going on, and I decided I didn't want to know what it was. But you kept the documents. Insurance, he said simply, in case someone ever asked the right questions, in case someone needed to know the truth. He walked to his window, looking out at the mountains. You're not the first person to come asking about Denver International, but you're the first one who's gotten this far. The others, they either stopped digging or... He trailed off. Or what? Or they had accidents. Strange coincidences. Job offers in other cities that were too good to refuse. That's how they operate. They don't threaten directly. They just make continuing more trouble than it's worth. Marin felt a chill run through her. Who are they? Richard turned from the window. That's the question, isn't it? And I honestly don't know the full answer. Federal agencies, military intelligence, contractors with security clearances so high they don't have names. People who believe that national security justifies any level of secrecy. Maybe they're right. Maybe what's beneath that airport needs to stay hidden. Or maybe transparency and truth matter more than security, he shrugged. That's not for me to decide. I'm just an old airport planner who wants to see his grandchildren grow up. Part 6. The tunnels that failed. The automated baggage system was legendary in engineering circles as one of the most expensive failures in infrastructure history. Designed to transport luggage through miles of underground tunnels, using computer-controlled carts travelling up to 20 miles per hour. The system was supposed to revolutionise airport operations. Instead, it mangled luggage, crashed constantly, and was abandoned before the airport even opened. The official cost, $400 million, wasted. But Marin had found something interesting in the construction records. The tunnel system was far more extensive than necessary for a baggage system, and many sections of the tunnels had never been used for baggage at all. She managed to gain access to the maintenance areas through a contact in airport operations, a technician named James who owed her a favour from a previous consulting project. She had helped his department with an efficiency analysis 2 years ago, saving them from budget cuts. He agreed to give her an unofficial tour of the abandoned sections. This is completely off the record, he said when they met at the service entrance early one morning. If anyone asks, you were never here. Understood. They entered through a service elevator in Terminal A, descending past the active baggage levels, into older, darker sections. The elevator car was industrial, scarred with years of use, smelling of metal and grease. It descended for what felt like a long time, the numbers on the panel counting down. 3, 4, 5. When the doors opened, they stepped into a different world. The air smelled of concrete dust and stale ventilation. Fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting shadows that seemed to move. The temperature was cooler than above, the humidity different. Marin could hear water dripping somewhere in the distance, an irregular rhythm that echoed through empty spaces. Most of this was supposed to be demolished after the system failed, James explained as they walked through a wide concrete corridor. But demolition costs money, and there was no real reason to remove it. So it just sits here, miles of empty tunnel. The scale was staggering. These weren't narrow maintenance crawl spaces. They were wide enough to drive trucks through, tall enough to require safety railings along the upper walkways. The walls were reinforced concrete, far thicker than necessary for a baggage system. Marin ran her hand along the surface, feeling the smooth finish of professional construction. Why would they overbuild like this? She asked. James shrugged. Official answer is they expected future expansion, but between you and me, this looks more like bunker construction than tunnel construction. See these walls? They're built to withstand serious pressure. I've seen specs on some of these sections. The concrete is reinforced with enough rebar to handle a building collapse above it. You don't need that for baggage carts. They walked for nearly 20 minutes, passing through section after section of identical corridors. The tunnels branched, intersected, formed a maze that would be impossible to navigate without the colour-coded markers painted at intervals on the walls. Red for north-south corridors, blue for east-west, green for service tunnels. But there were other colours too. yellow markers that James avoided, white markers that led to locked gates. "What do those colours mean?" Marin asked. "Yellow is sections that are still active for utilities, power conduits, water mains, that kind of thing. White is restricted access, beyond my clearance." "How much of this tunnel system is restricted?" "More than half, maybe 2/3. I've been working here for 8 years, and I've only seen maybe 30% of what's down here." They reached a junction where 3 tunnels met. James stopped, checking his phone as if confirming their location. "This is as far as I'm cleared to go," he said. "Beyond here you need special authorization, Homeland Security level clearance, for abandoned baggage tunnels." That's what I said when I first started working here. Never got an answer that made sense. He pointed down the leftmost corridor, which disappeared into darkness beyond the range of the fluorescent lights. "That tunnel runs east, way past the runways, goes for miles according to the old maps, but it's not on any current airport schematics. It's like they erased it from the official records." "What's down there?" "No idea, and I don't ask. People who ask too many questions about the deep sections tend to get reassigned, or fired." He checked his phone again. "We should head back. Shift change happens soon, and I'd rather not explain why I'm down here with an outside consultant." Marin took photographs of everything, noting the junction point on her mental map of the airport. The tunnel James indicated aligned almost perfectly with the sub-level 6 sections from the anonymous blueprint. As they walked back toward the elevator, she heard something. A sound like voices, distant and muffled, coming from one of the restricted corridors. She stopped, straining to listen. "Don't," James said quietly. "Just keep walking." "Did you hear that?" "I hear lots of things down here, and I've learned that the smart move is to pretend I didn't." He kept walking, and after a moment Marin followed. But she couldn't shake the sound of those voices, because they hadn't sounded like maintenance workers or security guards. They had sounded urgent, almost frightened, as if something in those tunnels was worth being afraid of. Part 7. The Men Who Went Missing. Back in her office, Marin began compiling a list of key contractors who had worked on the airport's underground construction. The list was surprisingly difficult to assemble. Many records were incomplete or had been archived in ways that made them nearly impossible to access. Some documents had been digitized with OCR errors that garbled names. Others existed only on microfiche and county records offices that kept limited hours. It took her nearly a week to compile a comprehensive list, cross-referencing construction permits, union databases and payment records. Eventually she identified 3 names that appeared repeatedly in connection with the deepest construction levels: Howard Trent, electrical systems specialist Miguel Perez, tunnelling engineer Everett Shaw, structural engineer. She started with Howard Trent. According to public records, he had worked for an electrical contracting firm based in Denver throughout the 90s. His work on the airport project ended in 1995, coinciding with the airport's opening. His name appeared on dozens of permits and inspection reports for the underground electrical systems. After that, his trail went cold. No tax records after 1998, no death certificate, no forwarding address, no social media presence, though that wasn't unusual for someone his age, but also no obituary, no property records, no vehicle registrations. He simply disappeared from all public databases, as if he had never existed beyond 1998. Marin tried to track down family members. She found a sister living in Grand Junction who agreed to a brief phone call. Howard was always paranoid, the sister said. Her name was Ellen, and she sounded tired. After he finished work on the airport, he became convinced someone was watching him, following him. He'd call me at strange hours, saying his phone was tapped, his apartment was bugged. I thought he was having some kind of breakdown. Mental health crisis. Did he say why he thought he was being watched? He said he'd seen things during the construction, things he wasn't supposed to see, rooms that weren't on the official plans, people who didn't belong. He tried to report it to his supervisor but was told to mind his own business. After that, the paranoia got worse. Then one day he just vanished, packed up his apartment in the middle of the night and left. I haven't heard from him since. Did you report him missing? Of course. Police said there was no evidence of foul play. Adults have the right to disappear if they want to. They filed a report, but nothing came of it. Eventually, I just accepted that Howard didn't want to be found. Maybe he finally got away from whatever was scaring him. Or maybe, Marin thought, whatever was scaring him found him first. Miguel Perez's story was different, but equally troubling. He had continued working in construction for several years after the airport opened, primarily on government contracts, mining operations, tunnel boring projects, underground infrastructure. Exactly the kind of specialised work that would make him valuable to certain agencies. In 2003, he died in what was officially ruled a workplace accident. The details were vague. Something about a toolshed collapse at a site in Colorado Springs. Marin requested the accident report through public records requests. It took 3 weeks to arrive, and when it did, the document was heavily redacted. Entire pages were blacked out. The cause of death was listed simply as blunt force trauma. No further details provided. The investigation had been conducted not by local police but by federal workplace safety inspectors. The site where the accident occurred had no other identifying information. Just a permit number that led nowhere. She tried to contact Miguel's family. His widow had remarried and moved to Texas. When Marin called, the woman refused to discuss her first husband's death. "I was told not to talk about it," she said. "I was told that for my own safety and the safety of my children, I should never discuss what happened to Miguel. That's all I can say." "Who told you that?" "People in suits. Federal people. They visited me after the funeral. They said Miguel's death was connected to classified work and discussing it publicly could compromise national security. They didn't threaten me directly, but the implication was clear. So I moved away, I remarried, I started over, and I don't look back." That left Everett Shaw. Finding Shaw took considerable effort. He had moved multiple times since leaving Colorado, each time covering his tracks carefully. But Marin finally located him through a property record in Wyoming, listed as the owner of a small ranch outside the town of Pinedale. She called first, but the number was disconnected. She tried emailing, but the address bounced back. Finally, she decided to drive up and knock on his door. The ranch was isolated, accessible only by a dirt road that wound through pine forests and open meadows for miles. A hand-painted sign near the entrance read "No trespassing, serious." Below it, a second sign, "Property under video surveillance." Marin parked near the gate and walked the remaining quarter-mile to the main house, noting the camera mounted on a tree near the entrance. The property was well-maintained but austere. A weathered log structure with smoke rising from the chimney, a barn that looked recently painted, a garden plot covered for winter. She was halfway across the yard when a man emerged from the house holding a rifle. "That's far enough," he called out. He didn't point the weapon at her, but he kept it ready. Marin raised her hand slowly. "Mr. Shaw, my name is Marin Cole. I'm an urban planner from Denver. I'd like to talk to you about the airport project." The man was in his 60s, lean and weathered, with grey hair pulled back in a ponytail. His face was deeply lined, carved by weather and worry. He kept the rifle pointed at the ground, but didn't lower it completely. "I haven't worked on that project in 30 years. Got nothing to say about it. Please, just 5 minutes. I drove 4 hours to get here." Something in her voice must have reached him. Shaw studied her for a long moment, his eyes moving from her face to her car to the road beyond, as if checking whether she'd been followed. Finally, he jerked his head toward the house. 5 minutes, then you leave and you don't come back, and you never tell anyone where you found me." Inside, the house was surprisingly comfortable. Books lined the walls, technical manuals mixed with philosophy and history. A wood stove radiated heat. The furniture was simple but well made. On a desk near the window, Marin saw surveillance monitors showing different angles of the property. Shaw poured coffee without asking if she wanted any, then sat across from her at a rough wooden table. The rifle leaned against the wall within easy reach. "Why are you really here?" he asked. Marin pulled out a copy of the blueprint she had received and slid it across the table. "Someone sent me this. I've been researching the airport's construction, trying to verify if it's real. I've talked to other contractors. Most are too scared to say anything. But I think you know the truth. Shaw looked at the blueprint for a long time. His hands trembled slightly. Whether from age or emotion, Marin couldn't tell. Where did you get this? It was sent anonymously. Is it real? He didn't answer directly. Instead, he stood and walked to a closet, rummaging through boxes until he found what he was looking for. He returned with a yellowed folder containing his own set of construction documents, pages covered with his handwritten notes and calculations. We were divided into specialised teams, he said quietly, spreading the documents across the table. Different contractors for different sections. No one was supposed to see the complete picture, but I kept copies of everything. Force of habit from 40 years in the business. My father taught me to never trust that someone else had the records you might need someday. He pulled out several documents showing various levels of the underground construction, each more complex than the last. Sublevels 1 through 3 were the baggage system. Everyone knew about those. Sublevel 4 was supposed to be mechanical systems, HVAC, power distribution. Sublevel 5 was utilities and emergency backup power, redundant systems that could keep the airport operational during a crisis. And sublevel 6? Shaw met her eyes, and she saw something in his gaze that made her understand why he lived out here, alone, watching his perimeter with cameras and keeping a rifle within reach. We were told to build containment rooms, not storage, not utility spaces, containment. With pressure seals, air filtration systems rated for biological hazards, reinforced observation windows made of material I'd only seen in military applications. The specifications were unlike anything I'd worked on in civilian construction, and I'd been building for 40 years at that point. What were they designed to contain? They never told us. But I can tell you what they built. Holding chambers with walls thick enough to survive a direct missile strike, environmental testing labs with equipment that could monitor conditions down to parts per million, a central vault with security protocols I'd only seen in military installations, multiple redundant power sources, air systems that could maintain positive pressure for months, water filtration that could purify anything. The whole level extended for miles way beyond the airport property boundaries. We tunnelled under federal land BLM territory, areas where no one would notice construction. Why would they build something like that? Shaw leaned back in his chair, his eyes distant. I've spent 30 years trying to answer that question. My best guess. It's a research site. Something they needed to keep hidden, secure and accessible only to people with the highest clearances. During the Cold War, the government built facilities like this all over the country. Underground bases, continuity of government sites, research installations studying things the public wasn't supposed to know about. Most people think that ended when the Soviet Union fell, but I think they kept building, and Denver International Airport was the perfect cover. He pulled out another document, this one a rough hand-drawn map. This is my reconstruction of Sublevel 6's layout based on what I saw, and what I could piece together from talking to other contractors who'd work on adjacent sections. The main access points are here and here. He pointed to locations near Terminals B and C. But there are other entrances, emergency exits, service tunnels, and connections to other facilities miles away. Connected to what? That, I don't know for certain. But I heard rumours during construction. Whispers among contractors who'd had one too many beers after their shifts. Rumours about connections to Cheyenne Mountain, to NORAD, to other facilities that officially have nothing to do with the civilian airport. One electrician told me he'd wired a tunnel that ran due south for 50 miles. Another guy said he'd installed communication equipment that was hardened against electromagnetic pulses. Military-grade stuff. Why would an airport need that? Marin studied the map, committing every detail to memory. Why are you telling me this? Everyone else I've talked to refuses to say anything. Shaw was quiet for a moment, his fingers tracing the lines on his map. Because I'm old, and I'm tired of carrying this alone. Because Howard is gone and Miguel is dead and I'm probably next. And because someone needs to know the truth before we're all silenced. He looked up at her. Do you know what it's like to live in fear for 30 years? To know that everything you built, every calculation you made, every blueprint you drew was part of something you don't understand, something potentially terrible? Do you think you're in danger? I've been living off-grid for 20 years. I don't use email. I barely use the phone. My property has security that would make a paranoid survivalist proud. I take precautions because yes, I believe talking about this is dangerous. He folded up the maps and handed them to Marin. But I also believe the truth matters more than my safety. So here, take these. Find out what's really down there. Just be careful. People who dig too deep into this tend to have accidents. What kind of accidents? Howard disappeared. Miguel was crushed in a tool shed that somehow collapsed, even though it was new construction that had passed multiple safety inspections. I had a close call myself in 2001. Someone tampered with the brakes on my truck. I survived because I was paranoid enough to check them before driving anywhere important. After that, I moved here. Changed my name on everything except the property deed. Cut ties with everyone from my old life. Do you know who's behind it? Not individuals, but organisations. Federal agencies with budgets so black they don't appear in any public documents. Military contractors who answer to people without names. Intelligence services that operate beyond oversight. The kind of shadow government that conspiracy theorists talk about, except it's real. It's been real since the Cold War and it never went away. It just got better at hiding. Marin took the documents carefully, treating them like the precious evidence they were. Thank you for trusting me with this. Don't thank me yet. This information might just get you killed. Shaw walked to the window looking out at the forest surrounding his property. But if you're going to do this, if you're going to dig all the way down to the truth, then do it right. Document everything. Create redundant copies. Send it to people you trust in different locations. And most importantly, if you find something definitive, something that proves what's down there, don't try to be a hero. Release it all at once. Make it public immediately. That's your only protection. Part 8. The Federal Visit. The men arrived 3 days after Marin returned from Wyoming. She had been working from home, reviewing the documents Shaw had given her and trying to cross-reference them with other construction records when someone knocked on her apartment door at 8 in the evening. Through the peephole she saw 2 men in plain clothes. They looked official in the way federal agents always do. Neat haircuts, conservative suits that managed to be both expensive and deliberately forgettable. Expressionless faces that gave away nothing. She had been expecting this. Shaw had warned her. Thomas Burkhart had warned her. Even Richard Voss in his careful way had warned her. When you start asking questions about Denver International Airport, when you talk to too many people and dig too deep into records that someone wants to stay buried, people notice. Marin considered not answering, but they knocked again, firm and patient, and she knew they would keep knocking until she opened the door. Marin Cole? The first man asked when she cracked open the door, keeping the chain lock engaged. Who's asking? We'd like to talk to you about your recent research activities. He didn't show identification, didn't introduce himself. His partner stood slightly behind him, hands clasped in front, eyes scanning the hallway. I'm not discussing my research with anyone. The second man spoke for the first time. His voice was quiet, almost gentle. Miss Cole, we're not here to threaten you. We're here to give you some friendly advice. Stop contacting former airport contractors. Stop requesting restricted construction documents. Move on to other projects. There are plenty of interesting infrastructure stories that don't touch on matters of national security. I haven't done anything illegal. No one's saying you have. But understand that certain projects have ongoing security implications. Interfering with those projects, even inadvertently through historical research, can lead to complications you don't want. Questions from other agencies, difficulties with future employment, problems that would make your life significantly less pleasant. The first man pulled a business card from his pocket and slipped it through the gap in the door. It was blank except for a phone number. If you decide you want to discuss what you found, call this number. Someone will listen. But if you continue down your current path, we can't guarantee your safety. Not because we would harm you, but because you're getting close to things that other people we don't control, might want to remain hidden. Is that supposed to be reassuring? It's supposed to be honest. There are forces at work that are bigger than any individual, bigger than any single agency. Some things are classified for good reasons. Some secrets exist because knowing the truth would cause more harm than maintaining the lie. They turned to leave. But as the second man descended the stairs, something fell from his pocket. A small laminated card which he didn't seem to notice. Marin waited until they were gone, counting to 60, listening for the sound of car doors, an engine starting. Only then did she open her door fully and retrieve the card. It was an access badge for the Defense Threat Reduction Agency. She stood in her apartment doorway, holding the badge, trying to understand what it meant. DTRA was a Department of Defense organisation focused on countering weapons of mass destruction. Chemical weapons, biological threats, nuclear materials. They worked on preventing the proliferation of WMDs, responding to biothreat scenarios, developing countermeasures against radiological attacks. Why would DTRA care about an airport, unless the airport was involved in exactly those kinds of threats? Unless Sub-Level 6 was a research facility studying the very things DTRA was designed to counter, or perhaps containing them. Part 9. The Cheyenne Mountain Connection. The Defense Threat Reduction Agency badge changed everything. Marin spent the next week researching DTRA operations and historical government programs related to continuity of government and bio-threat response. What she discovered painted a disturbing picture. During the Cold War, the United States had built extensive underground facilities designed to preserve government functions in the event of nuclear war. Some were well known. The bunker beneath the Greenbrier Hotel in West Virginia, where Congress would relocate. Mount Weather in Virginia, the Emergency Operations Center for Executive Branch. Raven Rock in Pennsylvania, the Pentagon's alternate command center. But there were others, classified sites that appeared only as rumours and declassified hints in historical documents. Site R, Site E. The dozens of facilities that fell under the umbrella of continuity of government planning but were never officially acknowledged. The declassified documents she could find revealed a massive infrastructure of underground installations built throughout the 50s, 60s and 70s designed to preserve American government and military capability in the event of catastrophic attack. And according to reports from various investigative journalists and researchers who had spent years tracking these sites, the construction never stopped. Even after the Cold War ended, even after the Soviet Union fell, the underground facilities continued to expand and upgrade, because the threats didn't end with nuclear war. Biological weapons, genetically engineered pathogens, chemical agents that could devastate populations, these threats were harder to detect, harder to defend against, and potentially more dangerous than nuclear weapons because they could be deployed with far less infrastructure. Marin found references in government documents to strategic biological repositories and continuity of species programs. The language was bureaucratic, deliberately vague, but the implications were clear. The government had been collecting genetic samples, storing biological materials, preparing for scenarios where human DNA itself might need to be preserved. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault in Norway was a public example of this thinking. A facility built deep in Arctic permafrost, designed to preserve seeds from every known crop species in case of agricultural collapse. It was openly acknowledged, even celebrated. But what if there were similar facilities for human genetic material? What if someone had decided that preserving the human species required the same kind of ark? And where would you build such a facility in the United States? Somewhere secure, somewhere with extensive underground construction that wouldn't attract attention, somewhere with connections to military command structures like NORAD, somewhere like Denver International Airport. Cheyenne Mountain, home to NORAD, was 75 miles south of Denver. It was one of the most famous military installations in the world, carved deep into granite, designed to withstand a direct nuclear strike. The installation could seal itself off from the outside world, operating independently for months if necessary. But even Cheyenne Mountain needed support infrastructure, supply lines, personnel transit, emergency protocols for moving critical assets quickly from vulnerable locations to protected ones. What if Denver International Airport wasn't just an airport? What if it was part of a larger continuity of government network, a hub in a system of underground facilities designed to preserve not just government functions, but human capability itself. Marin created a map showing all the known underground facilities in Colorado and Wyoming. Then she added the tunnel networks from Shaw's documents, extending them based on the geological surveys and transportation corridors that made sense for underground construction. The pattern was undeniable. They formed a constellation of connected sites with Denver International Airport at the centre. Lines radiated outward, south to Cheyenne Mountain, west toward various military installations in the Rockies, north toward Wyoming facilities, east into the plains where surveillance and early warning systems had been built during the Cold War. She found references in old military reports to strategic relocation routes and emergency population management scenarios. One document, partially declassified in 2007, mentioned genetic preservation protocols and biodiversity contingency planning without providing any specific details about where these programs were implemented. Another document, from a 1980s congressional hearing on civil defense, contained a single telling line: the committee recommends continued funding for underground biological repositories, with primary sites to be established in geologically stable regions with existing federal infrastructure. Geologically stable regions, like the Front Range of Colorado, existing federal infrastructure, like a major airport built on federal land with extensive underground construction. In the event of a catastrophic attack or breakdown of civil order, certain facilities would become operational. People deemed essential to national security would be moved to protected locations. Genetic samples would be secured, research materials would be preserved, and the infrastructure for that movement needed to be built in advance, hidden within civilian projects where it wouldn't attract attention. Denver International Airport, with its massive underground construction, its federal involvement, its connections to military installations, made perfect sense as part of that infrastructure. But that didn't explain the containment rooms, or the observation galleries, or the specific reference to anomalous biological specimens. That suggested something beyond just genetic storage, something beyond just continuity of government. That suggested they were studying something, containing something, something that required the kind of security protocols normally reserved for the most dangerous materials on Earth. Part 10. The infiltration. Marin knew she needed to get into sub-level 6 herself. The documents and witness testimonies had given her the outline, but she needed proof. Physical evidence. Photographs that couldn't be dismissed as fabrications or misinterpretations. She spent 2 weeks planning her approach. Getting into the secure areas of the airport would require either extensive hacking of security systems, which was beyond her capabilities, or finding someone with access who could help her. The answer came from an unexpected source. One of her college classmates, a woman named Patricia Chen, worked as a facilities manager for the airport authority. They had stayed in touch sporadically over the years, meeting for coffee every few months to catch up on their careers and lives. Patricia had been with the airport for almost a decade, long enough to have access to areas most employees never saw. Marin invited her to lunch at a quiet restaurant in Cherry Creek and carefully broached the subject. "I'm working on a research project about underground construction," she explained, after they had ordered and exchanged the usual pleasantries about work and family. "Particularly the older sections of the airport that aren't in regular use anymore. I was wondering if you could give me a tour of some of those areas for the book I'm writing." Patricia looked uncomfortable. She set down her fork and studied Marin with an expression that was hard to read. "Most of the old tunnel sections are restricted. Even I don't have clearance for everything down there. But you have clearance for some areas." "Some, yes. The decommissioned baggage tunnels, certain mechanical sections, emergency access routes that haven't been used in years. But Marin, there are places down there that nobody talks about. Places that technically don't exist on any current airport maps. If you're asking me to take you to those places, the answer is no. I could lose my job. Possibly face criminal charges if I accessed restricted areas without authorization. I'm not asking you to risk your career. Just show me what you're allowed to show me. That's all." Patricia studied her for a long moment. "Why is this important to you? You're not writing a book about infrastructure. You're looking for something specific. What is it?" Marin considered lying. constructing some plausible cover story. But Patricia deserved the truth. They had been friends for over 15 years. Patricia had always been honest with her. So Marin explained everything. The anonymous blueprint, the contractor interviews, the federal visit, the connections she had uncovered between the airport and government programs that officially didn't exist. Everything. When she finished, Patricia was quiet for several minutes, pushing food around her plate without eating. The restaurant buzzed with lunchtime conversation around them, people discussing business deals and vacation plans, normal life carrying on while they talked about conspiracies and underground facilities. "I've worked at that airport for 10 years, Patricia said finally, and there are things I've seen, things I've noticed that never made sense. Security protocols that seem excessive for a civilian facility, sections that require federal clearances to access, deliveries that arrive at odd hours with military escorts, trucks with no markings. I always assumed it was related to post-9/11 security measures, heightened vigilance. But maybe it's more than that. Maybe it's always been more than that. Will you help me? I'll show you what I can access. But we do this my way, during a maintenance shift when fewer people are around. And if we get caught, the story is we were just doing a routine inspection of systems that haven't been checked in a while. Plausible deniability. Understood. Understood. They scheduled the tour for the following Tuesday, during the overnight shift between 2 and 4 in the morning when airport traffic was minimal and most of the facility staff was at reduced capacity. Part 11. Descent into Sub-Level. 6. Patricia picked Marin up at 1:30 in the morning from a parking garage 3 blocks from the airport. They drove separately to a service entrance on the eastern perimeter of the airport property, far from the main terminals and the areas where late-night travellers might see them. This entrance is used mainly for maintenance crews and contractors, Patricia explained as she swiped her access card at a plain metal door marked only with a number. Security is lighter here, but we still need to move carefully. There are cameras in most sections and the security centre monitors everything. Won't they notice us? I filed a maintenance inspection request for tonight. As far as the system knows, we're checking HVAC systems and electrical panels in the lower levels. Normal work. But we'll need to stick to areas where that story makes sense. They entered through the metal door into a concrete corridor lit by industrial lighting. The air was cool and slightly damp, carrying the smell of machine oil and ozone. The floor was painted concrete, marked with yellow safety lines and directional arrows that had faded over time. Patricia led them through a maze of passages, each turn taking them deeper into the facility's infrastructure. They passed through Sub-Level 1, where the active baggage systems hummed and clicked, automated carts moving luggage between terminals. The sound echoed off concrete walls, creating a rhythm that was almost hypnotic. They descended further into the abandoned sections. Sub-Level 3 was where the failed baggage system equipment sat in silent rows, a graveyard of broken conveyor belts and rusting machinery. Everything was covered in dust, untouched for years. The air here was staler, the temperature cooler. "This is normally as far as I go," Patricia said. They stood at a junction where a locked gate barred further progress. A sign read, "Authorised personnel only, federal clearance required." Beyond the gate, the character of the tunnels changed. The lighting was newer, LED instead of the older fluorescent fixtures. The walls were smoother, more finished. This wasn't abandoned infrastructure. This was actively maintained. "Can you open it?" "My card technically has clearance, but there's a log. If anyone checks, they'll see I accessed this area outside of normal maintenance hours. They'll have questions." "I understand if you want to turn back." Patricia hesitated, her hand on the card reader. Marin could see the conflict in her friend's face, weighing curiosity and loyalty against career and safety. Finally, Patricia swiped her card. The lock disengaged with a heavy clunk that echoed through the tunnels. "No going back now," Patricia whispered. Beyond the gate, everything was different. The passages were climate-controlled, the temperature precisely maintained. Digital keypads controlled access to various doors. Security cameras mounted in protective housings tracked their movement. red lights indicating active recording. They descended 2 more levels via a service stairwell that seemed to go down forever. Marin counted the steps. 53, 54, 55. At the bottom, they emerged into a corridor unlike anything in the upper levels. This was sub-level 5. And it was definitely not abandoned. Climate control units hummed in the walls. Digital keypads controlled access to various doors, each requiring card authentication and presumably tracking every entry. The floors were polished concrete, clean and well maintained. The walls were painted institutional white, marked with coloured lines that indicated different zones and purposes. "We shouldn't be here," Patricia whispered, even though they appeared to be alone. "This area is definitely off limits." But Marin had come too far to turn back now. She moved forward, checking doors, searching for any way down to the 6th sub-level. She knew from Shaw's documents that the access point should be near this location, somewhere in this section of sub-level 5. She found it near the end of the corridor, an elevator shaft with buttons labelled 1 through 5 and a blank button at the bottom of the panel. No label, no indication of what the blank button led to. But Marin knew. This was the entrance to sub-level 6. Patricia saw what she was looking at. "That button requires a keycard I don't have. I've seen it before, but never had authorization to use it. I've never been to whatever level that accesses. I don't even know if anyone on my team has." Marin examined the panel. There was no label, no indication of what the blank button led to, but she knew from Shaw's documents that this was it. The final level. The place where the truth was hidden. She pressed the button, not really expecting it to work. But to her surprise, the elevator engaged. The blank button glowed red, and she heard the mechanism activating above them. "How did you do that?" Patricia asked, her voice tight with nervousness. "I don't know. Maybe the security protocols are looser during maintenance hours. Maybe your card has more access than you thought." The elevator arrived with a soft chime. The doors opened to reveal an interior that was immaculately clean, stainless steel walls reflecting the LED lighting. Marin and Patricia exchanged glances. "Last chance to turn back," Marin said. "We're already caught on camera. Might as well see what we came for." They stepped into the elevator. Marin pressed the blank button. The doors closed, and the elevator began to descend. It took a long time, much longer than the descent between normal floors. Marin watched the digital display, but it showed no floor numbers, just a blank screen. They were descending into a part of the facility that officially didn't exist, into sub-level 6. When the doors finally opened, they stepped into a space that took Marin's breath away. This was not a maintenance tunnel. This was not abandoned infrastructure. This was a facility. The corridor stretched ahead of them, pristinely white walls with sealed doors every 30 feet. The air was temperature controlled, filtered, with no hint of the mustiness that pervaded the upper tunnels. Overhead lights were embedded in the ceiling at regular intervals, creating a clinical brightness that reminded Marin of research laboratories or hospital operating theatres. Everything was clean, everything was maintained, everything suggested active use. They walked forward slowly, their footsteps echoing off the walls. Each door they passed had a digital keypad and a small window, but most windows were covered from the inside. The doors were labelled with alphanumeric codes that meant nothing to Marin. A12, B7, C19. About halfway down the corridor they found a door that was slightly ajar. Room designation. Observation Gallery 3. Marin pushed it open carefully. Inside was a large observation room. One wall was entirely glass, looking into a chamber beyond. The chamber was empty now, but the walls showed signs of heavy use. Scuff marks that looked like something had been thrown against them. Discoloration in places where chemicals or biological materials might have been present. Mounting points on the floor and ceiling where equipment had been installed and removed. The observation room itself contained equipment racks, now mostly empty. Along one wall, metal shelves held dozens of identical sealed containers. Each container was about the size of a shoebox, made of some kind of specialised alloy. with temperature gauges on the sides and biohazard warnings stamped on the tops. Marin examined one of the containers. It was heavy, carefully sealed. The temperature gauge read -20 degrees Celsius. A numeric code was stenciled on its side, but no other identifying information. No labels indicating what was inside. "These are biological storage containers," Patricia said quietly, joining her at the shelves. "We use similar ones in the airport's quarantine facilities for handling potentially contaminated materials, but these are much more sophisticated, military grade, the kind of thing you'd use for long-term storage of hazardous biological materials." They explored 3 more rooms, finding similar setups: observation areas overlooking empty chambers, storage facilities with specialized equipment, sealed rooms with reinforced walls and sophisticated ventilation systems. Everything spoke of active research, careful containment, protocols designed to handle materials that required the highest levels of security. In the last room they checked, Marin found something that made everything clear. On a door at the far end of the chamber, painted letters were visible beneath layers of grime and half-hearted attempts to cover them with white paint. Someone had tried to erase these words, but they showed through. Anomaly Containment, Section A. The letters had faded, been partially obscured, but they were unmistakable. This wasn't a storage facility. This wasn't a government bunker. This was a containment site for something that required isolation, observation, and federal security. Something anomalous. Patricia was taking photographs with her phone, documenting everything. The empty chambers, the storage containers, the labels on equipment racks, the warning signs, evidence that Sub-Level 6 was real and active. "We need to go," she said, checking the time on her phone. "We've been down here too long. If security's watching the cameras..." An alarm began to sound. Not loud, but persistent. A red light started flashing above the elevator. They ran. Part 12. The Blue Horse. They made it back to the service entrance without encountering security, but Marin knew their time had run out. By morning, someone would review the access logs and camera footage. Patricia would be questioned about why she'd accessed restricted areas during a supposed maintenance inspection. The facility would know they had been there. In the parking garage, Patricia handed Marin a USB drive. "Everything I photographed. All of it. Take it. I'll claim I was doing a routine inspection if anyone asks, but I don't think they'll believe me. I'll probably be fired, maybe prosecuted, but at least we'll have proof. I'm sorry I got you involved in this. Don't be. I've been ignoring my instincts about this place for years. Every time I saw something that didn't make sense, every time I encountered security protocols that seemed excessive for a civilian facility, I told myself it was none of my business, that there were good reasons for everything. But maybe it's time someone actually looked at what's down there." She got into her car, started the engine. "Be careful, Marin. Whatever this is, it's big and dangerous. People don't build facilities like that without being willing to protect them." Marin drove home as dawn broke over Denver. She was exhausted, running on adrenaline and too much coffee, but her mind wouldn't stop racing. She thought about everything she had discovered: the containment chambers, the biological storage, the federal security, all hidden beneath an airport that shouldn't have needed any of those things. And she thought about something else, something she had noticed during all her research but hadn't fully connected until now. The Blue Mustang statue. Everyone who visited Denver International Airport knew about the statue. It was impossible to miss. A 32-foot sculpture of a rearing horse, painted bright blue with glowing red eyes. Locals called it Blucifer, a name that captured both the statue's demonic appearance and its dark history. The sculptor, Luis Jimenez, had been killed during its construction when a section of the statue fell on him, severing an artery in his leg. He bled to death in his studio before help could arrive. The statue was unveiled in 2008, 13 years after the airport opened. The official explanation was that it represented the wild spirit of the American West, a symbol of freedom and untamed nature. But the statue had always generated controversy. Parents complained that it gave their children nightmares. Some people claimed to see the red eyes glowing in the dark, visible from the highway miles away. Local legends sprang up about the statue being cursed, about Jimenez's death being a sacrifice, about the horse being a guardian of something beneath the airport. Moran had always dismissed these stories as simply bad art combined with urban legend, but now she pulled up photographs and technical specifications of the statue's construction. The statue weighed 9,000 pounds. Its internal structure was made of steel armatures and support brackets. Complex engineering required to keep the rearing horse balanced on its hind legs. The plans showed a sophisticated system of internal supports, anchoring deep into the ground to prevent the massive sculpture from toppling. And those support brackets, those internal structures, those anchor points that extended deep underground, looked remarkably similar to the containment bracket designs she had seen in the sub-level 6 blueprints. The same angles, the same reinforcement patterns, the same engineering principles used for structures that needed to withstand extreme stress. What if the statue wasn't just art? What if it was a marker, a symbol visible from the air indicating the location of the facility below? She spent the morning researching the statue's design process, its funding sources, the decision to place it exactly where it stood. The more she learned, the more deliberate everything seemed. The statue sat on the western edge of the airport property, at the end of the main access road. Directly beneath its location, according to Shaw's maps, was one of the primary access points to sub-level 6. It was a sign. A massive, impossible-to-miss sign, telling anyone who knew what to look for exactly where the underground facility could be accessed. The glowing red eyes visible from miles away, a beacon, a navigational aid for aircraft that needed to find this facility quickly, even without radio contact. The blue colour? Blue was the NATO standard for identifying biological hazards. The rearing horse, positioned as if about to strike. A warning, a symbol of power and danger. And Jimenez's death? Marin didn't want to believe it was intentional, but the timing was suspicious. He had completed the statue. He knew how it was built, where the anchor points were located, what lay beneath. Had he asked questions? Noticed things? Discovered the truth about what his statue was really marking? She couldn't prove any of this, but the pattern was there, visible once you knew how to look. Part 13. The truth hidden from the public. With all the pieces assembled, Marin began to see the larger picture. In the documents Patricia had photographed, there were references to something called MK Denver. The name appeared on file labels, on storage containers in the observation rooms, on digital displays that Patricia had captured in her photos. Marin searched for any mention of MK Denver in public records and found nothing, but she did find references to other MK programs from the Cold War era. MK Ultra, the notorious CIA mind control experiments that tested LSD and other drugs on unwitting subjects. MK Search, its successor program, which expanded the research to include hypnosis and behavioral modification. MK Naomi, focused on biological weapons and incapacitating agents. The MK designation seemed to be associated with classified research projects that pushed ethical boundaries, programs that operated in the shadows of government oversight, studying things that the public wasn't supposed to know about. MK Denver could be another program in that lineage, but what was its purpose? In one of Patricia's photos, Marin had caught a clear image of a document lying on a desk in one of the observation rooms. She zoomed in, enhancing the image as much as possible using photo editing software. The document header read, MK Denver, Population Continuity Through Genetic Preservation, Phase 2 Implementation. Below that, a list of objectives. Maintain viable genetic samples of strategic personnel. Create controlled environment storage for biological materials. Establish protocols for rapid DNA sequencing and analysis. Develop containment procedures for anomalous biological specimens. Coordinate with DTRA for biothreat response scenarios. This wasn't just a bunker. It wasn't just a storage facility. This was a genetic vault, similar to the seed vaults built to preserve plant species in case of global catastrophe. But instead of seeds, they were preserving human genetic material, DNA of strategic personnel, whatever that meant. Government officials, military leaders, scientists, people deemed essential to rebuilding civilization if catastrophe struck. And there was that word again. Anomalous. Anomalous biological specimens. What did that mean? What kind of specimens required containment in a secure underground facility with federal oversight and military-grade security? Marin found another photo that provided a clue. Patricia had photographed a wall chart in one of the labs, a timeline showing different phases of the EMC Denver program. Phase 1, 1975 to 1988. Sample collection and storage protocols established Phase 2, 1989 to 2003. Facility construction and anomaly containment procedures. Phase 3, 2004 to present. Unknown, listed only as operational contingency. The timeline suggested that MK Denver had been running for almost 50 years. It had begun during the Cold War, continued after the Soviet Union fell, and was still active now. But what was Phase 3? What operational contingency required a facility this size, this secure, this hidden? Marin spent hours going through every photo Patricia had taken, every document visible in the images, looking for more information. She found references to other programs with cryptic names: Genetic Arc Protocol, Biodiversity Contingency, Species Preservation Initiative. All of them seemed to be connected to MK Denver. All of them suggested preparation for some kind of catastrophic event that would threaten human survival. But none of them explained the containment chambers. None of them explained why observation rooms had been built with reinforced glass capable of withstanding extreme impacts. None of them explained what anomalous biological specimens meant, unless they had found something. Something that didn't fit existing categories. Something that required study and containment because it posed a threat that no one had anticipated. Part 14. The tape. Among the items Patricia had photographed was an old VHS tape, sitting on a shelf in one of the observation rooms. The label, barely legible in the photo, read, Anomaly Behaviour Footage, 98. Marin needed to see what was on that tape. She knew returning to the airport was reckless. Patricia had almost certainly been identified by now. Her access privileges revoked, possibly even detained for questioning. Security would be heightened. They would be watching for exactly the kind of intrusion Marin was planning, but that tape might contain the proof she needed. Visual evidence of what Sub-Level 6 was really for. Something that couldn't be dismissed or explained away. She returned alone that night, using the same service entrance Patricia had shown her. The access card Patricia had given her still worked, which surprised her until she realised it might be a trap. They might be letting her in, watching to see what she would do, who she would contact. But she had come this far. She couldn't stop now. Getting into the underground levels was easier than she expected. The route was burned into her memory. Down the stairs, through the checkpoints, into the restricted zone. She moved quickly, confidently, as if she belonged there. As if she had every right to be in these tunnels at 3 a.m. She made it to Sub-Level 6. The elevator descended with that same unsettling smoothness, carrying her down into a place that officially didn't exist. The corridor was as she remembered it. White walls, sealed doors, clinical lighting. But something was different. She could hear something. A low humming sound, like machinery running behind the walls, and voices distant and muffled coming from somewhere deeper in the facility. She found the observation room where the tape had been. It was still there, sitting exactly where Patricia had photographed it, as if waiting for someone to find it. Marin took the tape and retreated back through the tunnels, her heart pounding every time she passed a camera or heard footsteps in distant corridors. She was certain she would be caught, certain that security was watching her on monitors, letting her get deeper into the facility before they moved in. But no one stopped her. She made it back to the surface, back to her car, back onto the highway, before she allowed herself to breathe normally. Again. Back in her apartment, she set up an old VCR she had kept from college and inserted the tape. Her hands were shaking as she pressed play. The footage that played was unlike anything she had expected. It showed one of the containment chambers from sub-level 6, clearly the same room she had seen in person. The timestamp in the corner read August 14th, 1998, 0300 hours. A figure stood in the centre of the chamber. At first it looked human, roughly human-shaped, wearing what appeared to be a hospital gown. 2 arms, 2 legs, a head. But as the camera zoomed in, details became clear that didn't make sense. The figure's proportions were wrong. Arms slightly too long, reaching below where the knees should be. Legs bent at angles that suggested additional joints. The head tilted at an angle that should have been impossible without breaking the neck, turned almost backward while the body faced forward. And the way it moved, it didn't walk. It jerked between positions without seeming to transition, as if skipping frames in reality itself. One moment standing still, the next moment across the room, with no visible movement between the 2 positions. Behind the observation glass, several people in full biohazard suits watched, taking notes on clipboards. Their voices came through on the audio, clinical and detached, discussing the subject as if it were a laboratory specimen rather than anything that had once been human. Subject remains non-responsive to verbal commands. Cellular degradation continues at the accelerated rate. Current estimate is 72 hours until complete breakdown. Recommendation: transfer to Cheyenne Mountain Facility for further study under Level 4 containment protocols. The figure in the chamber suddenly moved directly toward the camera, impossibly fast. Its face filled the screen for a moment. Features distorted and wrong. Eyes that were too large and the wrong colour, mouth opening wider than any human jaw could stretch, before the video cut to black. When the image returned, the chamber was empty. The observers were gone. A single voice spoke, barely above a whisper, speaking quickly as if afraid of being overheard. Transfer to Cheyenne Mountain failed. Containment breach during transport. 2 personnel lost. Subject remains active. Keep it here. Maintain sub-level 6 operational status until Phase 3 protocols are implemented. No further attempts to move specimens until new containment procedures are established. The tape ended with one final shot. A blueprint of the entire Denver International Airport, with sub-level 6 highlighted in red. In the corner, a handwritten note in the same red ink as the original anonymous blueprint. Sub-level 6 must remain operational until Phase 3. Marin sat in her dark apartment, staring at the static on the television screen. Her mind struggled to process what she had just seen. That figure in the chamber, that thing that looked almost human but wasn't. What was it? Where had it come from? The clinical tone of the observers suggested this wasn't the first time they had dealt with something like this. They had protocols, procedures, language that indicated familiarity with whatever that thing was. Anomalous biological specimen. Not human, not animal, something else. Something that required containment in a facility built to withstand catastrophic containment failures. Something that had killed 2 people during a failed transfer attempt, and they were keeping it at Denver International Airport in sub-level 6 because Cheyenne Mountain had refused to accept it after the transport failure. She now understood what Denver International Airport really was. Not just a transportation hub, not just a government bunker or a genetic vault. It was a containment site, built to isolate and study things that couldn't be explained, things that existed at the edge of scientific understanding. Anomalies. Whether they were products of secret experiments, recovered from unknown sources, or something else entirely, she couldn't say. But they were there. Beneath the terminals and runways, beneath the tunnels tourists saw deep in sub-level 6, contained and hidden and watched by federal agencies that officially didn't exist. And Phase 3, whatever that meant, was still coming. Epilogue. The knock at the door. Marin spent the next 2 days organising all her evidence. Photographs, documents, witness testimonies, the tape. She created redundant copies, stored on multiple drives, sent to different locations. She followed Shaw's advice exactly. Document everything. Create backups. Prepare to release it all at once if necessary. She began writing a comprehensive report detailing everything she'd discovered. She planned to send it to journalists, researchers, advocacy groups, anyone who might be able to corroborate her findings and help make them public. But as she sat at her laptop in a cheap motel room in Colorado Springs, having fled her apartment when she became convinced it was under surveillance, playing the footage one more time to ensure she had captured all the details, someone knocked on her door. 3 precise knocks. A pause. Then 3 more. The pattern was too deliberate to be random, too controlled to be housekeeping or another guest. Marin felt her pulse spike, adrenaline flooding her system. She closed her laptop, walked slowly to the door, and looked through the peephole. 2 men in plain clothes stood in the hallway. Not the same men who had visited her apartment, but the same type. Federal agents or contractors who worked for agencies without names. One of them was holding up a badge she couldn't quite read. They knocked again. The same pattern. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 more. Marin didn't open the door. Instead, she returned to her laptop and sent one final email to a list of addresses she had carefully curated. Journalists she trusted, activist organisations focused on government transparency, researchers who had studied classified programs, even a few members of Congress who had shown interest in oversight of intelligence agencies. The email contained everything. All the documents, all the evidence, all the witness statements, the photos from Sub-Level 6, the contractor testimonies, Shaw's maps, Richard Voss's explanations of the runway patterns, the connections to DTRA and continuity of government programs, and the video from the tape. The email's subject line was simple: Denver International Airport, what they built beneath. She pressed send just as the knocking stopped. In the silence that followed, she heard other sounds. Footsteps in the hallway, multiple people, a radio crackling, someone speaking in low tones, the metallic sound of equipment being prepared. They weren't leaving. They were preparing to come in. Marin watched her laptop screen, watching the email progress bar inch forward. 50%, 60%. The files were large, the video file especially. It was taking too long. Outside her motel room, she heard a key card being used in the lock. Not her card. A master key, the kind that maintenance or security would have, or that federal agents would obtain. 70%. The doorknob began to turn, slowly, as if whoever was outside wanted to give her time to realise what was happening, time to understand that there was nowhere to go. 80%. The door opened. 3 men entered, moving with professional efficiency. 2 positioned themselves between Marin and the window. The third approached her calmly, hands visible, showing he wasn't armed. "Miss Cole, we need you to step away from the computer." 90%. "Please don't make this difficult. There are things you don't understand. Information that's classified for reasons beyond your clearance. We need to talk about what you think you've discovered." 95%. Marin looked at the screen, then at the men surrounding her. She thought about Howard Trent, who had disappeared, about Miguel Perez, who had died in a suspicious accident, about Everett Shaw, living in isolation because he knew the truth, about her father, who had taught her that buildings don't lie, and paper trails always tell the truth. 100%. Send complete. The man reached for the laptop. Marin closed it gently, meeting his eyes. "It's already out there," she said. "Everything. All of it. Sent to 50 different addresses. By tomorrow, people will be asking questions. And this time, you won't be able to make the questions go away." The man's expression didn't change. "You have no idea what you've done. No idea what you might have compromised. There are reasons, good reasons, why certain things remain classified. Reasons that have nothing to do with covering up wrongdoing and everything to do with public safety. Then let the public decide. If Sub-Level 6 is really necessary, if whatever's down there really needs to be kept secret, then make the case. Openly, transparently, but you can't make that choice for everyone." "Sometimes," the man said quietly, "that's exactly what we have to do." He took the laptop. The other 2 men began searching the room, gathering her notes, her phone, anything that might contain additional evidence. "You'll need to come with us," the man said. "We have questions, many questions, about how you accessed restricted areas, who helped you, what else you might have shared. Am I under arrest? That depends on how cooperative you are." Marin stood, knowing she had no choice, but she also knew that the truth was out there now, distributed across the internet in the hands of people who would know what to do with it. The story of Denver International Airport Sublevel 6 wasn't ending with her detention. It was only beginning. Part 15. 3 weeks later. The story broke on a Tuesday morning. A major investigative news outlet published Marin's email in its entirety, along with extensive verification work. They had tracked down Everett Shaw, convinced him to go on record with his knowledge of the underground construction. They had interviewed former contractors, analysed the blueprints, and sent investigators to the airport to document the visible elements of Marin's claims. Most importantly, they had shown the video from the tape to experts in various fields. Forensic video analysts confirmed it hadn't been manipulated or fabricated. Biologists couldn't explain what they were seeing. Physics professors suggested the movement patterns violated known laws of motion. The story spread rapidly. Within hours, it was trending on every social media platform. Other news organisations picked it up. Congressional representatives started asking questions. Aviation authorities were forced to respond. Denver International Airport issued a statement denying everything. No sub-level 6 existed, they claimed. The blueprint was a fabrication. The video was a hoax. Miss Cole had illegally accessed restricted areas and created an elaborate conspiracy theory. But then an anonymous source within the airport authority confirmed that Patricia Chen had been detained and questioned for 3 days before being released without charges, that her access privileges had been revoked, that she had been forced to sign non-disclosure agreements under threat of prosecution. More whistleblowers came forward. A security guard who had seen strange deliveries to restricted sections. A contractor who had worked on ventilation systems that served areas not on any official maps. An airport employee who had heard rumours about federal agents operating in the underground levels. The Department of Defense initially refused to comment, then issued a blanket denial. Then, when pressed by congressional committees with actual oversight authority, admitted that certain facilities beneath Denver International Airport serve classified national security purposes that cannot be disclosed publicly, which was as good as a confirmation. 3 weeks after Marin sent that email, she was released from federal custody. No charges were filed, though she was warned that further attempts to access classified information would result in prosecution. Her professional license was suspended pending review. Her apartment had been searched, her computers seized, but she was free, and the truth was out. Public tours of Denver International Airport's underground sections were suspended indefinitely. The airport authority announced a comprehensive review of all underground facilities. Congressional hearings were scheduled to investigate what exactly the federal government had built beneath a civilian airport and why. Shaw called her from a burner phone, his voice shaking. "I never thought I'd see this day. Never thought anyone would actually get the truth out there. How are you holding up?" "I've been better, but it was worth it. Be careful, this isn't over. The people who built Sub-Level 6, who've been running whatever programs are down there, they're not going to give up just because some journalists asked questions. They'll regroup, relocate, cover their tracks, but at least now people know. At least now they'll be watching." Patricia reached out through a lawyer, unable to contact Marin directly due to the NDA she had signed. The message was simple. Thank you. Worth it. As for Marin, she spent her days following the unfolding story, watching as investigators dug deeper into the history of Denver International Airport as more information emerged about continuity of government programs and classified research facilities. She didn't know what was really in Sub-Level 6, didn't know what that figure on the tape was or where it had come from, didn't know if MK Denver was still operational or if the facility had been emptied in response to her revelations. But she knew this. For 30 years, something had been hidden beneath Denver International Airport. Something important enough to require massive underground construction, federal security, and decades of secrecy. And now, finally, people were asking the right questions. Whatever Phase 3 was, whatever the planners of Denver International Airport had intended, it would now happen under public scrutiny rather than in complete darkness. Buildings don't lie, her father had taught her. Paper trails always tell the truth, and in the end, the truth had been worth everything it cost. The story of Denver International Airport wasn't ending. It was only beginning. Epilogue 2. The response. 6 months after the story broke, Denver International Airport remained at the centre of a national controversy. Congressional hearings had revealed bits and pieces of the truth. Yes, Sub-Level 6 existed. Yes, it had been built as part of a classified continuity of government program. Yes, it served purposes beyond civilian aviation. But the full truth remained classified. The Department of Defense invoked national security concerns, refusing to disclose the specific nature of the research conducted there or what was currently stored in the facility. The video of the anomalous figure was analysed by every major intelligence agency and dismissed as either a fabrication or, in the carefully worded statement from one official, visual documentation of classified research that cannot be publicly discussed. Which raised more questions than it answered. If the video was real, what was it showing? If it was a fabrication, why would someone go to such lengths to create it? Marin wrote a book about her investigation. It became a bestseller, part memoir, part exposé. She spoke at universities, appeared on podcasts, became an advocate for government transparency and oversight of classified programs. She never got her professional license back. The Urban Planning Board ruled that her actions had violated ethical standards, regardless of the public interest her investigation served. But she found other work, consulting for oversight committees, helping journalists investigate other classified facilities, teaching courses on government secrecy and the public's right to know. Shaw died 8 months after the story broke. Natural causes, according to the death certificate. Heart attack. He was found in his Wyoming ranch, his security system mysteriously disabled. Marin didn't believe it was natural, but she couldn't prove otherwise. Patricia never spoke publicly about what she had seen. The NDA she signed was ironclad, but she sent Marin a card every year on the anniversary of their descent into Sub-Level 6. No words, just a single image, a photograph of the blue Mustang statue, its red eyes glowing in the night. And Denver International Airport continued to operate. Millions of travellers passed through its terminals every year, rolling their luggage across the Masonic dedication stone, walking past the controversial murals, landing on runways arranged in that suspicious pattern. Most of them never wondered what lay beneath their feet, never questioned why the airport was built so far from the city, why the construction went so far over budget, why security seemed excessive for a civilian facility. But some did. And those questions led to more investigations, more revelations, more truth emerging from the shadows. The full story of Sub-Level 6 might never be told. Some secrets are buried too deep, protected too well, deemed too dangerous for public knowledge. But at least now people knew to ask. At least now the facility beneath Denver International Airport operated with the knowledge that someone was watching. Someone was asking questions. Someone had pulled back the curtain, even if just for a moment, and seen what lay beneath. And that, Marin thought, was enough. For now. Imagine discovering that your government has been lying to you about the greatest threat humanity has ever faced. Imagine learning that while officials tell you everything is normal, they've been secretly building underground cities for themselves and their families. Imagine realising that 300 million Americans have been marked as acceptable losses in a disaster that's not a matter of if, but when. This is a story based on real geological science, actual government protocols, and the terrifying possibility that the truth about Yellowstone is being hidden from you right now. What happens when the greatest natural disaster in human history has been predicted, planned for, and hidden from the public? When a junior geologist stumbles upon evidence that the Yellowstone supervolcano isn't dormant, it's being managed. He discovers that some truths are worth killing for. Special thanks to Nicola for this incredible story concept and detailed research that made this narrative possible. Yellowstone National Park Monitoring Station, October the 15th, 2014. The coffee had gone cold hours ago, but Eli Grant barely noticed. His eyes were locked on the seismic readout scrolling across his monitor, watching patterns that shouldn't exist dance across the screen like digital ghosts. At 24, fresh out of graduate school with a geology degree from Colorado State, Eli had spent the last 3 months as a USGS intern learning that monitoring America's most dangerous supervolcano was mostly routine data collection, punctuated by moments of sheer terror. This was one of those moments. The microquakes were coming from depths that made his stomach turn. 15 miles down, deeper than any recorded activity in Yellowstone's 30-year digital monitoring history. The frequency was wrong too, clustered in tight bursts rather than the random scatter typical of normal geothermal activity. Each tremor registered between 1.2 and 1.8 on the Richter scale, small enough to be dismissed individually, but together they painted a picture that made Eli's hand shake as he reached for his phone. Before he could dial his supervisor, the screen flickered. The anomalous readings vanished, replaced by a steady green line indicating normal background activity. A automated message popped up. Calibration complete. Data archived. Eli stared at the empty screen. 15 minutes of unprecedented deep seismic activity had just been erased as if it never existed. He quickly navigated to the backup servers, his fingers flying across the keyboard with increasing desperation. The raw data files were gone. The automated alerts had been cleared. Even the emergency notification logs showed nothing but routine system maintenance. "Working late again, kid?" Eli spun around to find Karen Holt standing in the doorway, her park ranger uniform still crisp despite the late hour. At 52, Karen had been patrolling Yellowstone's backcountry for over 2 decades, and her weathered face carried the kind of knowledge that came from watching the park's moods change with the seasons. "Karen, do you feel anything about an hour ago? Any tremors?" She studied his face carefully before stepping into the room and closing the door behind her. "You saw something on the monitors?" "Deep quakes, deeper than anything in the database, but they're gone now, scrubbed clean like they never happened." Karen was quiet for a long moment, her eyes fixed on the sanitized readouts. When she finally spoke, her voice carried a weight Eli had never heard before. "How long have you been working here, Eli?" 3 months. "Long enough to know what you're looking at, not long enough to know what you're not supposed to see." She pulled up a chair beside him. "Let me ask you something. You know why they put the monitoring station here instead of closer to the caldera?" Eli shrugged. "Better communication links, I assumed. Easier access for maintenance." "That's what they tell the interns." Karen's fingers drummed against the desk. "The real reason is that certain types of data collection work better from a distance. Gives you time to curate what goes into the public record." The implication hit Eli like a physical blow. "Are you saying they're hiding seismic data?" "I'm saying that 23 years of watching this place has taught me that Yellowstone keeps secrets, and some people are very invested in keeping those secrets buried." She stood up, her hand resting briefly on his shoulder. "Don't start asking questions you're not ready to answer, Eli. This park isn't just about geysers." After she left, Eli sat alone in the monitoring station, staring at the clean, normal readouts. but Karen's warning had sparked something dangerous: curiosity. He pulled up the archived database and began searching for gaps, periods where data might have been scrubbed before. What he found made his pulse quicken. Small deletions in 2009, 2004, and 1997. Always deep seismic activity. Always erased within hours of being recorded. Always during periods when public attention was focused elsewhere. Economic crashes, natural disasters, political scandals. The pattern was too consistent to be coincidental. Eli spent the rest of the night copying every piece of raw data he could access onto external drives, working with the methodical precision of someone who understood that some opportunities only came once. By dawn, he had assembled a fragmentary picture of Yellowstone's hidden activity dating back 15 years. The supervolcano wasn't dormant. It was being watched, monitored, and most importantly hidden from public view. As the sun rose over the Yellowstone River, Eli Grant became the first person outside the conspiracy to see the full scope of what was coming. What he didn't know was that his discovery had already been noted by systems designed to catch exactly this kind of unauthorized access. In a secure facility 300 miles away, automated alerts were already being generated, and decisions were being made about what to do with a curious young geologist who had seen too much. Chapter 1: The Official Story. Yellowstone National Park Headquarters, March 22nd, 2015. The press briefing room was packed with reporters from every major network, their cameras trained on the panel of scientists seated behind a table adorned with official USGS and National Park Service seals. Outside, early spring snow dusted the peaks surrounding Mammoth Hot Springs, but inside the room, the atmosphere was warm with the heat of television lights and simmering questions about Yellowstone's recent activity. Eli stood at the back of the room, his USGS badge giving him access to the media event despite his junior status. In the 5 months since he'd first witnessed the data scrubbing, he'd kept his head down and his mouth shut, but he'd also kept watching. The patterns were becoming clearer and more disturbing with each passing week. Chief Park Scientist Janet Morrison stepped up to the microphone, her grey hair pulled back in a severe bun that matched her no-nonsense expression. "Good morning. I want to address the speculation that's been circulating online regarding recent seismic activity in Yellowstone National Park." Eli noticed how she avoided mentioning the source of that speculation, a viral video showing hundreds of elk and bison streaming out of the Lamar Valley in what appeared to be a coordinated exodus. The footage had been taken by a tourist 3 weeks earlier and had garnered over 2 million views before park officials managed to provide alternative explanations. "Based on our continuous monitoring of the Yellowstone volcanic system," Morrison continued, "I can state categorically that no eruption is imminent. The seismic activity recorded over the past month falls well within normal parameters for this geologically active region." A reporter from CNN raised her hand. "But what about the animal migrations? Local ranchers are reporting unusual behaviour in wildlife populations. Seasonal migration patterns can vary significantly based on weather conditions, food availability, and natural population cycles," Morrison replied smoothly. "What some observers have interpreted as unusual behaviour is actually quite normal for this time of year." Eli bit back the urge to laugh. He'd seen the internal memos describing the animal movements as unprecedented and potentially indicative of subsurface environmental changes. The scientists on this panel knew exactly what was causing the animals to flee, but they were standing in front of cameras and lying about it with practiced ease. The questions continued for another 20 minutes, each one deflected with rehearsed responses that provided just enough technical detail to sound authoritative while revealing absolutely nothing of substance. As the briefing ended and reporters filed out, Eli lingered near the back of the room, watching the scientists pack up their materials. Impressive performance. Eli turned to find a man in his 40s wearing a FEMA windbreaker, his identification badge hanging from a lanyard around his neck. Deputy Director Marcus Webb, according to the credential. "I'm sorry?" "The briefing." Very professional. Of course, the real challenge isn't managing the press, it's managing the logistics. Webb's smile was friendly, but his eyes remained cold. You're Eli Grant, aren't you? The intern who's been asking interesting questions. Eli's mouth went dry. I don't know what you mean. Database queries at odd hours, unusual download activity, IT security flags that kind of behaviour automatically. Webb stepped closer, lowering his voice. Don't worry. Curiosity is natural in your line of work, but there are some areas where curiosity can become problematic. Are you threatening me? I'm offering advice. FEMA has been conducting training exercises in this region for several months now. Interagency coordination, emergency response protocols, that sort of thing. You might have noticed our vehicles around the park. Eli had noticed. Black SUVs and unmarked trucks had been appearing at various locations throughout Yellowstone, always accompanied by personnel who claimed to be conducting routine training exercises. The timing seemed suspicious. Why increase emergency preparedness training just as seismic activity was being actively suppressed from public records? What kind of training? Webb's smile widened. Zone 5 evacuation protocols. Very comprehensive, very necessary. He handed Eli a business card. If you ever want to know more about emergency preparedness, give me a call. But remember, some knowledge comes with responsibilities. After Webb walked away, Eli stood alone in the empty briefing room, turning the card over in his hands. Zone 5 evacuation protocols. He'd never heard the term before, despite his security clearance and access to most FEMA documentation. That night, he spent hours searching through official databases, finding references to Zones 1 through 4, but nothing about Zone 5. Whatever Webb was talking about, it existed outside the normal chain of command and public accountability. The realization sent a chill down Eli's spine that had nothing to do with the late spring snow falling outside his apartment window. 3 days later, Karen Holt found him in the monitoring station, hunched over his computer with the intensity of someone racing against time. You're digging deeper, she observed, and not bothering to make it a question. Someone has to. They're lying to everyone, Karen. The seismic data, the animal behaviour, the FEMA exercises, none of it adds up to the story they're telling the public. Karen closed the door and activated the white noise generator that was supposedly used to prevent electronic eavesdropping during sensitive conferences. What do you know about the Deep Bore project? Never heard of it. Officially, it never existed. Unofficially, it was a joint USGS military operation that ran from 2008 to 2012. The cover story was installation of advanced seismic monitoring equipment in previously inaccessible areas of the park. And the real story? Pressure venting? They were drilling down to the magma chamber and installing systems designed to release pressure in controlled amounts, potentially delaying or preventing a catastrophic eruption. Eli stared at her. That's actually brilliant. Why would they hide something like that? Because it didn't work. The magma chamber is too large, too unstable. The venting systems were supposed to buy us decades. Instead, they may have accelerated the timeline. Karen's face was grim. One of the contractors died during the installation phase. Officially, it was an industrial accident. Unofficially, he was murdered to prevent him from talking about what he'd discovered down there. What did he discover? That the eruption isn't a matter of if, Eli. It's a matter of when. And when is a lot sooner than anyone is willing to admit publicly. As Karen left him alone with this revelation, Eli found himself staring at the sanitized seismic readouts with new understanding. The data scrubbing wasn't just about hiding Yellowstone's activity from the public. It was about hiding the failure of a desperate attempt to prevent the greatest natural disaster in human history. And somewhere, people with access to the real data were making plans that didn't include the 300 million Americans living in the path of destruction. Chapter 2. The Elite Plan. USGS Regional Office, Denver, September 14, 2016. The security badge scanner beeped as Eli swiped his credential, granting him access to the restricted archives beneath the Denver Federal Building. 18 months had passed since his first glimpse of the conspiracy, and his official duties had gradually shifted from basic monitoring to special projects, a euphemism for working on data sets that required higher security clearances and absolute discretion. What his supervisors didn't know was that Eli had been using his expanded access to piece together a puzzle that grew more terrifying with each new fragment of information he uncovered. The file he'd been looking for was buried in a section marked HLT 2030, nestled between routine geological surveys and budget projections for monitoring equipment. Hazard level threshold 2030. The designation meant nothing to most people, but Eli had learned to recognize the bureaucratic camouflage used to hide the most sensitive documents. He opened the file with trembling fingers. The first page was a summary that made his vision blur. Probabilistic eruption window, 2028 to 2032. Confidence interval, 94.7%. Recommended public disclosure timeline, none. Eli had to read the last line 3 times before its meaning sank in. They had narrowed down the eruption timeline to a 4-year window with near certainty, and the official recommendation was to tell the public nothing. The next section detailed evacuation protocols that divided the American population into 2 distinct categories. Tier 1 included federal government personnel, military leadership, critical infrastructure managers, and selected scientific and medical professionals, approximately 2.3 million people, who would receive advance warning and priority evacuation to designated safe zones. Tier 2 encompassed everyone else, 327 million Americans whose evacuation status was listed with brutal honesty as no viable plan. Eli scrolled through page after page of logistical nightmares and resource calculations. The ash fallout zone would render most of the continental United States uninhabitable for years. The immediate kill zone, a radius of approximately 700 miles from the eruption site, would experience pyroclastic flows, toxic gas emissions, and complete ecological collapse. Even with advance warning, there weren't enough resources to evacuate more than a fraction of the affected population. But the most damning section came toward the end. Cross-reference construction projects that had been authorized and funded over the past decade. Underground facilities in Colorado, Utah, and South Dakota, officially described as continuity of government installations or strategic resource storage sites. The locations formed a clear pattern, far enough from Yellowstone to avoid the immediate devastation, supplied with independent power and air filtration systems, and sized to accommodate the Tier 1 population for extended periods. None of the facilities were located in Wyoming or Montana, the states that would bear the brunt of the initial eruption. The people living in those areas, including Eli himself, were considered acceptable losses. A sound in the corridor outside made Eli freeze. Footsteps were approaching the archive room, accompanied by the low murmur of voices. He quickly photographed the most critical pages with his phone, replaced the file, and pretended to be reviewing mundane seismic reports. The door opened to reveal Deputy Director Webb and a woman Eli didn't recognize, both wearing the kind of serious expressions that accompanied discussions of national security. "Grant," Webb nodded, "working late again, I see." "Just catching up on some routine analysis," Eli replied, hoping his voice sounded steadier than he felt. The woman studied him with interest. "You're the intern who's been flagged for unusual database access patterns. I prefer to think of myself as thorough." Webb laughed, but the sound held no humour. "Thoroughness is admirable. Discretion is essential. I trust you understand the distinction." After they left, Eli sat alone in the archive room, staring at the photos on his phone. The evidence was overwhelming and undeniable. A small group of government officials and scientists had known for years that Yellowstone was approaching a catastrophic eruption, and their response had been to save themselves while leaving everyone else to die. The scope of the betrayal was breathtaking. Hundreds of millions of people were going about their daily lives, making plans for the future, raising children and building careers, completely unaware that their government had already written them off as collateral damage in a disaster that could be predicted but not prevented. That night, Eli returned to his apartment in Gardner, Montana, with a decision crystallizing in his mind. The evidence he'd gathered was enough to expose the conspiracy, but he needed more. Documentation that would be impossible to dismiss or discredit. He also needed a way to get the information to journalists who couldn't be intimidated or bought off. What he didn't know was that his activities in the archive had been monitored in real time, and that his phone's camera had triggered security algorithms designed to detect unauthorized photography of classified documents. By the time he fell asleep that night, plans were already being made to ensure that Eli Grant's investigation would end before it could threaten the carefully constructed wall of silence surrounding Yellowstone's deadly secret. Chapter 3. The Suppression. Gardner, Montana, November the 8th, 2016. Eli's apartment had been turned upside down with surgical precision. Furniture overturned, drawers pulled out and dumped, every electronic device missing or destroyed. But the most telling detail was what the intruders hadn't done. They'd left his television, his expensive hiking equipment, and the cash he kept in a kitchen drawer. This wasn't a random burglary. Someone had been looking for specific items and they'd found them. His laptop was gone. His external hard drives were missing. Even his backup thumb drives, hidden in a hollowed-out book, had been discovered and taken. Months of carefully gathered evidence had vanished in a single night, leaving behind only the photos on his phone. Photos he'd been smart enough to upload to a secure cloud storage account before going to bed. Eli stood in his wrecked living room, surveying the damage with a mixture of fear and determination. They'd sent a message: stop digging, or face consequences. But they'd also confirmed that his investigation was getting close to something they desperately wanted to keep hidden. His phone buzzed with a text from Karen. "Meet me at Mammoth Terraces, North Side. Come alone." 30 minutes later, Eli found Karen standing on the limestone terraces that gave Mammoth Hot Springs its name, her park ranger uniform stark against the white mineral deposits. Steam rose from the thermal features around them, creating an otherworldly landscape that felt appropriate for the conversation they were about to have. "They hit your place," she said without preamble. "How did you know?" "Because they're watching all of us now. Anyone who's asked too many questions, anyone who's shown too much interest in the wrong data." Karen gestured toward the thermal features. "You see these springs? They've been active for thousands of years, but their flow patterns have changed dramatically in the past 18 months. The thermal system is destabilizing. Why are you telling me this?" "Because you deserve to know what you've stumbled into." Karen's expression was grim. "I told you I worked on the Deep Bore project. What I didn't tell you is why I really left." She led him away from the main viewing area, down a maintenance trail that wound behind the limestone formations. The drilling operation was based out of a temporary facility near the Norris Geyser Basin. Officially, we were installing seismic monitoring equipment at depth that would provide better data about magma chamber activity. But that wasn't the real purpose. The real purpose was to tap into the magma chamber and create controlled release valves. The theory was sound. If you could bleed off pressure gradually, you might prevent a catastrophic eruption, or at least delay it long enough to develop better evacuation procedures. They emerged onto a small plateau that offered a clear view of the valley below. In the distance, Eli could see the geometric lines of roads and buildings that marked human presence in the wilderness, tiny and fragile against the vast landscape. What went wrong? Everything. The magma chamber is far more complex than the models predicted. Instead of bleeding off pressure, the venting systems created new pathways for thermal activity. The timeline for eruption may have been accelerated rather than delayed. Karen pulled a small device from her pocket, an encrypted satellite phone that Eli recognized as military hardware. Tom Rodriguez was the lead contractor on the drilling team. Geothermal engineer, 23 years of experience, 3 kids. He started asking questions about why the pressure readings weren't matching the theoretical models. What happened to him? Vehicle accident on a mountain road. Lost control on a curve, went over a cliff. Very tragic. Very convenient. Karen's jaw tightened. except Tom was one of the most careful drivers I'd ever met, and he'd driven that road hundreds of times. Also, his personal notes about the pressure anomalies disappeared from his trailer the same night he died. The implication was clear and terrifying. Eli was looking at a conspiracy that had already committed murder to protect its secrets. His ransacked apartment wasn't just a warning, it was a preview of what could happen if he continued to threaten their operational security. Why haven't you gone public with this? With what? A story about a secret government project with no documentation, a convenient accident with no witnesses, and seismic data that gets scrubbed from official records. Karen shook her head. They've been very careful to keep everything compartmentalized. Most of the people involved only know pieces of the puzzle. But together we know enough to expose them. Together we know enough to get killed. Karen handed him the satellite phone. This is encrypted and routes through military satellites. They can't monitor it easily. If something happens to me, use it to contact investigative journalists. The access codes are programmed in. As they walked back toward the main trail, Eli felt the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. He was now part of a resistance movement he'd never asked to join, fighting against a conspiracy that had resources and ruthlessness he could barely comprehend. That night, he uploaded everything he'd learned to multiple secure cloud accounts, created encrypted copies of all his evidence, and began drafting detailed summaries that could be understood by journalists without scientific backgrounds. If something happened to him, the truth would still survive. What he didn't know was that Karen Holt had already been marked for elimination, and that his own name had moved to the top of a very short list of people who knew too much to be allowed to live. The conspiracy had spent years perfecting the art of making problematic people disappear without raising suspicions. Eli Grant was about to discover just how efficient they'd become. Chapter 4. The False Flag. Lamar Valley, Yellowstone National Park, June 15th, 2017. The video went viral within hours of being uploaded. Shot on a tourist's smartphone from the Lamar Valley overlook, it showed something that no park official could easily explain away. Nearly 1,000 bison streaming eastward in a coordinated exodus that looked more like a military retreat than seasonal migration. Eli watched the footage for the 12th time, pausing on frames that showed the animals' behaviour. Their ears were pinned back, their movements urgent and purposeful. These weren't animals wandering to new grazing areas. They were fleeing something that had triggered every survival instinct evolution had given them. The official response came within 6 hours. Park spokeswoman Janet Morrison appeared on CNN to explain that large herbivore migrations were completely normal, and that social media was creating panic over natural phenomena that occur regularly in Yellowstone. What Morrison didn't mention was that the bison were fleeing from a section of the park that had been closed to public access for the past 3 months. The Norrisback Basin, officially under restoration after minor geothermal changes, was actually experiencing subsurface temperatures that had increased by nearly 40 degrees Celsius in the past year. Eli had seen the classified reports. New fumaroles were opening weekly. The ground temperature was rising so rapidly that park maintenance crews couldn't approach the monitoring equipment without protective suits. Most telling of all, the area was showing magnetic anomalies consistent with massive metallic intrusions, exactly what you'd expect if the magma chamber was rising toward the surface. His phone buzzed with a message from Karen. "Need to show you something. Tonight. Usual place." They met after midnight at the Mammoth Terraces, their breath visible in the cold mountain air. Karen looked haggard, her face showing the strain of months spent living with dangerous knowledge. "I've been monitoring radio traffic from the restricted zones," she said without preamble. "FEMA has been conducting something called Operation Continuity. Not training exercises, actual deployment." "Deployment of what?" "Command and control infrastructure. They've been installing communication arrays, power systems, and what sounds like permanent housing facilities." Karen pulled out a topographic map marked with red circles. "All of these locations correspond to abandoned Cold War bunkers or natural cave systems. They're building something underground. Eli studied the map. The marked locations formed a rough circle around the Yellowstone caldera, each one positioned outside the immediate blast zone, but close enough to maintain operational oversight of the area. How many people could these facilities support? Based on the supply manifests I've been able to intercept, maybe 2,000 people per facility. Enough for essential government personnel and their families, plus a skeleton crew to maintain basic infrastructure. The scope of the deception was staggering. While telling the public that Yellowstone posed no immediate threat, the government was quietly building underground cities designed to preserve a small fraction of the population through the greatest natural disaster in human history. I want to see one of these facilities. Karen shook her head. Too dangerous. They've got military-grade security at all the sites now. Then how do we prove any of this exists? We don't. Not directly. Karen handed him a small device that looked like a modified GPS unit. But we can document the construction activity. This is a ground-penetrating radar unit, modified to detect large underground structures. If we can map the facilities from the surface, we can prove they exist without having to penetrate their security. 2 nights later, they drove to a remote area near the Shoshone National Forest, following Forest Service roads that weren't marked on any public maps. The official designation was a wildlife research station, but the facilities visible from the access road looked more like a military installation than a scientific outpost. Chain-link fencing topped with razor wire surrounded the compound. Guard towers equipped with searchlights and what appeared to be automated weapon systems monitored the perimeter. Most telling of all, massive air conditioning units and ventilation systems indicated that whatever was happening here required significant life support infrastructure. Karen set up the ground-penetrating radar while Eli photographed everything he could see from their concealed position. The radar readings revealed the truth. Beneath the modest surface facilities lay a complex that extended at least 5 levels underground, with enough space to house thousands of people for extended periods. "My God," Eli whispered as he studied the readouts. "It's like an underground city." "One of at least 6 that we know of," Karen replied. "And this is just what they're building in Wyoming and Montana. Intelligence suggests similar facilities are under construction throughout the western United States." As they packed up their equipment, Eli felt a mixture of vindication and terror. They now had proof that the government was secretly preparing for a Yellowstone eruption, while publicly denying any threat existed. But they also had evidence of a conspiracy so vast and well-funded that challenging it openly would be tantamount to suicide. The drive back to Gardner was tense and quiet. Both of them understood that they'd crossed a line tonight, moving from passive observation to active intelligence gathering. The people behind the conspiracy would not tolerate this kind of direct surveillance for long. Karen was right to be worried. Unknown to either of them, their activities had been monitored by satellite surveillance systems designed to detect exactly this kind of unauthorized reconnaissance. Facial recognition algorithms had identified them both, and their vehicle's license plate had been flagged in law enforcement databases across the region. Within hours, orders would be issued for their immediate apprehension and detention. The conspiracy had decided that Karen Holt and Eli Grant had become too dangerous to remain free. But first, they had to be isolated from any support networks or escape routes. The plan that had been set in motion would ensure that when they disappeared, no one would think to look for them until it was far too late to matter. Chapter 5. The Smoking Gun. Secure conference room, undisclosed location, August 3rd, 2017. The recording device was smaller than a matchbox, designed to look like a routine equipment monitoring sensor of the type found throughout government facilities. Eli had placed it in the ventilation system of conference room C7 3 hours earlier, using his maintenance access codes to enter the secure wing of the Denver Federal Building. What he captured on that device would become the smoking gun that proved everything he'd suspected about the Yellowstone conspiracy. The voices on the recording were clearly identifiable. Deputy Director Webb from FEMA, Assistant Secretary of Interior Patricia Vance, and at least 2 other officials whose identities Eli couldn't immediately determine. Their conversation was conducted with the casual tone of people who believed they were speaking in complete privacy. "The latest projections show we're ahead of schedule," Webb's voice came through clearly. "Thermal expansion in the Norris sector is accelerating faster than the models predicted." "How much faster?" Vance asked. 18 to 24 months ahead of the original timeline. We may be looking at a 2029 event rather than 2031. The sound of papers shuffling was audible before another voice joined the conversation. "The infrastructure projects are proceeding on schedule, but we'll need to accelerate the relocation of essential personnel if the timeline has moved up." "What about public disclosure?" Vance asked. Webb's laugh was bitter. "Public disclosure remains a non-option. We've run every scenario through the simulation models. Even with a full year of advance warning, we couldn't evacuate more than 15% of the affected population. The interstate system would collapse within hours, supply chains would break down completely, and we'd face massive social unrest that would interfere with Tier 1 evacuation procedures." "So we maintain the current posture?" "We maintain the lie," Webb corrected. "Continue the public briefings about normal seismic activity. Continue dismissing online speculation as conspiracy theories. And most importantly, continue the media relationships that keep investigative journalists focused on other stories." Eli's hands trembled as he listened to the casual discussion of abandoning hundreds of millions of people to die. These weren't comic book villains plotting world domination. They were mid-level government bureaucrats who had decided that preserving their own lives and positions was more important than honouring their oath to serve the public. The recording continued with logistical discussions that were even more damning. Supply caches were being positioned at the underground facilities. Communication networks that would remain operational during and after the eruption were being tested. Even arrangements for maintaining genetic diversity in the post-eruption population were being planned with clinical efficiency. "What about the monitoring station personnel?" an unidentified voice asked. "Some of them are asking uncomfortable questions." "We're handling that," Webb replied. "Enhanced security protocols, selective information sharing, and when necessary, personnel reassignments to less sensitive positions." "What about the ones who have already seen too much?" "Problem solved," Webb's voice carried a note of finality that made Eli's stomach turn. "The park ranger who was asking questions about the deep bore project will be transferred to a remote station in Alaska next week. A routine reassignment that gets her away from Yellowstone and limits her access to sensitive information. Karen." They were talking about Karen, and Eli knew with sickening certainty that her reassignment would be permanent in ways that had nothing to do with Park Service bureaucracy. The meeting concluded with assignments and timelines that painted a clear picture of a conspiracy in its final phases. The underground facilities would be fully operational by 2028. Essential personnel would begin training exercises that were actually disguised evacuations by early 2029, and the public would remain completely unaware until the eruption made further secrecy impossible. Eli retrieved the recording device later that night, his heart pounding as he navigated the empty corridors of the federal building. The evidence he now possessed was explosive enough to bring down the entire conspiracy, if he could find a way to get it to journalists who couldn't be intimidated or discredited. But first he had to warn Karen about her impending reassignment. He tried calling her cell phone but got no answer. Her ranger station reported that she was off duty and couldn't be reached for routine inquiries. Growing increasingly worried, Eli drove to her apartment in Mammoth Hot Springs, only to find it dark and apparently empty. Karen's supervisor, when Eli finally tracked him down, was apologetic but unhelpful. "Officer Holt has been temporarily assigned to a special project in Alaska. She left this morning on a charter flight. Very sudden, but you know how it is with Park Service priorities." Eli knew exactly how it was. Karen Holt had become a liability, and liabilities were being eliminated with bureaucratic efficiency. Her disappearance was a warning and a preview of his own fate if he continued to threaten the conspiracy's operational security. That night, he uploaded the recording to multiple secure servers and began reaching out to investigative journalists whose work suggested they couldn't be easily intimidated. The evidence was now beyond their ability to suppress completely, but Eli understood that possessing it had made him the most dangerous man in America. He was no longer just a witness to the conspiracy. He was the only person outside their organisation who could prove it existed, and that made him a target that couldn't be allowed to remain free. Chapter 6. The Countdown. Gardner, Montana, November 12, 2017. The email from ProPublica journalist Michael Chen arrived at 3:47 a.m, marked with encryption protocols that indicated he'd taken Eli's warnings about government surveillance seriously. The message was brief, but electrifying. Audio verified by 3 independent sources. Document analysis confirms authenticity. Ready to publish. Need secure meeting to discuss protection protocols. Eli had been living as a fugitive in his own life for 3 months, changing locations nightly and communicating only through encrypted channels. The strain was showing. He'd lost 20 pounds, developed chronic insomnia, and started checking his rearview mirror obsessively whenever he drove. But Chen's message confirmed that the months of careful evidence gathering had finally produced results that couldn't be dismissed or discredited. What Eli didn't know was that his encrypted communications had been compromised for weeks, and that every message he'd sent to journalists was being monitored by the same people he was trying to expose. The conspiracy's response was swift and multi-pronged. Within hours of Chen's message, every major news network received exclusive briefings from USGS officials debunking dangerous misinformation about Yellowstone. The briefings included carefully edited seismic data, testimonials from concerned scientists about the psychological damage caused by eruption rumours, and veiled threats about the national security implications of spreading geological panic. Chen's editor killed the story before it could be published. The official reason was insufficient corroboration from government sources. The real reason became clear when Chen contacted Eli through secure channels. ProPublica's major donors had received calls from federal officials suggesting that publishing unverified geological speculation could affect the organisation's non-profit status. But the conspiracy had underestimated the modern information landscape. Eli's evidence had been distributed to dozens of journalists, bloggers, and citizen researchers, while mainstream media outlets could be pressured into silence. The decentralised nature of online publishing made complete suppression impossible. On November the 15th, the story broke simultaneously across 17 different platforms. Independent journalists published the recordings. Geology professors confirmed the technical details. Former government employees provided additional context about the classified facilities. Within 48 hours, #Yellowstone Conspiracy was trending globally. The government's response was predictable and desperate. Official spokespeople dismissed the evidence as sophisticated disinformation designed to undermine public confidence in scientific institutions. The recordings were declared fabricated using advanced audio manipulation technology. Alternative explanations were provided for every piece of evidence Eli had gathered, but the dam had broken. Whistleblowers within the conspiracy began coming forward with additional documentation. Satellite images of the underground facilities appeared online. Construction workers who had built the secret bunkers shared their stories. Karen Holt, who had been held at a debriefing facility in Alaska, was released and immediately went public with her testimony about the deep bore project. The revelation that the government had been planning to abandon 300 million Americans to die while saving only a privileged few sparked the largest protests in American history. Demonstrations erupted in every major city. Congressional hearings were demanded. International allies expressed outrage at being kept in the dark about a disaster that would affect global climate and agriculture. Most importantly, real evacuation planning finally began. With the truth exposed, it became impossible to maintain the fiction that Yellowstone posed no threat. Scientists worked around the clock to develop actual emergency response procedures. International cooperation emerged as other countries offered to assist with evacuation and resettlement efforts. Chapter 7. The Final Message. Yellowstone National Park, January 20th, 2029. Eli stood on the Lamar Valley overlook, watching steam rise from thermal features that had doubled in intensity over the past 18 months. The park was nearly empty now. Evacuations had begun 6 months earlier when seismic activity had become impossible to hide. The animals had fled long ago, following instincts older than human civilization. His phone buzzed with an encrypted message from the Global Yellowstone Monitoring Consortium, an international scientific collaboration that had formed after the conspiracy's exposure. Seismic precursors accelerating. Event window now estimated at 72 to 96 hours. Final evacuation protocols activated. The irony wasn't lost on him. The same evidence that the conspiracy had tried to suppress for decades was now being used to save millions of lives. The underground facilities that had been built for a privileged few were being converted into evacuation centres for ordinary families. The communication networks designed to preserve government continuity were now coordinating the largest humanitarian operation in human history. Not everyone could be saved. The logistics were still overwhelming, but transparency had enabled genuine preparation instead of elite preservation. International agreements had been signed to relocate climate refugees. Agricultural systems had been modified to function with altered growing conditions. Supply chains had been restructured to survive massive disruption. Eli's satellite phone rang. Karen's voice came through clearly from her position at the Evacuation Coordination Center in Denver. "Final transport leaves Gardner in 30 minutes, she reported. "You need to be on it." "I'll be there," Eli replied, but he remained standing on the overlook for several more minutes. Below him, Yellowstone spread out in its terrible beauty, a landscape that had remained largely unchanged for thousands of years, about to be transformed by forces that made human concerns seem trivial. His phone's camera was still recording as he delivered his final message. "This is Eli Grant, reporting from Yellowstone National Park on January 20th, 2029. In approximately 3 days, this place will become ground zero for the largest volcanic eruption in human history. But unlike the conspiracy originally planned, this won't be a secret apocalypse that kills hundreds of millions while saving a few thousand elites. Because the truth came out, we've had time to prepare. Not perfectly, not completely, but honestly. The people fleeing this region know what's coming and why. The international community is ready to help. The aftermath will be terrible, but it won't be hidden, and it won't be used to justify abandoning the principles of democratic society. If you're watching this from the future, remember that transparency saved lives. Remember that ordinary people, when given truth instead of lies, are capable of extraordinary cooperation. And remember that the greatest disasters are always made worse by the people who try to profit from them instead of preventing them." As he walked back to his truck for the final drive to the evacuation point, Eli felt something he hadn't experienced in years. Hope. Not for avoiding the catastrophe, that was beyond human power to prevent, but hope that when the crisis came, humanity would face it together rather than divided by the lies of those who valued their own survival above everyone else's. Epilogue. The Quiet After the Storm. New Geneva, International Reconstruction Zone, January 20th, 2034. 5 years after the Yellowstone eruption, Eli Grant stood before the International Truth and Reconciliation Commission, delivering testimony that would help ensure such a conspiracy could never again threaten global security. The hearing was being broadcast live to millions of survivors in refugee communities across 6 continents. The eruption had been as devastating as predicted. Ash fallout had disrupted global agriculture for 3 years. Climate patterns had shifted dramatically, and large areas of North America remained uninhabitable. But because the truth had emerged in time, the disaster had brought out humanity's cooperative instincts rather than its destructive ones. The Yellowstone conspiracy taught us that the greatest threats to human survival aren't natural disasters. Eli concluded his testimony. They're the institutions that respond to those disasters by protecting themselves at the expense of everyone else. Transparency isn't just an ideal, it's a survival strategy. In the audience, Karen Holt nodded her approval. She now directed the Global Early Warning Network, an international organisation dedicated to ensuring that geological threats could never again be hidden from the public. Around the world, the underground facilities originally built for elite preservation had been converted into research stations, museums and memorials dedicated to democratic accountability. The Yellowstone conspiracy had been exposed just in time to save millions of lives, but more importantly, it had revealed the difference between a society that prepares for disaster together and one that allows the powerful to abandon everyone else when crisis strikes. As Eli walked out of the hearing room into the rebuilt world beyond, he carried with him the knowledge that sometimes the most dangerous secrets are the ones we tell ourselves we're keeping for everyone's own good. The truth, no matter how terrifying, is always preferable to a lie that serves only the few at the expense of the many.